Good morning. It is 8:31 and I'm going to call to order the council meeting of May 14th. We have an agenda that's in front of us. Are there any additions to the agenda? Deputy Reeve Whitstock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to add a quick verbal on RDR mug. It's to do with the irrigation project in the Acadia Valley and special areas.
Okay, so that's 9.3. Councillor Cunningham.
I will add verbal to council and committee reports, police advisory, Division 5 ratepayer meeting, and Kneehill housing.
Police advisory. Kneehill housing's already there, so I'm going to leave that one. So 9.4, police advisory. 9.5, sorry, your second one was?
Division 5.
Division 5, I'm sorry. Anyone else? Councillor McGee.
Yeah, I would also, I have passed out the written form, but I'd like to address the report for my Division 1.
Okay, so 9.6. Anyone else? I have 2, so 9.7 will be Dr. R&R. 9.8 will be Trochu housing. And probably should add 9.9, which would be just a quick verbal on the meeting we had with Rocky View. ICF and IDP meeting we had with Rocky View. And in addition to that, under closed session, I have an item to add. So that's closed session. It would be section 19, I think, confidential evaluation. So section 19 is what I'm going to use. Are there any other additions? I'm not seeing any. So Councillor Christie.
I'll move the agenda as amended.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. The minutes from the April 23rd regular council meeting minutes were previously circulated. Any errors, corrections? If not, I'd be looking for Councillor Cunningham.
I'll move that council approves the adoption of minutes of the April 23rd, 2024 meeting, regular meeting of council as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion to approve the minutes from April 23rd. All those in favor? Okay, and that is also carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, moving on in our agenda. The first item in our agenda will be planning 4.1, 4.11, which would be Bylaw 1895-1896, Land Use Bylaw Amendment to Direct Control. Welcome, Ms. Hazelton, and whenever you are ready.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Reeve, members of council. I just want to present to you again this morning the Bylaw 1895.
Barb, just before you go on, anyone in the gallery, if your phone is on, please turn it off and just help facilitate the meeting. Go ahead, sorry.
No problem. The subject is Bylaw 1895 and 1896, which is a proposed amendment to the land use bylaw to direct control districts. So Waste Connections of Canada proposes to develop a Class 2 integrated waste management facility in Kneehill County. The IWMF is privately operated and is a non-hazardous landfill facility that specializes in the collection, transportation, processing, recycling, treatment, and disposal of various types of waste generated by businesses, industry, commercial, industrial and agricultural operations, and residential communities. The application is to redesignate lands from existing agriculture and local rural commercial districts to 2 direct control districts. If the redesignation is successful, a regulatory approval process will commence and if completed, would presumably be followed by an application for development permit. Under the Municipal Government Act, applications for redesignation of lands require a public hearing to be held prior to adopting the bylaw creating the new district. First reading to these proposed bylaws was given on March 26, 2024. This is the mechanism to get any application into the queue. All information and questions regarding the application were brought forward to the public hearing held on April 23, 2024. The public hearing process is a legislative process. As per the Municipal Government Act, Council must hear any person or group of persons who claim to be affected by the proposed bylaw. Any landowner who feels they will be impacted by a proposed development, either positively or negatively, had the opportunity to come and speak about the matter directly at the public hearing. Affected parties could also submit their comments in writing. These comments were included in the public hearing package for council consideration. Administration received letters from 377 people prior to the deadline that were included in the public hearing information package that was available online. As council reviews and discusses the content of the public hearing, they can approve, amend, or defeat the proposed bylaws. Participating in the public hearing is the legislated method to provide comments to council for consideration for any applicant wanting to redesignate their lands. Once a public hearing is closed, no additional information should be considered in the decision-making process. Redesignations are about the proposed use. A redesignation establishes a land use district and is not a permit to develop. As such, the redesignation focuses on overall site suitability and not specific conditions of development. Specific details regarding the development are required to be submitted with an application to develop. Direct control districts are managed differently during the approval process. If the redesignation is successful, council will be the approving development authority for any development applications on these lands. And I wanted to go through and I have put a table in the RFD, but I wanted to go through and just highlight a little bit in that table so that you understand the process difference between these items. So if we take something normally for discretionary use, it is an MPC decision. We do a half-mile notification. There are written comments allowed only. There's no participation at the Municipal Planning Commission meeting, and there is no public hearing. The application is appealable by the applicant or adjacent landowners, and that appeal can be heard by either the Subdivision Development Appeal Board or the Land and Property Rights Tribunal. In this case, it would go to the Land and Property Rights Tribunal because anything that does have a provincial approval will go to that board. So it wouldn't go to the local Subdivision Development Appeal Board. Permitted uses shall be approved. Discretionary uses can be considered. We do have a legislated 40-day decision time frame on any development permits that we receive. And then there would be no further county permitting process required. MPC can attach conditions, and again, as we have said earlier, discretionary uses can be appealed, and in this case to the Land and Property Rights Tribunal. I wanted to just give an example of how this works. We often get people that come in the door for what we would call a home occupation. And so some of the things that we look at is this truly you, maybe one other employee, you're doing it in an accessory building, there is no public entering, then you can do that as a discretionary use in the Ag District. However, when we start asking questions, if they want that public interface, if they want to have retail, if they want to have multiple employees and do some of that, then we would look at directing them to redesignate because the scale of what they are choosing to do is larger than what would typically be managed under normal home occupation. So it's and we have those conversations all the time. We're dealing with lots of applicants that want to do a business use on their lands, and we do make them aware that at some point your expansion of that business may cross a line that requires a redesignation. There's something going on there. Anyway. The industrial district is another option, and I just wanted to talk about that. So with the industrial district, again, we're doing that redesignation. It is a council decision. Our official notification for any redesignation we do is in the capital or on the website, but we do notify those in a mile distance. Anyone can come to the public hearing, or they can provide comments either in verbal or in writing, and there is a public hearing held. There is no appeal for any redesignation. It doesn't matter which district we're selecting. That is how it is in the Municipal Government Act. The only appeal that there would be for a redesignation is an appeal to court on error in law or jurisdiction. The application for redesignation, it does change the uses that are allowed on those lands, so you would be applying that new district use. I did include the industrial district in your package, so you can see the uses that would have been applied to those lands had we gone with that industrial district. It still requires the development permit process, and again, we're looking at that new district uses, so permitted uses in that new district shall be approved. And discretionary uses, again, we deal with it. The adjacent landowners are notified. We have 40 days to issue those decisions, and those decisions would come to the Planning Commission for approval. Can we turn that down, or is that the TV out there?
I think that's reception talking on the phone in the
Oh,
foyer.
I think it's the TV.
Oh, it's the TV?
I
Okay.
just,
Oh, you're hearing yourself.
yeah, it's like very annoying and probably driving you guys nuts too over there. You're hearing double thing. So with the industrial district, the permitted uses are done internally without MPC or council oversight, and then anything that is a discretionary use would be brought to the Planning Commission for approval in those cases. And again, discretionary use development permits are appealable by the applicant or the adjacent landowner, and in this case, it would still go to the Land and Property Rights Tribunal. With a direct control district, again, we typically will use those when we want to limit the uses that are attached to the lands, or when something is very unique and different and it doesn't really fit in any district appropriately. So with this, in this case, we chose the direct control district because it does allow council more oversight. It is a council decision. Again, the notification that we officially do is in the Capitol and on the website, and then we do the 1 mile notification outside of that. Again, we have that public hearing where written and verbal comments are allowed. There is no appeal of the redesignation, and again, that's straight across the board. There would be an appeal to court on error in law or jurisdiction. Council determines the uses applied to the zone lands as outlined in the respective DC bylaws, so council determines those uses and they can limit the uses. Permitted uses, again, are like any other application where they shall be approved, and discretionary uses can be considered. They still require a development permit process for either one of those things. Adjacent landowners would be notified for the discretionary uses, but all permits go to council for approval, whether it's permitted or discretionary, so that's where it's different and unique. Council can add conditions to either one of those, and they would be the deciding authority. Again, with any development permits, there is a legislated 40-day decision timeframe. Council can attach conditions to either of them, but there would be no appeal for discretionary use developments. Administration has noted that development of landfill infrastructure facilities in principle is in alignment with the county's current strategic plan and municipal development plan. The total integrated waste management facility site is 536 acres and is situated in section 22924 west of 4, north of Township Road 290 and east of Range Road 242. The majority of the section falls under the agriculture district. However, a portion of the northwest of 22924 west of 4 was designated local rural commercial district in 2001. To facilitate this development, Waste Connections of Canada is seeking to redesignate the subject site into 2 direct control districts. The DC7 district covers the portion of the site dedicated to the uses required to operate a landfill, consisting of this primary use and including the required critical infrastructure. The DC8 district covers the remainder of the site. The uses in the DC8 district may include some of the critical infrastructure, as well as the potential for some recycling and construction materials waste management. The DC8 district has been proposed as a separate bylaw, as it is also intended to provide a buffer zone for the intended main landfill operation, and it will manage and mitigate impacts on site. The technical side of this project goes through a multi-layered provincial approval process where the applicant must meet the requirements of several acts and regulations. These requirements apply to both the construction standards that must be met, as well as the ongoing operation and closure of the site. Any landfill must go through this process. Waste management facilities are required to construct engineered liners, leachate collection systems, and landfill covers. Groundwater monitoring is mandatory and includes the requirement to report results annually. The provincial government also requires significant monetary surety be posted by the developer for the development, operation, and closure of the site. The majority of the applicable acts have been noted under the relevant legislation section of this request for decision. Otherwise, they were bound to all the other legislation, just like any other application, so Safety Codes Act, some of those things. The process for seeking a suitable site requires the evaluation of various criteria on the provincial side. The selected site must meet strict environmental and geological conditions as outlined in the Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act, the Water Act, standards for landfills in Alberta, and the waste control regulations. Developers also require suitable access, proximity to a highway, a willing landowner, and they consider the planning documents of the host municipality. Ideal sites would be located away from residential uses or at least in lower residential density areas. A Class 2 non-hazardous landfill handles solid waste and typically includes municipal solid waste and certain types of industrial, construction, institutional waste, and agricultural waste that is considered non-hazardous in accordance with provincial legislation. The waste the applicant is proposing to receive will be a combination of local waste and waste from private contracts. The first step in the approval process is the redesignation of lands. If Waste Connections are successful in this application, they will begin their application process with the provincial regulators. They will need to have their provincial approval prior to submitting a development permit application to the county. It should be noted that there are several opportunities throughout the required provincial processes for public participation, as well as there would be some opportunities through future processes on the municipal side if they were successful. The proposed site is currently owned by 3 private landowners. These landowners have agreed to sell their land for this project. If successful in this redesignation, the lands will be reorganized and swapped to allow the ownership of the contiguous 536.86 acres by Waste Connection. The developer will be required to upgrade the access road to the site as well as the intersection at Highway 21. Additional high-level information regarding this proposed development was provided through the public hearing process. Site-specific details and any information required for provincial approvals will be submitted and dealt with through the development permit process. In order to facilitate the discussion Council would like to have, administration has attached as an appendix containing an overview of the application and comments received in favor and in opposition that were noted by the speakers during the public hearing. We did try to take some of the redundancy out to make sure that we could fit the majority of the comments on. There were 41 speakers following the presentation. As part of the discussion, Council should review all comments for and against and consider their level of relevance and validity to the proposal, as well as if they are related to the redesignation or would be better addressed at the development permit stage should the process reach that far. There is, at this point in time, everything's been managed by staff, so there has been no impact to staff outside of normal workloads. So again, that's my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hazelton. Council, questions for the planner regarding this redesignation application? Okay, I'll start with you, Councillor Phobes.
So currently, our unsightly bylaw does not cover anything outside of a hamlet. So what is the county going to do to mitigate the effects of the waste being blown around?
Those are things that would be dealt with through the development permit stage. So those are issues that they would have to include in their plan. And then again, that would be up to council as to what that looked like when it comes to council. If they're successful at this stage, you guys would be deciding whether or not whatever they've proposed is adequate in your minds.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions? Okay, Councillor Phobes.
In regards to from when we do wind and solar, we are aware that if they use part of it for farming, then they get taxed on that. Will the same happen with the land that's not being used for this site? Will it still remain as an ag for tax-wise?
I'm going to defer that question, Mike.
Mr. Hogan?
Through Mr. Chair to Council. So the areas of the site that are still being used for agriculture would have an agricultural tax rate applied to them. The areas that were being used for the cell, the related facilities, if there was an office scale, et cetera, would fall into the non-residential category.
Okay, Councillor Penner, you had a question?
You talked about upgrades to the road. That would once again be in the development permit. those
That's correct.
details, Whether it's paved.
Yeah, and during that process, that's when we sign development agreements, and that's when there's road use agreements that would be attached to those, and that's all part of that application process. We don't have a mechanism to attach any of those documents to at this point because there's no approval for anything. It's changing the uses on land is what this is, so.
Councillor Cunningham?
So just to follow up on Councillor Phillips' question, just so I'm clear, so the portion of the land that would still be agriculture-based, it will be redesignated to direct control if this goes through, is that correct?
That would be, yeah.
Okay, so even though it's redesignated as direct control, it still gets taxed as
As
agriculture?
the use, yeah.
As the use, okay, thanks.
So my understanding is the whole parcel will be redesignated.
Correct.
Two different direct control districts, one for the landfill portion and one for the portion outside of that.
Yes, and redesignation itself does not impact the taxes. It's the infrastructure and the change in use. So once that development permit is issued and there is an actual change in use, that's when that assessment gets triggered.
Okay, other questions? Mr. Hogan?
Just through Mr. Chair, just to build on that, an example of that would be if somebody came in and had a redesignation to turn part of a parcel into an industrial use, but there wasn't a developer there for a bit and it was still being farmed. While it was being farmed, it would still be taxed as agriculture as that was the use on it. Once somebody came along and built the industrial use on it, then that assessment would change.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McGee?
We heard a lot of concerns around the environmental and ecological use of that land. Is that something that we need verification at the time of, again, later when we do our...
Correct.
Because of what the province will do, right? That doesn't affect the land use choice.
So they would have double layers. So in that case, they have to do all their environmental assessment that would have to happen on the provincial side, and they have to meet Alberta Environment Protected and Enhancement Act as well as the Water Act on that. But we also have a layer that says we have an environmentally significant area in the layer, so we also have some rules around development within those, or even there be outside of that, but adjacent to those types of lands, we have rules as well in the land use bylaw. So there would be a double layer that would be dealt with through the development permit stage.
Councillor Christie?
So environmentally, there's two levels then of jurisdiction. Would we have jurisdiction over provincial government or not? If we put stipulations above the provincial standards, do we have jurisdiction then, or do we get overstepped?
So I think we would have overstepped. So we're talking about two different things a little bit. So one is going to be the geological base that they're built on and the requirements they have to meet to contain the waste. That's completely provincial. And so they have a standard that has to be met with how they build, how they construct, how they protect, how they cover, all those things. But we have an environmentally significant area adjacent to these lands, and so we have setback requirements to those areas. So our setback requirement can still be applied, but we're not dealing with the construction and what's required to be met on the environmental side.
Thank you.
Just a continuation of that same topic, I guess, and follow up, since you brought it up, as far as slope and setbacks related to the ESA. can, if it was redesignated into direct control, can council exceed our own land use bylaw designations for slope and setback? So we have a specified distance that is required for development from a slope. Could we exceed that, or can we change that under a direct control environment?
You could, with good reason. So it's not just a random number that gets plucked out of the air. That needs to be based on some evidence that would suggest that because of this, we would like the setback to be greater than what we currently have in our land use bylaw. And I think as a council, you're justified in doing that. But again, it's really, we're not picking numbers out of the air. It needs to be justified, reasonable number with why that setback needs to be further from what's been established. So
Just again, following up on that same subject, we heard a lot about the coulee that's there, the drainage that's there, the wildlife corridor that's there, and there seemed to be a fair amount of concern raised around protection of that specific area and concern related to the landfill and the development and the proximity to that ESA. And so that's why I'm asking the question, to know if there's an opportunity for us to increase the protection and hopefully provide some, I don't know, some, allowing that to remain as is, I guess. So, thank you. Other questions? Councillor Cunningham?
Just clarification for me, Ms. Hazelton. So with the no appeal on redesignation, is that an entity of the MGA?
yes.
Yes, thank you.
Deputy Reeve Woodstock.
Thanks, Ms. Hazelton. I have a question for you. And how many government agencies have jurisdiction on this proposed site? If you can throw that out to me. Because they would supersede our jurisdiction, correct?
Correct. I'm just going to grab some of what the legislation piece in here. Alberta Environment would deal with the Environmental Protection Enhancement Act. They would have by far the largest piece. A different branch of Alberta Environment deals with the Water Act stuff. They also would have to deal with Alberta culture, arts, culture, and status of women for the historical resource piece, which is another layer of approval that they would be required. The Municipal Government Act is obviously where they fall under our jurisdiction, and Public Health Act is something, Wildlife Act, Weed Control Act, those are all separate things, Safety Codes Act. So there's many pieces of legislation that all have different jurisdictions, I guess, but they are obligated to meet them all, just like a lot of these many developers would have to deal with. So there would be several, but on the actual approval portion of it, you're probably looking at the historical resources, you're looking at Alberta Environment and the Water Act are probably the biggest players in that, and then the municipality.
Okay, so the answer was lots.
Correct.
Thank you.
And so, again, following up Deputy Reeve Woodstock's question, so all of the provincial authorities that have impact on the development of this site, if we were to redesignate, pretty much all that legislation would supersede any of the land use bylaws and possible conditions that we might put in place. If we're offside with a provincial regulation, then that would supersede our regulation.
Yes, and this is a new area of appeal under Land and Property Rights Tribunal. It used to be where these appeals would have landed with the Subdivision Development Appeal Board, but that's no longer. If they have any approval through the province, the appeal now goes to Land and Property Rights Tribunal, and so they would be dealing with that. And what we have seen historically on their appeals is they are very cognizant of those lines. And when a municipality has overstepped those bounds, we typically see it more on renewables, but this is area where they now have that jurisdiction as well.
Other questions? So I guess for clarification reasons, a lot of what we heard in the public hearing and from residents in that process really deals with the section in later on where it talks about potential off-site impacts and the mitigation of those impacts and how that's planned to take place. But the majority of that concern and issues that are raised in that are dealt with in the development permit process, is that correct?
Correct, and it will be dealt, a lot of that will be dealt with at the provincial level as well. So they deal with the wildlife side, they deal with, because they have to do those studies, they have to do the biophysical details of those lands, and so they would deal with that. They also would be submitting that plan to the province, and the province would be signing off on that overall plan. So those are things that would get looked at that stage and through the development permit.
And again, just as follow-up, in that process, when that gets looked at a provincial level, that does sort of impact and potentially would alter conditions that we might consider important if it's felt we're outside of our own jurisdiction.
Correct.
Other questions? I guess one of the, seeing that no one else has a question at this moment, one of the things that's really concerning to me is, and we heard it over and over in the public hearing process, is just the whole sort of the water side of this, the groundwater, the surface water, and impacts to those things, on-site control of runoff, what happens with leachate and those kind of things. And my understanding of what I've read and what I've seen is, again, a lot of that stuff is not handled at our level, it's handled at the provincial level. And so if we make the decision to redesignate and the process would move forward, that then sort of comes out of our hands again. Am I correct in that?
Correct. So there's, and again, there's a couple pieces here. So when they're doing the site design and where that location of the landfill is going to be, the run-on, runoff control that has to happen for the site itself and for their construction of the landfill is provincially driven. From a municipal perspective, we're looking at, can that impact off-site? Is it going to affect roads? Do we need bigger culverts? Are those things, we can weigh in on that piece. We're not weighing in on how it's constructed around the landfill itself, because that is provincially done by engineers in the field with how that run-on, runoff has to be managed. But we are looking at it from our perspective, and the interest that we would have is that it's not impacting adjacent lands or ditches or roads or those types of things. So we would have a piece of that, but as it comes to the construction and managing that initial run-on, runoff, that will be provincially driven. And the Water Act is going to, I mean, that's for everybody. Whether anybody that touches any normal flow and tries to divert it somehow, you are going to be dealing under the Water Act in order to do that. So it's not unique to them, but because of the construction that they're doing, this is a major portion of their application would be through that Water Act side.
Okay, so just following up again, if you don't mind, and I know probably I'm pushing you outside of your
That's okay, I'll tell you when I don't know.
yeah, you say stop.
I don't know everything about this,
You say
be honest.
stop when it's gone
Yeah.
too far. I noticed in reading the materials, again, I noticed that there's conversation around surface water and rainfall water management and how that's to be dealt with. And then I also noticed that there was discussion around the leachate materials that are collected from the base of the landfill, so the rainfall that goes through the waste material and then is collected, and they have to manage that differently than the surface water. And again, that's all provincial directed regulation.
Correct. It would be similar to how you have to manage lagoon and catch basin materials. There are limits when you're doing any of those things on the lands with what you can apply. So it would be similar, although you have different parameters in this leachate that have to be managed a little bit differently. It's a similar type of process that would happen.
But again, the water testing, the release or
Correct.
use of that material is all provincial regulation.
Correct.
Any other questions? Councillor Penner?
So as a council, we have to look to the future and have a vision for the future. And currently our own landfill, it's only got 3 to 4 years left, and the association that we belong to with the Drumheller Solid Waste has approximately 40 years left. So we got to keep that in the back of our mind. But today, and it's been stated, the focus is on the overall site suitability. And to me, with an environmental sensitive area so close, I find that it's going to be a tough decision for me. But just putting it out, it's not necessarily a question for you, but it's just, you know, just for a conversation for us, we have to have a vision for the future. So we do need to deal with this kind of activity, our garbage within the county, but is this site the right site with being so close to environmentally sensitive area?
Okay, thank you for that comment. Any other comment or discussion? Councillor Christie.
Just for clarity, you talked about the ESA setbacks for our planning commission. What exactly are they?
So we look at setbacks from the brink of slopes, and then we also look at setbacks from water. So our brink of slope is twice the depth. And again, that would be determined once they would get into the site, because we would have to have that surveyed. And so that's for any activity, that is our minimum. Our minimum is 40 feet. If you have less than 20 feet of depth, our minimum is 40 feet. But otherwise, you're looking at twice the depth of a coulee.
Councillor Penner?
Just furthermore to that, is that from standing water?
That's the coulee, that's from the brink. So water, we will not let anybody build in a floodplain, anything permanent in a floodplain. And we're looking at 125 feet is the setback we have to water. Currently, that's the minimum. It doesn't mean, like, if you're still in that low-lying area and you still have that potential to be flooded, we would bump you greater than that, but that is the minimum from a water course.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, and I'm going to just pick a number out of the air, if the coulee was 100 feet deep, I don't think it's quite that, but if it was 100 feet deep, then the setback would be 200.
200 feet from the brink, yeah.
Okay. And then if it's less than that, the minimum setback from a water course.
Yeah, the minimum setback from a water course is 125, sorry. Yeah, minimum from the brink is 40 feet.
Okay, and from a water course, that's from the stream bank? Is that
Correct.
the consideration?
Correct.
Other questions? Deputy Reeve Woodstock.
Well, thanks, Ms. Hazelton. You're answering a lot of questions here. I know there were some concerns about the proposal possibly changing hands sometime in the future, but the conditions will not change on that landfill if it is operated by someone other than the actual applicant right now. And we have ways to enforce that and enhance those conditions if we so need.
So the conditions remain the same, they stay with the land. And their approval would be with Alberta Environment, so they would be the enforcers of anything related to the landfill itself. If, for example, there was an issue with garbage or whatever, we would probably step up and say, give them a call and say, we've got some complaints about garbage, you need to go pick it up. That's likely how it would work, and that's how we work now. But the majority of that, those conditions are not changed on a whim. They'd have to come back through a process, but everything stays with the land. It would be the same on a home occupation. Somebody moves away, that permit stays on the land. The new owner could come in and do that same home occupation under the same permit that we issued originally.
Yeah, thank you. Just a supplemental.
Yes,
I was
go ahead.
I was more concerned about the conditions that we place on that development. Because we know that the provincial development, or the provincial regulations are the provincial regulations. They'll change as legislation changes,
Yep.
but our conditions, we can change as we go along.
If
we
they
run into
come back
issues?
through the process, we could change conditions, but no, if they're operating under an existing permit, whatever conditions have been attached to that permit, whether municipal or provincial, those stay.
Okay,
A trigger to change that would be a change to the site, an increase or expansion of something. If they were to come in and apply for recycling in an area, then that's a brand-new development permit. It would be looked at completely differently. It would have its own set of conditions specific to that recycling component. It's not going to replace anything that happens on the landfill side. Those stay there until they go back to the province for review. The province could do some changing of that because they do have to be reviewed every 10 years. So at that point in time, the province could do something different there, but they stay with the land. Doesn't matter who buys it, those conditions apply.
Okay, thank you very much. I
Yep.
appreciate that.
Again, since you brought it up, the 10-year renewal process or provincial approval process for a landfill, can you kind of help me understand sort of what that process is and how they walk through that? So once it's if it's approved as a landfill originally, there's just a review of what's happening there every 10 years, or is it actually a permit renewal at the provincial level?
It can be both, is my understanding. It is a review of what's existing, but I do think if the province asks, they would have to provide some of that information, but I'm not 100% sure on how that process works, so you're pushing me a little out of my bounds here,
that's
but my understanding is it could be either or. They could have to resubmit some information back to the province, or it's a review of what they're doing existing.
So my assumption would be things like methane gas monitoring, groundwater monitoring, and the information that's being retrieved in that process is probably part of the information that might be requested in that reapproval process.
I'm guessing as well. The monitoring has to be done annually, so that has to be submitted on a more regular basis. So there would be a more robust review at that 10-year window, but what exactly that entails, it's not my process, so I don't want to overstep my
Yep. No, and I understand
bounds.
that realistically, we don't have all the detail that maybe we would like to have, or complete understanding of what those provincial processes look like, but it's worthwhile to factor those things into our
Yeah,
decision.
correct.
Any other questions? If not, I came loaded with them, so. So one of the things we heard lots about in the public hearing process, and again, I know this probably goes to the actual permitting and development permit process, but the concern was raised around waste types, particularly around hazardous materials, contaminated soils, and those types of things. So my understanding of the process that we're talking about is that type of material and what's allowed within the landfill would be in part of the development permitting process and part of the provincial.
Correct, but they are not taking hazardous. So,
But that's a concern that people have,
Yes.
right? And so I think that's something that we need to address, to say, is that a possibility? And the answer is no.
no, it's
because
not.
of
It's
the
a
type of-
different permit. And that's one of the reasons we steered away from the industrial district, because there is an opportunity to take hazardous in that industrial district. And a lot of other things that were not being proposed on these lands. And so that's one of the reasons we said it's wiser and more prudent on our part to restrict the uses that could be allowed were this to be successful. And so that's why we've steered away from that. But that's a completely different approval. If this is approved the way it is right now, that's not even an option. It's not even a use in those districts, so they could not have hazardous without coming back through that public hearing process to change the uses and allow hazardous material. So completely different approval for that. It's a different class landfill. And so hopefully I clarified that. But that's how our process works. It's a no based on how this is written today, if this were to be approved.
Okay, and I mean, that's good clarification, because that was a major part of the concern that was raised, or one of the major concerns around that types of material, you know, specified risk materials, contaminated soil, and all of those kind of things were raised as issues of concern. And I know that this is not the place necessarily where that gets addressed, but the clarification on the
Yep.
type of material and the classification of the landfill, I think, is important as well.
And with contaminated soil, and again, I'm not 100%, but it would probably depend what it's contaminated with. Again, we're not dealing with the hazardous side. So on that piece, I'm not 100% sure. It would be details that would come out for sure in the development permit stage. But yeah, so again, there's no hazardous, noxious waste at this site. However it comes in the door.
So that is driven again by provincial regulation as far as landfill and the classification of the type of
Correct.
landfill.
Yeah,
And again, our ability to vary what's within that classification is restricted really by provincial legislation.
correct.
I'm waiting for someone to jump in, but they're not. So I'm gonna, okay, thank you, Councillor Phillips. I don't want to ask all the questions.
No,
Go
it's
ahead.
all good. Mine has to do with contamination as well, because we have learned from over the years of having it in ours, if you have recyclable stuff and the wrong thing goes in, they actually take that whole entire load because it's contaminated and put it in the landfill. So what guarantees do we have that that won't happen? And they're gonna do their best not to have it happen, but who's monitoring what's actually going in these bins that are coming out here?
And that would be a question for them through that permitting process. What we've been contemplating, or what they've talked about, is the egg plastic, which is a completely different entity coming in. There's less risk of that. So it's going to be what it is, and it's going to go to a third party to do that. But again, if they were to apply for a different type of recycling facility, that would be council's decision as to how that's managed at that point in time.
Councillor Phillips.
I guess one of the other things I struggle with, and it's not 50 years down the road, it's 120 years down the road when the site is no longer viable for holding its stuff in, and it leaches down the hill into the water supply that everyone in this county currently drinks if you're hooked up to the water. I worry about that, is not 5 minutes from now, but way in the future when my kids' may be wanting to drink the water. And so I have a real issue with this site specific, because it is so close to the coulee and the water supply that feeds this county. I don't want to be known as the one that intentionally poisoned my future generations. I don't want that on me. So I just struggle with the location of this currently. I mean, we have to weigh into the fact that most of the garbage that we have in our county gets shipped out as well. And a lot of people don't understand that, or some of our landfills are coming to the end of their life. I want to be able to manage what we have going into our sites so they last as long as they do. I'm not lost on the fact that this will help the county do what they need to do for garbage, but I'm not going to trade garbage for someone's health 100 years from now. I just can't do it. So.
Okay, thank you for that comment. Other questions? I don't want to shorten the conversation in any way, shape, or form, but I do want to make sure that any questions that we have related to the decision that we're making have been asked and have been considered. I have a comment that I would like to make, and I think as council, I think we need to be aware that if we choose to redesignate, in my mind, today we're making the decision about whether this will be a landfill or not. That's how I'm viewing the decision we're making today. And I know there's a whole layer of provincial regulation and a whole bunch of other things that happen after we made this decision, if we chose to do that. But this is really our decision today around the redesignation. And it's our responsibility to make that in a way that not only benefits Kneehill County, but also protects the residents and the people who live here. And so I think from my point of view, as I think about this whole decision, if we say yes to the redesignation, we are really technically saying yes to the landfill. And so I think that we just have to be clear about that. And in my mind, it's important that we are clear that that's really, and I know, Ms. Hazelton, you've mentioned numerous times that there's this huge regulatory process that sits over top of what we're doing here. And I mean, I've read and read and read about how that whole process works and the complication of the number of levels of people who are involved and the stacking of provincial departments that affect a development like this. I've looked at our own planning and how that impacts it, and so I think it's important that we acknowledge that what the decision we're making is really, although there's a bunch of layers that are on top of that, we really are sitting here saying yes to a landfill if we say yes today. I don't think I'm wrong in saying that.
No, I would say that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Faye, Councillor McGee. Sorry.
Having said that, where I struggle with where my line needs to be in this decision is knowing that it will be a landfill, but my opinion of whether or not we want one isn't necessarily the same determination. So we need to have reasons that justify, other than just opinion, that I don't like landfills because I don't like landfills. The reality is, no one likes landfills. There isn't a place in Canada where anyone would say yay. So that's where I have troubles with the statement you just said, Reeve King, is how do I process those differences? That yes, we're recognizing that, but we're also recognizing that whether it's a landfill or whether it was an oil drilling site, we're looking at whether or not the land is appropriate, not my opinion on either one of those developments. Is that not clear, right?
Yep.
I got that right, okay.
Yep. So, and in saying what I said, I'm not trying to frame it in a different light. I think we have to look at it to say, if we choose this site, is it suited and is it proper for what we are saying the end use is going to be? And so, I think that's the consideration that's in my mind around making this decision is, does the ESA affect my decision? Does the potential impacts on groundwater and other things that we have no idea about impact that? Is this site truly suited to be a landfill or not? And that's why I'm saying if we redesignate, we are saying that it is yes, and we feel that it is suited and right. And so my own personal feelings around landfills, my own personal feelings around potential tax revenues, all of those things are not considerations here today. It's about, is this site an appropriate site to site a landfill? And are there things that we have concerns about related to that decision that would impact a yes or a no? And so I have to really sort of take my own personal feelings out of it and look at it strictly from, is this an appropriate site? And is it suited to the end use that we're proposing? Because I think if we say yes, we know that that's the end use that we're headed to. And so for us to say, well, it could be something else, or it might not get approved at the provincial level, or any of those kind of things, so we could just say yes, I don't think that's a valid approach to this decision. I think we have to say, is there, look at this specific site. None of the other things that might or might not impact. This specific site, is it right to be redesignated? And is the end use that's being considered for that site appropriate based on everything that we know around it? Okay, does that help? Go ahead, Councillor McGee.
Just to add to that then, so there is, again, a good argument for why we have the direct control district, because we are then saying landfill would be part of the direct control piece of this decision. Is that right? I'm interpreting that right, correct?
Sorry. The uses that you see in each of these bylaws are the only uses that could be applied to these lands. And some of those are still discretionary uses, but council approves them all. So they would come back through your authority, and you get to add the conditions as per the bylaws to these developments if they are successful. So it's different in that it doesn't go to the Planning Commission. It comes back to you as council, but it all, permitted and discretionary, both need permits. But you guys are the ones that are the authority in direct controls.
Councillor Cunningham.
So just further to Councillor McGee and Reeve King, Section 617 of the MGA talks about planning, and there's three things they talk about. One's achieving orderly development, improving the physical environment, and all without infringing unduly on the rights of individuals except for the greater public interest. So I guess that's what all of us around the table need to decide. Is this the best use of the land? And what, I guess you have to weigh the people's interests versus is it in the public interest? And that's where I'm at with that.
And that's a tough argument to make any time related to development, because we do have landowners who have specific desires, who are willing to be involved with this. We have landowners with specific desires who are not at all interested in having this. And it's like when we talk about wind and solar developments or other types of development, it's always about not only individual landowners and property owners' rights, but it's also that greater public good thing that comes into that conversation. And reality is again, I still take it back to the fact that the decision we really have to make is this specific site suited for the use that's being proposed? And I take Councillor Cunningham, your comment is correct in that we have to balance that whole individual and general public benefit, right? So. Councillor Phopes.
So further to your comment on the land use, that owner, once they sell, will not be affected by this development. The people that live around there will be affected by that development. So as the landowner, you're not, true story, they can be absent. He's selling, so he's leaving. He's not going to be attached to having it right in his back door like the rest of the people that live around there. Because it's not going to be a small hill. It's going to be a very mighty one by the time it's all said and done.
And again, I don't disagree with you, and that's again why I say we have to make the decision about this specific site and suitability, and we have to make the decision about not only individual, but general public good. And I mean, this conversation is the whole purpose of why we're doing this. However, if your brain's like mine, I'm on the maximum load limit, and I need to refresh my tea, and so we are going to take, I'm going to give us 5 minutes. Is it okay if we take just a 5-minute recess? I just need a quick break. Is that all right?
He's such an uncooperative guy.
Carolyn, are we live? Okay, it's 9:36, and I'm going to call the meeting back to order. All right. Again, I don't want to stifle conversation, questions, or discussion in any way, shape, or form, and I do want to make sure that we're ready when the time comes to ask the question. So I am going to be fairly flexible for council to have the time to ask the questions that you feel need to be asked. So please take advantage of the opportunity, because when it comes to the point where we have to register a vote, I need you to be comfortable sitting in the seat that you're in and prepared to make the decision that needs to be made. So, are there any further questions, comment, or discussion from council? Councillor McGee.
Just for clarity, we have the two different land sections with two different bylaws for each. What determined which one would have the landfill and which one would not?
DC 7 is the landfill side, and I have to apologize because when we sent the document, I sent the Word document and the uses aren't attached. So I'm getting a print of those uses right now. So you will have the uses for both the DC 7 and 8. They were in the public hearing, they were in those packages. I'm sure you've seen them a couple times, but for some reason that piece got missed in the attachment to this package. So we'll get them. So you have them in front of you. So the DC 7 is the landfill side with the critical infrastructure. DC 8 would be where the potential could be for some recycling, potentially some critical infrastructure.
Like office scale,
Yep.
that type of facilities.
And also, once she provides the print, you will see the conditions in that as well. But it is information you would have had at first reading and through the public hearing process, so.
Deputy Whitstock.
Okay, I had it someplace in my notes, Ms. Hazelton, but I obviously don't have them anymore. So how far upstream is the proposed landfill from the creek? The Kneehill Creek? Sorry, I did write it down at one point in time, and I thought it was 1.2 kilometers, but
There
maybe I'm
is,
wrong.
it is in the package here. Let me just see if I can find it quickly.
Oh, okay.
Because I think it's 33 kilometers from the river, if I remember. And I'm not sure off the top of my head for that one.
Okay, well, I apologize. I had it written down at one point. I know it goes through a tributary before it does get to the creek, and I'm under the impression that that tributary is generally not flowing, for lack of a better word.
I'll see if I can find it.
Okay, well, thank you. Sorry to make you go through all that.
No, it's fine.
No, we take the time
It's a
to,
lot of paper.
You're out of paper?
No, I said there's a lot of paper. So.
that's an understatement when you say there's a lot of paper. We have seen a lot of paper on this one, so. Surface water here. We need a crow, and we could do it as the crow flies. We could go down and release the crows.
Do you have it up? Can you search it?
Mr. Hogan?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if council wants, we can continue to look for that answer if there are other questions that we can field as well.
Okay. Are there other questions related to the redesignation? We can't let the deputy Reeve come up with all the hard ones.
Oh, come on.
Don't have it memorized, so. But if there's another one in the meantime, I'm,
Any other questions? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Phobes.
Yeah, it's not on this topic, but it was one that was concerning to me when I read it. And it has to do with the royalties from hosting. I noticed that Waste Connections would be telling us where we would be doing that. I have a real issue with that, because if we're hosting it, those fees should not be up to them to tell us what to do with our hosting royalty fees. That should be up to council and to administration to have that discussion. So I just would like to have that addressed, because I did read that in the first set when we had it in April, and I read it again yesterday when I was going through this again. So who makes the decision with what royalties go where? Because I don't believe it should be them.
Just a quick comment, Mr. Hogan, you can correct me, please, give us the actual information. That really doesn't impact the redesignation?
Yeah. So through Mr. Chair, it doesn't, it's not related to the redesignation, but that would be, I assume, a condition that council would put on at the development permit stage if it got there. To this point in time, we do know from the proposal that there would be a royalty paid to the county. The details of that royalty in terms of the amount, that sort of thing, what you addressed, Councillor Phobes, in terms of how that is put together, that would all be a future negotiation if the process got to that point. I can share, I believe in the county of Painter, that decision is made by the municipalities.
I guess, just through the chair.
Councillor Penner, yes, please.
There are so many of those questions that have to be asked. We have to remember today that we are looking at this specific site. Is it suitable and that kind of stuff? But there are a lot of questions that we could ask on the development side, and so, yeah.
It's hard to restrain ourselves from asking those questions. Thank you, Councillor Phobes and Councillor Penner and Mr. Hogan. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Councillor Phobes, yep.
And it's actually in regards to the actual facility itself. When we were sitting in the public hearing, I had asked how long a liner lasts for. I never really got a clear definition of how long a liner lasts in those, because I had a follow-up question if they could say it was 25 or 30 years. I want to know what you're going to do in 25 or 30 years when we realize it's leaking. So that is just, I never got a clear definition when we sat in the public hearing to the questions, which the ones that I asked during that public hearing were from the letters, the 377 letters I read. The questions I asked were in regards to the people that wrote those letters, because they were weighted upon who I was when I was reading them. And I did put myself in the shoe of every single person who wrote those letters, because I'm not going to be affected by it, but am I not going to be affected by it? Because the way I look at it is we are all in this together. And that includes our garbage. So if this isn't something that the public is saying in that area they're not in favor of, I have to take that into consideration when I'm making this decision. I can see both sides. I see the weight of needing a landfill, but I also see the weight of living near one as well. So it's not lost on who I am, the people that would be affected by this. And so, yes, I did put myself in every one of those letters and felt the weight of them and their words. And I especially appreciated the youth, because that is part of our strategic plan, is the youth of staying within Kneehill County. So that's a huge one for who I am as well, when they got up and spoke to the benefits of wanting to still be able to be that generational farmer next to this if it happened to go through, if we choose to make that choice.
So, Mr. Hogan, do I see you actually wanting to answer that question? I had a comment. One of the things that was very concerning in the whole conversation at the public hearing and prior to that was just how much faith do we place in provincial regulatory bodies, engineers, and design standards? And the only thing that ran through my head in the whole thing is generally speaking, we have a lack of trust in the general population around government and government's ability to manage and regulate. And say what you want about the best laid plans of men don't always last and work in the way that we anticipate. So it is a concern, and it's a legitimate concern around what happens. And again, it's specific to groundwater and contamination that could happen in the future. And again, probably more permit and development related and provincial government authority related than ours, but it is something I think that's worth addressing. So, did you care to comment on that, or rather not?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think you've highlighted the appropriate branch where that occurs. Is, in the answer to a question, how long does a liner last? That's an engineering question, and the applicant, through that environmental regulatory process through the province, has to demonstrate that they can meet the lifetime or the life cycle of that landfill. Again, that's not our process. That's the environmental one through Alberta Environment and Protected Areas. As they go through, and through that process, they're going to look at what the proposed construction is, what the standards are, and I want to be careful, I'm not going too far to speak for them, but what the underlying geology of the land is. There's, I guess the last bit that I'll say is they have to go through an engineered process, like was outlined at the public hearing. The liner, the compacted clay, all that sort of stuff. There's still geology underneath that that may come into play as well, and that's something that the Alberta Environment people would look at.
So again, just to continue in that conversation, I think that part of what we heard in that entire process is that there's a lot more work to be done in terms of understanding the underlying geology, the types of soils. Although there's some preliminary work been done, still the final permitting and all the process that's involved with that still has to take place. The concern still exists related to the life of the facility and the length of time, whether that liner is. And so it's a valid, and again, it comes back to the site itself. So there are some, in my mind, there's some unanswered questions around the site in terms of the suitability of the soils and the impermeability, and can you build appropriate liners, and that's all information that comes, unfortunately, after rather than now. And so again, we have to consider what that site is like, and does it suit for the use that do we feel it suits for the use that we're anticipating?
I will just make one comment to that effect. If the geology of the site did not indicate that the site itself could be utilized, we wouldn't be having this conversation. They would have to look somewhere else, because that is the critical component that they need. And so their preliminary investigative work would suggest that the geology is there. And so, yes, they have to do incredibly more detailed study when they go through that provincial process. But there is indication that there is geology that supports it. So I just want to clarify that, because otherwise we wouldn't be having a conversation about this site.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll build on that.
Mr. Hogan?
Ms. Hazelton has addressed most of the point, but again, it's up to Alberta Environment, but the applicant wouldn't be moving forward if their initial testing indicated that this site was unsuitable from a geological perspective. So that they'll have to demonstrate that, but if it had shown that the underlying ground was, say, porous material, they wouldn't have forwarded the application. So from the applicant's perspective, there's not necessarily a guarantee that Alberta Environment will approve it, but they wouldn't be moving forward if they didn't feel that they were in a position to gain that approval based on what the initial testing has shown.
Thank you. Okay, I'm looking for direction from council at this point in time. Are there more concerns or questions that you have? Do you feel that you're at a place where you might be prepared to make a decision, or are you looking for additional information? I'm not seeing an overwhelming, yeah, I'm ready, and I'm not seeing an overwhelming, no, I'm not, so. Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if there's no, in the pause, if there's a question, there is, going back to the original request for decision, it might be worthwhile to outline council's options as you move forward. So you have the ability to move second reading of the proposed bylaws. If you do that, you have the ability to move third reading of those. Of course, you're not going to move third reading if second reading isn't given. You have the ability to defer readings of those bylaws. You have the ability to amend those bylaws. So those are basically the options that are in front of you as to what you move forward with. Is second reading is either carried or defeated. If it's carried, you have the option to move to third reading, or you could defer third reading to a later date. You could defer second reading to a later date or put that forward today, or you could make amendments to the bylaws as well.
Okay, thank you for that. So what is the wish of council? Councillor McGee.
This has been very complicated, difficult decision. We have weighed every possible angle. I am so thrilled to be sitting here with a council that has deep hearts for the people who live here, and also for our vision and our future. And but having said that, I do not feel that we have any other choice but to move second reading by proposed bylaw 1895 for the purpose of amending Land Use Bylaw 1808 by redesignating the northeast 2 of 2924 west of 4, portions of the northwest 2 2924 west of 4, southeast 2 2924 west 4, and southwest 2 2924 west 4 from Agriculture District to Direct Control District 7 as presented.
Okay, so just to be clear, the bylaw 1895 relates to the direct control district that would be specific to the landfill portion of the lands being redesignated. Okay, so we have a motion from Councillor McGee that we move second reading of proposed bylaw 1895 for the purpose of amending Land Use Bylaw 1808 by redesignating the Northeast 22924 west of 4, portions of the Northwest 22924 west of 4, Southeast 22924 west of 4, and Southwest 22924 west of 4 from Agriculture District to Direct Control District 7. So that's the motion. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Is there any desire to have a recorded vote? Okay, so
I would make that motion if we could have a record, not a motion, but that we could have a recorded vote.
requests for,
Yep.
okay. And of course, our recording secretary, as usual, is well prepared in advance. Thank you, Carolyn. Okay, Deputy Reeve Whitstock, question?
Any idea, ballpark figure, development to the creek itself?
Do we want to, okay, let's take a recess for,
I appreciate, okay.
let's do a recess for 5 minutes to allow you to get that, Mark.
Sorry. That's important in my decision.
Yep, no. Live? Oh, sorry. We lost Councillor Christie. He went farming. He's taking a couple Valiums. Okay, it's 10:02, and I'm going to call our meeting back to order. And welcome back, Ms. Hazelton, and if you could provide us with that information.
I do have, so the Kneehill Creek system is approximately 2.6 kilometers north of the site, and then the Red Deer River is approximately 33 kilometers from the site. So that's not the adjacent coulee, because that adjacent coulee would feed into the Kneehill Creek, but if you're actually looking at the Kneehill Creek system, you're 2.6 kilometers.
So the 2.
Go ahead, Deputy Reeve
The
Whitstock.
2.6 would be actually following that tributary?
It would
or
be to that Kneehill Creek system, it would be 2.6 north.
As the crow flies?
Yep, approximately, yep.
All right, thank you. Sorry for that.
I didn't survey it,
You did a survey.
no.
She took a measuring tape. Okay. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So are we now prepared to vote on the motion which is in front of us? And that motion is by Councillor McGee that we move second reading of proposed bylaw 1895 for the purpose of amending land use bylaw 1808 by redesignating Northeast 2 2924 west of 4, portions of Northwest 2 2924 west of 4, Southeast 2 2924 west of 4, and Southwest 2 2924 from Agriculture District to Direct Control District 7. All right, if there's no further comment, I am going to poll each councillor separately. And we're going to start at Division 1. So unfortunately, Councillor McGee, that means you are the first to vote.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Penner,
No.
Deputy Reeve Whitstock,
No.
Councillor Phobes.
I'm a no.
Thank you. Councillor Cunningham,
I'm a no.
Councillor Christie.
I'm a no for this site.
Okay, thank you for that. And unfortunately, for this specific site, I'm also a no. So the motion fails. So I guess the question I would have on process at this point in time, Mr. Hogan, would second reading of proposed bylaw, we need to do that one as well, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, you've given first reading. So if second reading isn't received within a couple of years, that bylaw would fail. But if you want to clean it up now, you would do second reading.
I think it's worthwhile that we process that here today. So would someone care to facilitate the process by making the motion to move second reading? Councillor Phobes.
So moved.
Okay, so we have a motion to move second reading of proposed bylaw 1896 for the purpose of amending land use bylaw 1808 by redesignating portions of the Northwest 2 2924 west of 4 and the Southwest 2 2924 west of 4 from Agriculture District and Local Rural Commercial District to Direct Control District 8. That's the motion. And again, if we could have a recorded vote, please. All right, thank you, Ms. Vanderkool. So, Councillor McGee.
Yes.
Councillor Penner.
No.
Deputy Reeve Whitstock.
No.
Councillor Phobes.
No.
Councillor Cunningham.
No.
Councillor Christie.
No.
Reeve King, I am a no as well. And that motion fails also. All right. Thank you, Ms. Hazelton and your team. I know this has been a lengthy process and it is extremely appreciated on the part of council. Just helping us walk through this process has been very, very beneficial, and we certainly are very appreciative of your efforts and your team. And so thank you very much. So the next motion of business in front of council is a delegation. It's the Kneehill FCSS Community Coach Report, and we'll take a brief recess to allow them to get set up and get prepared to make their presentation. So let's take a recess for 3 minutes or so till about 10:10, and then we'll have the community coach presentation. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank everybody who's here today to observe the process, and we appreciate all the input and participation that we've seen. Thank you. There's a year and a half of your life you'll never get back. There's many years of your life you'll never get back.
I'm assuming they could come back with another site.
Yeah.
This is when you need to speak. Bar. Yeah, and it should. Does yours go red?
Mine goes red, does that,
Red means, yeah, red's on.
Okay, it is 10:11, and I am going to call our meeting back to order. And I am going to welcome our community coach in the FCSS program, Michaela Clark. Thank you, welcome. And I'm also going to welcome a familiar person to this council, Shelley Jackson-Berry. Welcome, Shelley. We appreciate the work you guys are doing, and we're looking very much forward to hearing from you, Michaela, particularly today, but also Shelley, if you want to add comments. We're not looking for your year-end or annual report. And we have no tricks up our sleeves. And Michaela, we absolutely do want to hear from you today. So anytime you're ready, please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Michaela Clark, and I am the Kneehill Community Support Coach with Kneehill Regional FCSS, and the information that I'm going to be sharing today is from the annual report for 2023.
Michaela, just before you go any further, I am remiss in not allowing council to introduce themselves to you, and I don't know if you're familiar with all of us, so please, Councillor Penner, go ahead.
Good morning, Debbie Penna. I'm Division 2, and it's in the Swalwell South area. So.
Good morning, I'm Faye McGee, Division 1. Carrie Phobes, Division 4.
I'm Ken King, and I'd be surprised if you didn't know me.
I know you.
Hi, Michaela, Jerry Whitstock, Acme, Linden area.
Hi, I think we've met at another meeting, but Laura Michelle Cunningham, Division 5.
Wade Christie, Division 6, so Wimborne, Torrington.
Okay, we have a few others in the room too, our senior staff. So Mike, if you'd go ahead.
Ladies, welcome. Mike Hogan, CEO.
I'm Kevin Gannon, Director of Community Services, and the gentleman who left here is Mike Z with Infrastructure.
Hi, I'm Teresa, Director of Corporate Services.
All right, nice to meet all of you. If I haven't met you all before, it's nice to meet you again or for the first time. So thank you for having me here.
Okay, I will try not to interrupt you unless I have a very specific question.
Okay, so like I said, this information that I'm sharing today is from the annual report from 2023. So just to give a background information about the Kneehill Community Support Coach position, it was created in 2021, and it was created by Kneehill Regional FCSS, the 6 municipalities of Acme, Carbon, Linden, Three Hills, Trochu, and Kneehill County, as well as Golden Hill School Division. And the purpose of this position is to follow the FCSS mission to maintain and strengthen the quality of life for all residents. And this is done by planning and facilitating evidence-based preventative education programs for children, youth, and families. Through that, it's promoting social and emotional well-being for children, youth, and families. And there's also been collaboration with the family wellness workers to identify areas of needs in each of the towns, advertising, and they help to refer students to attend these programs. And I have been serving across the county in Three Hills, Trochu, Carbon, Acme, Linden, and so on. So I just want to give a little brief overview of the types of programs that were offered and facilitated in 2023. So some of them included leadership programs such as Kindness Captains and Lift and Business Builders. Some of them were art programs. Some of them were some kind of odds and end programs, but they were very much about social and emotional learning. And then we did have some teen programs, including our Youth Skill Zone, which is basically like an Adulting 101 program, talking about vehicle maintenance or budgeting or different personalities and getting along. So it's been quite a variety across the board. Through these programs, there have been a variety of different skills that have been targeted in order to build resilience. I've categorized them as such. So there are personal skills that are developed, including creativity, exploring personal identity, self-awareness, and critical thinking skills. We also talk about emotional skills, so being able to identify emotions, being able to regulate our emotions, all of which are very important things, not only for the children and youth, but as they grow to be adults as well. We also have been targeting interpersonal skills, so there's been a lot of teamwork, a lot of communication, and just that social connectivity and just interacting with their peers. And there's also been leadership skills, so such as problem solving, smart goal setting, project management, organizing their time, and so on. So some information about the participation of these programs. So in total, 64 programs were offered, 42 of which were facilitated. So this means that 66% of our programs were facilitated, and within that, 157 individual sessions were facilitated. So very, very busy throughout the year. And with that, there was an 82% of overall attendance rate, which is absolutely fantastic. Across the year, there were 197 unique participants. So unique participants means that that person was sitting in the chair attending the program at least once throughout the year. 64 people participated in multiple programs, and 24 participants were from the homeschool population.
Through the chair? Oh,
Yeah.
are we allowed to ask you questions as you go? Are you okay with that?
Sure, shoot, yeah, that's
I've got a
totally
really
fine.
short memory.
That's totally fine.
She never gets interrupted by students. She always just
Never,
presents.
never.
This
Councillor
might be a
Penner,
bad.
please go.
When you say 80%, 82% of the overall program attendance rate, do you set a number like you'd like to see 30 kids attend a program, or what do you mean by that 82% overall program attendance?
So 82, okay, so if I have a program, and let's say there's 8 kids that are supposed to be there, right? Like their grown-ups have signed them up, they've given in the consent forms, I'm expecting them to be there in the seat. It means that 82% of the time they were in the seat.
Right, so
Yeah.
it means the parents see the value in the program and they're
Yeah.
hoping to get their child there, and, okay. that's
Yeah,
awesome.
and so but if a parent says ahead of time of being hey, we're not able to make it to, the session over spring break because we're going on a last minute family trip, I'm not expecting that family to be there because they've already notified me, so they're not counted as part of that number. Does that make sense? Yeah, yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, okay, any other questions before I continue? No? Okay, perfect. I was just checking. That's absolutely fine. So in regards to the finances for the year, the total was, $69,404.54. And it was allocated in this parameter from Kneehill Regional FCSS, from the municipalities, from Golden Hill School Division, and we did also receive a donation this year as well. Last year as well. I don't know, I'm time jumping here. Last year. Okay, the whole reason we do these programs is for the betterment of the participants. So at the end of every program, we do surveys and about kind of the things that they learned. And these are some of the highlights that have been found across a variety of different programs. So some of them are in regards to self-esteem. So 94% of participants reported that the program helped them to understand that it is okay to be themselves. 91% reported that the program helped them to feel good about themselves more often. In regards to resilience, 93% of participants reported that they are more willing to try again if something they do does not work the first time. In regards to interpersonal skills, so that connectivity, 73% of participants reported that they are better at telling others about their feelings, and 86% of participants reported that they are better able to work with others on a team. Okay, so those are really, really stand out, and so it shows that there is a difference being made. At the end of every survey, I always ask the same 3 questions. So I always ask, what did you like most about this program? What is something that you learned from this program? And if there's anything else you would like to tell us, just the floor is open, positive feedback, negative feedback, whatever they want to tell us. And so there are so many different survey responses that I have gotten, but these are just a handful. So participants have learned to be confident and brave, to express your feelings to others, that it's okay to fail. Making mistakes can also be a good, cool, exciting thing if you look at it in a different way, and learn to not be so hard on yourself. And these are all things that we can take from childhood, adolescence, and into adulthood. So at the end of every,
Just to off mark, Michaela?
See, you
Yes.
just burst the dam.
Just-
Councilor McGee, go ahead.
yes.
I see a motivational poster to be printed off of this. This is just fantastic. Well stated by so many people, and I like the presentation of how you gave it to us. Thank you. That's really significant quotes.
Yeah, this is why I do the work. This is it.
Councilor Phobes, did you have a comment, or you're good? Okay.
It's okay to fail, right?
I love that the kids are getting this, because I think sometimes there is a lot of adults that don't understand how to do this. And so I've always encouraged my children that it's okay to fail. So when they've come to me and asked for a thing, I've said, well, what happens if you can't talk to me? Because it allows them to make the decision for themselves. Because I may not be walking on planet Earth forever, so I want to make sure I got a human being who knows how to make a decision for themselves. So this is amazing that you're doing this program that allows maybe not parents to have the ability to do this, but the kids to still be able to learn it. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, and the skills that like I really try to impart to the kids is just general life skills, right? Like not everything that we do is always going to be perfect, but you know, it's not about being perfect. It's about showing up and doing what you can with what you got. So, yeah. At the end of every program, I email the parents and the guardians to get their responses as well. So 100% of parents stated that their child or teen that attended the program, it has helped them to feel good about themselves more often, okay? And 97.6% of parents stated that they would be interested in similar programming in the future, meaning that there is a drive for this programming to continue. I also open the floor to any and all feedback that the parents or guardians have. And so some of these include, my son surprisingly had a lot to say about what he learned in this course. He enjoyed learning about himself and relating to other teens in his group. He is even willing to take more courses like it. Or from the Adulting 101, we did a mechanics course, and now she has an interest in mechanics and now wants to help me in my shop. So that expands their skills, right? You know, at the end of every program, I also do certificates that highlight the individual characteristics that that child has shown, right? It's not just a participation certificate, it's a, I don't know, like a creative expression award or the timekeeper award for the kid who's always asking, well, what time is it? What time is it, right? Like whatever characteristic that they show up with, I want to honor that because all of them are amazing things, right? So the feedback from that was my son really enjoyed the program and I love their certificates. I feel like they celebrate each child for their individuality. Like the list just goes on and on about all the fantastic quotes and stuff. So some of the trends that we observed throughout 2023 was that small group sizes have continued to foster trusting interpersonal connections and peer support among participants. So basically what that means is that because the group sizes are kept so small, they're allowed to connect with each other on like a deeper level, which is really great. A higher percentage of registration and attendance was done by elementary age children compared to youth, but that's kind of standard because youth are also very busy with other after school programs and sports and school and all the things that they're doing. Previous participation in programs has built a trusting relationship, resulting in participants now being more open to talk about explicit SEL, so social and emotional teachings and conversations. So last time I was here, we were talking about how we had to like hide the spinach in the cookie and they weren't really comfortable talking about their feelings and the things that made them stressed or like the hard things that they were going through. But because this rapport has been built and there's a relationship that has now been built, that they're now more able to just have conversations of like, this is what's going on for me, or this is, let's talk about feelings, or let's talk about stress and how to handle those things, and just having really explicit conversations about it. So that is something that has changed within the last year, which is really great. And just across the board, there's been a lot of positive feedback about the types of programs, their impact on communities, and this feedback has been provided by participants, parents, community members, and agencies all throughout the year. So it's just been really well received, which is great. I just want to say a special thank you to the people and organizations and groups that has helped to make the 2023 programs possible. So this includes the municipalities of Three Hills, Trochu, Linden, Acme, Carbon, and Kneehill County. I also want to say a special thank you to all of the principals at all of the schools who allow us to do advertising in their schools, allow us to use their venues to reduce barriers of like transportation. So that is really well appreciated. So many different agencies that have allowed us to use their venues, like during spring breaks or summer seasons, or volunteering to do the Adulting 101 programs, as well as the staff at FCSS. They've been very, very supportive, and they helped collaborate ideas or identify areas of need in the communities, and it's just been a really great team. So I just want to say thank you to all of the above. And I want to say thank you for letting me come and share this information with you guys. I really appreciate it. And if you guys have any additional questions, I am here to answer them.
Thank you, Michaela. You've heard this from me before, but I'm going to say it again. I am amazed at what you are accomplishing, and I'm very grateful for the work you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments from council or questions? Councillor Forbes.
I would like to know how you got the parents to fill out those surveys, because that's an ongoing issue here for our people. So I would be curious how you got them to do it, or they just were willing?
I don't know if they're more willing. I don't know. I send them like immediately after the last session. So I usually have them pre-programmed. So like if the last program ends at 5 o'clock that day, it's like sent out 5:30. Like once you get home, the email is in your inbox, so please fill it out. And it's just about getting an idea from parents about like what do they want, right? Or what are they seeing? So then that way we can continue with programming, right? Because if I didn't have the feedback from participants or parents, it would be really difficult to say, oh, okay, well, this is working well, or this is not, or these are new ideas, or that one didn't go so well, so let's kind of table that for a little bit, right? And so it's really, because I'm here for them and for their kids, right? And so being able to get their feedback and allowing them to have a voice and allowing their kids to have a voice from their own surveys that they complete it's absolutely important. And that's kind of what I frame it as, of just being like, so we can prepare for future programming. So.
Follow up, Councillor Forbes.
I love the fact that you have this as detailed, because as you know, we look at how you're being paid, and part of it is on the shoulders of the municipality. And so I love this data, because we could go to the province with it to show them that this actually does work in the schools, because at one time they were doing it and then they took it away. Maybe not on the scale you're doing it at, which I truly appreciate, but I love the data because it really does give us a voice at an RMA with those ministers to say, maybe you should be taking a better look at what we're doing here as a county for the youth of our county.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Data is amazing because you can't refute numbers. I don't know. I'm just a data queen. I've got like my Excel spreadsheets and I'm like, da 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 da. So I totally agree. Because spreadsheets are great. So anyways.
Councillor McGee.
I just wanted to clarify, I'm pretty sure you're gonna say yes to this, but do you see, now that you have been a repetitive years, we have you've been able to address more people, more of a diverse group of people that maybe weren't as fast to come in the beginning of your programs?
Yeah, so I would say yes to that. So we are reaching new people that did not participate last year, and so the spread is continuing to increase, and yeah. So.
Councillor Penner.
So coming out of the pandemic, a lot of the youth, every age group was affected severely in my books. do you, and we gave some more money and helped out a few more ways and whatever, and I'm, by the responses from these people, it looks like it did help, like, and you're seeing different aspects now that, than you did, like, when we came out of the pandemic. I'm sure there's still some of it, some of the kids are still, you know, inside. What do you see going forward that's going to be an issue? Like, or is it all, it's all good, we've still got a lot of that to deal with? The mental side of coming, you know, going through a pandemic.
I was trying to think of my response here.
That's all right, I don't mean to put you on the
No,
spot.
no, that's what this
we just like
session
to
is for.
When it's my turn.
No, we just like to keep it in the back of our minds on
Yeah.
the financial side, going forward to budgets
no.
and whatnot else, because we feel as a council that this program is so beneficial, and we have council members who have stood up and spoke on FCSS at our conventions, and so it's just nice to know, you know, it's like a dream. You know,
Well, thank
if
you.
you could help me with this aspect or something. but-
Yeah. So like the dream moving forward, so is continuing to focus on social emotional learning, obviously, because that's what the position is, but a lot of emotional regulation, especially like in the littles. So like the elementary aged. We are also currently working on having some family connection aspects. So right now we're facilitating like families connecting through art. And so a parent or guardian or grown up or whoever's coming. So the grown up and the kid or the teen are engaging in an art activity side by side, and then they're able to talk about it, because art is a really great way to open the door to have communication about kind of the harder things. In regards to the future, I think we're just going to continue plugging away at things like, emotional regulation, because that feelings are hard. Like, I don't know, from personal experience, feelings are hard, right? You don't have it together all the time. And so, I think that is definitely something that we're doing, peer connection, peer relationship, how to get along, you know, with each other. And I hope that answers your question. I'm not a fortune teller, so I don't exactly know, but like I do pride myself on being like as proactive as possible, but also being reactive. So like if I am seeing an issue, being able to like adapt and adjust as we go. So there's both aspects of that. So.
And you work with the family wellness workers in
And I
terms
do.
of development programming as well.
Yes.
Issues that they're seeing that they can't necessarily address, you are able to because of more flexibility that you have. And so you're not necessarily an island on your own.
I'm not an island.
You're hearing
no.
parent feedback, you're hearing feedback from the kids, you're hearing from our family wellness workers. So you have a good resource. And then there's a certain person sitting beside you who's not a bad resource either.
No, and it's really great because we actually met last week, and we were talking about ideas for the fall and just like bouncing around ideas of, okay, these are the needs in these different areas. And now that we've had that discussion, now I got to go back and do the research and pick the program, the evidence-based program that we want to use to target those and the population we want to target and age range. So
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Cunningham.
So Michaela and Shelley, I just want to thank you for all the work that you do, and keep up the good work. Further to what Councillor McGee said, the survey quotes are amazing. We always say out of the mouths of babes, right? That's where we learn stuff, and there's a lot of stuff. I wrote down express your feelings. I mean, a lot of those can transcend to adults as well too, right? So feelings are hard. So thanks again for all the work that you folks are doing.
thank you.
Councillor Christie.
Just a comment that I appreciate the participation that you've got it started, and it's a huge base to build on, so thank you very much for that.
Well, thank you. Thank you. It definitely is all about relationships, I've noticed. So it's, just building that relationship with participants, and people hear about it and then they register. They're like, oh, like I heard from my neighbor that this is a thing. And so, yeah.
Super. Any other comments or questions? Shelley, I know you have been very silent for the last few minutes, and Was there anything you wanted to add in addition to what Michaela has already shared? I hate to, I hate to bring you all the way here and then just turn you loose without an opportunity to speak. So is there anything you would wish to add? You know that here at this council table, you are a friend of ours and you're very well supported here as well. And so any comment or thought you would like to add?
Thank you. When there's a microphone, it hurts me not to be able to use it. So I appreciate, and I will try and make this short.
I do have a mute button.
Probably that's what in the new technology instead of the cane, right? Excuse me. So I just wanted to thank the county staff for their support. The donation that you've seen actually came through the county long table, and that really helped focus on that leadership stuff. And so we know the support is huge, and we just really appreciate that. It's not just community, but when you see that happen, you go, people appreciate those sorts of skill sets that are happening. So thank you for that. Kind of as a follow-up, and you guys will probably, I hope that you will invite me when my annual report is approved tonight, and I will have some opinions about moving forward. But just to follow up, Councillor Penner, with regards to moving forward, one of the things that we're seeing is certainly when we showed up at this table during the pandemic, we were seeing huge, like massive suicide ideation and anxiety, and to the point that it was scary. And absolutely our family wellness workers, I mean, they couldn't focus on anything else because that stuff is urgent. So I think it's positive. We are seeing those numbers come down a bit, which is good. The ones we have are very, like, they're a real struggle, like people are really struggling. The percentage is lower, but the ones that are down there are needing a lot of support and connections, things like that. The one thing we've seen an increase in is peer relationship conflict resolution, and I am so happy because that is pre-pandemic. We all don't get along all the time. We all have differing opinions about things, and that's part of life in general. So helping to give skill sets to people on negotiating through that is part of what our family wellness workers do, what we're doing with Michaela's position, and I'm hopeful that we continue to see that. I mean, I'm sure the schools don't like for me to say, because they're tired of kids arguing in the playground and stuff, but to me, that's easier for us to try and support skill level with than really trying to help people with suicide ideation. Like those are tough things for people. And the last one, in connection to what she said about the art program she's doing with kids and parents together, I really hope we can see moving forward with that. I hope that post-pandemic, right, where people spent more time together, that we can try and foster those relationships. Parents really, in the preventive world, are the best support for their children, and there is a tendency that we want to take them to an expert. And we believe that the parents with the right tools in their toolkit, they are the right person for that job. So Michaela providing this opportunity for them to connect, to learn how to have difficult conversations themselves without saying, I need a counselor or I need a therapist. We still have, that's still a big business because there are bigger things, right, that everyone needs tools for. But anyways, that's where I kind of see, and I'm sorry, I took probably more than my time, but those are some of the things I see us moving forward with. And we sincerely appreciate the municipal support to help us be able to move these things forward.
I'm sure you'll have opportunity to share more with me this evening. The thing that I appreciate, and I see it with the family wellness workers, I see it with you, Shelley, and I see it in Michaela, I see it throughout the organization in FCSS, is just the enthusiasm that's there and the passion for what you're doing. And That is extremely evident, and Michaela, it's very, very evident in what you shared with us today, so thank you for that. When you said you're here for the kids, it's evident that you are, and so thank you. Keep that passion, and we so much appreciate what you're doing. So my intent is not to make you cry, but to let you know that we are very, very appreciative of what it is that you're doing. And at this table, you have massive support, so thank you. And thank you for being here today and sharing with us. And Shelley, for coming along, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm glad you made it.
Your turn tonight? Michaela? Oh, yeah. Thank you again. And keep up the good work. Yeah, you're doing amazing things and it's evident, so thank you very much. And thank you for being here today. Can you see your way out the door?
Feelings are okay.
Yes. Oh, we will, thank you. All right, I had a request for a break. Okay. All right, we're going to take a break for, I'm going to say 5 minutes. So we're, or actually, I'm It is 10:50 a.m., and so I am going to call our council meeting back to order as promised. And the next order of business in our agenda is 4.1.2, road closure bylaw 1870, undeveloped road allowance adjacent west of section 252325 west of 4. And welcome, Ms. Keever. And anytime you're ready.
Good morning. I guess I need you guys to think way back. Year and a half from now. Lazy Hasty Ranch approached the county in their desire to purchase the undeveloped road allowance on the west side of the west half of section 253325. By closing the undeveloped road allowance and ultimately purchasing the land, it would allow the landowner access to his land. The undeveloped road allowance will never be developed into a road, as Range Road 25-1 was diverted around the Three Hills Creek. This portion of road is known as the Hasty North Project and was recently resurfaced, not recently, in 2021. This road has already a 100-foot right-of-way, and closure of the proposed undeveloped road allowance will not interfere with legal access to any other parcels. On October 25th is when you guys gave first reading to Bylaw 1870, and the public hearing was held on November 15th, 2022. No letters were received in favor or opposition, and comments were received from the TELUS Communications advising of a right-of-way agreement. This agreement will be registered simultaneously with the survey plan. The Minister of Transportation approved the road closure on March 18th, 2024. The applicant will be responsible for all costs associated with hiring a surveyor, purchasing the land, and transferring to consolidate the portion of the undeveloped road allowance into the northwest of 25 and the southwest of 25. The consolidation will increase the acreage of the northwest quarter to 161.4 acres and the southwest quarter to 162.85 acres. As per the county's road closure process, if the road is being closed for consolidation purposes, an appraisal of the land must occur prior to second reading to determine the fair market value of the road allowance to be consolidated. The applicant can hire an appraiser or use the value of the county's assessor, what he advises. The assessor has provided a value of $5,000 for the portion to be consolidated into the northwest quarter and $10,500 for the southwest quarter. The applicants have indicated that they accept the assessor's value. So your options today, or is there discussion? Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Keever. Are there any questions? Councillor Penner?
Just the wait time, like, is it just because we had to wait for the government and
Oh, completely.
is it always this long? Or did they get some through quicker, or is this a COVID still excuse? Or?
No, I think this is typically, you're typically looking at a year. This one was a year and a half, maybe a little bit more because of the creek going through there, and they had a few more questions. But no, typically this is what we have to wait.
Okay, thank you.
Thank God they initiated the red flag laws or whatever.
Exactly.
Red tape reduction?
Yep.
Councillor Phobes?
It's more just for my information, the application fee of $1,000. What do you get for $1,000? Like, what is included in that? Because someone asked me, I'm like, I don't know, but I'll ask when I go to council.
I guess, well, road closures, they do have to go through the public hearing process. So there's your added fee, because the same way with a bylaw amendment, that's $900. So it's, you know, we have to send out notifications.
That's just the cost of doing all of
The business.
that application. Okay.
Correct.
I just
And
was
then
curious.
there's the wait time. And then I think with a road closure, there's a few more processes. Like obviously now, if I'm hoping we receive a third reading, it's still not done. We've got to deal with the transfers and.
Okay, any other questions or comments? If not, Councillor Christie.
I'd make the motion to approve and accept the value of $15,500 for approximately 5.651 acres of the undeveloped road allowance on the west side and the west half of section 253325 west of the fort.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion to approve that valuation. Good thing they're not putting it in the market, because they would definitely get more. But so any question or additional comment on the value of $15,500 for the 5.651 acres? If not, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so what's our wish as regards to Deputy Reeve Woodstock?
I would like to move that council give second reading to bylaw 1870 to pursue the road closure and consolidation of the undeveloped road allowance adjacent the west side of the west half of section 253325 west of 4.
Thank you. So we have a motion that council give second reading from Deputy Reeve Woodstock of bylaw 1870 to pursue the road closure and consolidation of the undeveloped road allowance adjacent to the west half of section 252325 west of 4. We all know exactly where that is. Any further comment or question? If not, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is also carried unanimously. Councillor Forbes.
So council provide third and final reading, am I in the right one? Yes, I am, sorry. Third and final reading to bylaw 1870, that being a bylaw to pursue the road closure and consolidation of the undeveloped road allowance adjacent to the west side of west half of section 25 west of 4.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Forbes. So there it is, give third reading to bylaw 1870 to pursue the road closure and consolidation of the undeveloped road allowance adjacent to the west side of the west half of section 253325 west of 4. Any discussion, question, follow up? Not seeing any. Ask the question. All those in favor? And that is also carried unanimously. And before you run away from that seat and allow Miss Hay Morgan, I'm assuming, is going to follow you, I just want to say on my behalf, and I assume on behalf of council, and I said it to Barb earlier, but I want to say it to you and Brandy while you're in the room, thank you. All the work that was done on that landfill proposal and redesignation is very much appreciated by council, and you need to know that, and so we very much appreciate that. And I know Barb said she would tell you guys, but you happen to be here in the room, so here's our opportunity to do that. So just so you know, it's very much appreciated, all the work that was done. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And for the record, I will never run for council.
It's on record now.
So what you're saying is Carrie's job is secure. And thank you for that. Okay, moving on. Next item of business is 4.1.3 Bylaw 1900 Land Use Bylaw Amendment. And welcome, Ms. Hay Morgan, and anytime you're ready.
We just want to make sure you hear from all of planning today. The background on this is, Bylaw 1900 is a bylaw amendment to local rural commercial. And the background on this proposal is Brendan Ramsey, and who has authorized Laura Ramsey as his agent, have applied to redesignate 2.29 acres, or portion of the Southwest 132925 Plan 8610569 Block 2 from agricultural to local rural commercial district for a future development of a special events venue. Under the Municipal Government Act, applications for redesignation of the lands require a public hearing to be held prior to adopting the bylaw creating the new district. First reading to proposed bylaw is the mechanism to get an application in the queue. All information and questions regarding the application are brought forward to the public hearing so it can be heard by everyone. The public hearing process is a legislative process. As per the MGA, council must hear any person or group of persons who claim to be affected by the proposed bylaw. Any landowner who feels they will be impacted by a proposed development, either positively or negatively, will have an opportunity to come and speak about the matter directly at the public hearing. Affected parties can also submit their comments in writing. These comments will be included in the public hearing package for council consideration. Participation in the public hearing is a legislative method to provide your comments for council for consideration. Once a public hearing is closed, no additional information should be considered in the decision-making process. Redesignations are about the proposed use. It is not a permit to develop. If successful in their redesignation, specific details regarding the development will be required to be submitted with their application to develop. This subject parcel is bound by Range Road 251 on the west and is located approximately 2 miles south of Highway 575. The applicants have indicated they want to utilize existing buildings, which is a Quonset and grain bins, for an event venue for the focus to be weddings and may entertain other events if suitable. The event venue will have an approximate capacity of 150 people and camping available, and in the future, the additions of timber frame cabins for overnight accommodations for guests only. The proposed use has warranted redesignation. No subdivision is proposed, and so this would be considered spot zoning.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any questions for Ms. Hager-Morgan regarding Bylaw 1900? Councillor Penner?
Just for my own, Brandy, spot zoning. Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, so it's two uses. So the parcel is ag, and then they're going to take, when you look at the bylaw there in your package, and you'll see how they have spots. It's spot zoning. So it'll be a mixed use. When we pull it up on our system, it'll say mixed use, which triggers to us that we have two designations here. And then this is not going to be all ag anymore. It's going to be part ag and part local rural commercial.
Okay, so they do that for tax reasons.
No, because in ag, you can't have a wedding venue. So in the spots that we've specified, this is where the wedding venue will be held.
Okay, so yeah, I'm trying to wrap, I know this location, I'm trying to wrap my head around it. Why the whole area isn't redone, you know?
They, not to tell their story, but they have horses.
Okay, that's all.
So
Yeah, that's all I
they
need
also
to know.
don't want their house to be part of the local rural commercial. Also, the district can't really have housing. You can have employee housing.
Okay.
So there's a lot of reasons for why
There
they're
is,
carving
yes.
it out. Yep.
And I don't mean to be rude, I just
Oh,
want
no.
to learn a little bit about it and why they would do such a thing, you know?
Yeah,
like
no.
that.
All valid questions. Appreciate it. So it's good.
Councillor Christie, you had a question.
I guess the question I have is more directed probably to the planning commission at the end of the day for regulations of what can happen there. I'm thinking about Boombox Farms that was just north of our boundary. I don't want to go there.
Yeah. Yeah, they were also operating without a permit, so we don't really need to go there.
Okay. So-
Councillor Penner?
So just to follow up more to this, there is a major railway line right
Yes.
there, and I'm sure, like the setbacks and all that kind of stuff to these spot zoning areas, like, yeah, go ahead.
That's why we've drawn it, so you can see
Okay.
the track. So the area, we've already included that.
Okay, so that's part of my, my question is why that line is there, not at the fence line, things like
Yeah.
that, okay.
So we already made it so that this is your boundary. You have to be set back. So a lot of this isn't going to be, they're going to use the Quonset, which is existing as the facility for their venues. The little square to the north is, they're using the barn as a backdrop for people to get married. You're not going in the barn. And so parking is going to, again, we're getting into development details. So a lot of the setbacks, there's not going to be physical things built there. That's the
Thank you
area.
for reminding us we're getting beyond the scope of what we're talking about. And that's no problem. We need that reminder on occasion, just to stay within the boundaries, so. Any other questions related to the redesignation from agriculture district to local rural commercial? So all those things around traffic and actual development within the site, all that comes back once this redesignation is finalized, so. And through the public hearing process. Any further questions regarding the redesignation? If not, I would be looking for what's the wish of council. So, Councillor Penner.
I would make the motion that council give first reading to proposed bylaw 1900 for the purpose of amending land use bylaw 1808 by redesignation portions of southwest of 13, 29, 25, west of 4, plan 8610569, block 2, from agricultural district to local rural commercial.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion from Councillor Penner that we move first reading. This is to facilitate the process of proposed bylaw 1900 for the purpose of amending land use bylaw 1808 by redesignating portions of the Southwest 132925 west of 4, Plan 86100569, Block 2, from Agriculture District to Local Rural Commercial. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
And one other motion we need to make, which is to schedule the public hearing just before you escape. Go ahead, Councillor Cunningham.
I'll make the motion that council move to schedule the public hearing for bylaw 1900 as per sections 216.4 and 692 of the Municipal Government Act to be held on June 11th, 2024 at 10 a.m.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion to schedule the public hearing for bylaw 1900 as per sections 216.4 and 692 of the Municipal Government Act to be held on June 11th, 2024 at 10 a.m. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor? Thank you, that's carried unanimously. And I assume we're not relocating for this public hearing?
To be determined.
To be determined, yes. Doesn't appear that way, right? Okay, so we'll move on in our agenda to 4.4.1, CAEP Economic Development Events in Central Alberta. And welcome, Ms. Gerbrandt. And I think this is your first opportunity to be here in front of council.
Good morning. It is my first opportunity. I'm looking forward to it.
Have you met all of council?
I have. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. All right. So, whenever you're ready.
All right. So
Thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Reeve, and good morning, council. We've been brought forward a few opportunities with CAEP, the Central Economic Partnership. And two of the opportunities that have been presented to us are the first one on May 23rd. They're hosting an economic development event in Red Deer at the Westerner Park. And this event will feature Premier Danielle Smith along with ministers from the various ministries within the government of Alberta. So it's an opportunity to network and discuss economic opportunities within the Central Alberta region. And all funds from this event will then return back to CAEP. There's also a second event that is hosted in the Camrose area on June 12th for the day at Cherry Lane B&B. And this is an opportunity, it's called the Business and Blue Jeans event. And this primary objective of this event is to just help build relationship and explore cooperation opportunities from these guest speakers. So we looked at the Camrose event as an opportunity to kind of mimic what's happening through the Ag Outlook series that's being discussed. So we wanted to just take that time to explore and network with some potential speakers that might be valuable. So with this, because both these opportunities are likely also being received by council and the economic development staff, we were just looking for some direction on how to present these opportunities for attendance from Kneehill County and council.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Questions, comment, discussion? Councillor Cunningham, please.
So can I just confirm the June 12th date for the Blue Jeans event? Is that the same night that we're hosting our ratepayer meeting in Sunny Slope?
Yes.
Okay, so there would be a little bit of a conflict with,
Well, this one ends at 3:30.
so Camrose, and ours starts at 4. So you probably, it'd be a little bit of a overlap. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm my dates and make sure I wasn't.
Depends on whether you're traveling with me or not, I guess. Yeah, okay, that's a good comment and worthwhile pointing that out. Any other questions or comments related to the two events that are being presented? Councillor Forbes?
Just for clarification, the one on in 2 weeks here, when did we receive this invitation?
I got this one in my inbox about 10 days ago.
Okay.
Councillor McGee, yeah.
As a person who's on the board, we had a unscheduled meeting to address this issue. There was some holdups with some of the agencies we work with to get the information out, and so no one had it any faster. The entire CAEP membership, as well as all the municipalities and sponsors and so forth, didn't have this information until exactly the same day as Wendy did.
The email that I received was May 7th with this event, and I believe it might have gone to all the council. Okay, any other question or comment regarding the two potential events? Yeah, Councillor Phopes.
And because I always get these questions from the people that phone me, is per diems added into the cost of this?
So, generally speaking, if this event was approved by council for council attendance, that authorizes then the per diem, the travel, and the ticket price purchase for councillors who would attend. And theoretically, it's built into the budget for council training and activities over the course of the year. And Mr. Hogan, if you want to just make sure I'm correct on all of that, or somebody help me out here.
To Mr. Reeve, you are correct. So when we put these in front of you, it's always, here's the cost. Per diems and mileage will of course be added extra to that when council claims those. That additional amount is budgeted and covered for under council's operations within the budget.
Any other questions or concern or comment? Councillor Cunningham, please.
Can I just confirm, and this might be more a question for Councillor McGee, on the sheet that you gave us, the May 23rd event, this is a fundraiser for CAEP, is that correct?
Yeah, it is. It's fully, so it's fully around supporting CAEP, and then CAEP wanted to be giving a fundraiser that facilitated opportunities for their membership to be better connected to the whole vision of what the province has around the economy and our development, how we can be partners.
So it's a fundraiser and a networking opportunity, plus a chance to be exposed to not only the premier, but other ministers who might have input on economic development that's happening.
Right, so every MLA that would be within the CAEP region of membership was invited to attend, as well as every minister.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comments, questions? If there are none, Mr. Hogan, please, sorry.
Just through you, Mr. Chair, just did want to confirm for council's knowledge. We did question if this was any sort of fundraiser for the individuals attending, like the government ministers, stuff like that. It is not. Municipalities have gotten themselves in trouble in the past participating in those, but this is a CAEP event. So just for council's awareness, we did look at that.
And so because it's a fundraiser event, I'm assuming part of the ticket price probably goes towards that. Plus there's probably, I thought I saw in there was live auction or something. And so if a councillor was to participate in that, they would be strictly on their own as far as participation within that type of portion of the event. So if I went and I bought something,
So
like a
Mr.
huge
Reeve,
painting,
yeah, I was
and
gonna
I
say,
spent $1,000, it doesn't go on my expense.
I feel like you're asking if the municipality would fund your silent auction bids, and the answer is definitively no.
Need another
Boy.
motion for that?
You bought it, you pay for it, and it's not submittable. Okay.
So just for
Go
clarification.
ahead, Councillor
sorry.
Penner.
Who all is invited to this event?
Yes.
Councillor McGee.
I'm sorry, unless you
Or
prefer.
Ms. Gerber-Brandt,
Okay,
whichever one of you wants to tackle it.
Just assumed that's what they, my apologies to the Reeve for assumptions. So invited to all members, all past members, all past sponsors, and we also need to understand, I'm not sure if you're all aware, that some of our membership are businesses that are also have associative members, so they were also invited. We also have the ability as members, if we want to extend this to someone in our community that we think would benefit from this for our community, we have that privilege as well if we'd like to. And I failed to make sure that that was understood when I gave administration information.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Penner?
Okay, so just to follow up, to me, it looks like it could be a benefit because you're all there for the same reason, trying to build economic partnerships and whatnot else. Like, you're not trying to teach me about it kind of thing. You're already all at roughly the same level, and it's great to see that there's so many ministers are able to attend, and from different portfolios, of course, but I mean, it all is economic. It's a partnership, right, with all of them too.
That's right. The idea is to be able to learn about the programs that are affiliated with each of those ministers and to be able to have those discussions with them throughout the evening as well.
Mr. Gannon?
Through the chair, I just want to make sure that council understands there's been quite a bit of shift over the last year or so within the provincial government of different programs, especially when it looks at economic development. As we look at the tourism zones and they look at the different initiatives that are moving forward. So this gives a great opportunity to potentially have a greater understanding to those changes from directly from those ministers or those partners within those fields. And it creates a great opportunity to see where we potentially can benefit as an organization and find those opportunities and really trigger those to bring back to council for consideration.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor McGee and then Councillor Cunningham.
And thank you for that. And just to add to that, my experiences being part of this board has been, we have really developed a strong relationship with the provincial bodies of all kinds of dynamics as CAEP. We have had lots of accolades from those higher provincial bodies for this particular. Not all of the regions are doing such a great job of building those relationships. And through those relationships, fast-pacing economic development in your region, getting connected to the right people and getting developers into the right people, all those things come together much smoother when we have these strong relationships. And I just want to say I'm very proud to be part of CAEP, who's built a really strong with the province, and that is a rather new thing in the last 3 years.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Cunningham.
Just further to Councillor Penner's, I think I'm maybe on the same lane as you. I'm just not sure with the recommended motion for number 1. Are we directing administration to purchase tickets for all of council or for council plus a certain amount of administrative people as well?
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. Administration is looking through our own budget on if we're going to be sending our own staff to the event. We're looking at especially the CAEP event with the ministers to pull information. The consideration within the presentation is how many members of council may want to participate in this event so that we can make arrangements for council.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion?
I guess I'll just put it out there. Is anybody available or willing to? I'm not available, but would like to attend. I think with this many ministers and being an association, members are already at the same level. I think it's a great event if somebody would like to attend.
Okay, are you making a motion then?
Do I have to give exact numbers or just, I would direct I
I think
would
if you made the motion, then what we would do is poll counselors to see who's available or who might
Okay, I'll make that
attend,
motion.
And then that would be the direction to administration in terms of the number of tickets that we would be buying for council.
Okay, I'd make the motion to direct administration to purchase tickets for those wanting to attend the Central Alberta Economic Partnership Economic Development, does that make sense? Event on May 23rd to be funded through the strategic initiatives.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion that council would direct administration to purchase tickets and for the Central Alberta Economic Partnership Economic Development event in Central Alberta to May 23rd to be funded through strategic initiatives. So any further comment? Deputy Reeve Whitstock.
Just a silly question. How many chairs at a table?
Councillor McGee.
8.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Are we prepared to vote on the motion or to say whether, let's vote on the motion, I guess, first, and then we'll determine who may or may not be attending. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion? Okay, and that's carried unanimously. So now the question would be May 23rd. The event starts at 5:30 p.m. at Westerner Park in Red Deer. Availability, that's a Thursday. It's post Municipal Planning Commission meeting. Okay, Councillor Christie. Councillor McGee. You're going to make yourself available? I'm so surprised. So we have Councillor Phobes. Okay. Councillor Cunningham.
I have another meeting that night, but I possibly could maybe get out of that. So could I get back to administration tomorrow?
I think so. That's okay with administration? Mr. Gannon.
Yes, what I recommend is that the nomination be put in as a seat and then put in a cancellation if you can't go.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Whitstock.
Not exactly sure right now. I may need permission. It has something to do with a birthday party that I may or may not, well, yeah, if she's, yeah.
So that's a no? Okay. So you're a very, maybe,
I will get back.
possibly never, okay. Okay, so we have Councillor Christie, Councillor McGee, Councillor Phobes. I'm just looking at my calendar, and that's a Thursday, so should be all right. So you can put me down as a yes, and then Councillor Cunningham and Deputy Reeve Whitstock as a possibly, maybe we'll let you know, but yes. And so that, and Councillor Penner, you're not available. So that's 6 council. So we're approaching a load limit for a table, but we're not there. So that's the direction, I guess, that we're giving. So we have the motion to purchase the tickets, and you have an indication of councillors who would be interested. Okay, thank you. All right, there was another event that was presented to us, and a possible complication with that. The Business and Blue Jeans event at Camrose. Discussion, comment, questions related to that event. So that one, Councillor Cunningham, please.
I would just say that I won't attend that one just because of the time frame to get back to Sunny Slope, and that's kind of my priority is to be at the ratepayer meeting and be there in good time and not get a speeding ticket on the way back as per other council members. So yeah, so I would not choose not to attend that one, but thank you.
Thank you. Any other question or comment? Councillor McGee.
I guess to follow the same process as the last one, I will make the motion that council direct administration to purchase tickets for council to attend the Business and Blue Jeans event to be funded through the strategic initiatives.
Okay, thank you for that. And this event is June 12th. And it is a 9:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. event at, in Camrose County. So any further discussion to the motion? Okay, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Again, that's carried unanimously. So the question becomes then, which of council, and we've already had Councillor Cunningham say no, so are there members of council who would like to attend that event?
I'd go to that one, but I'd be late for Sunny Slope when I get there.
Okay,
Supper will be ready for you.
supper will be on. And this, the Sunny Slope event starts at 4 and goes till 7. Okay.
On a
Counselor-
no, because I can't make the second rate pay meeting, we have a personal, it clashes with a personal event, so I'll definitely be at the 12th rate pay meeting.
Councillor McGee.
I would like to go, and I will be just leaving early.
Okay, Councillor McGee, thank you. Anyone else expressing interest in attending the Blue Jeans and Business? I'm not seeing any, so the indication that I'm getting is that there would be 2 of council members, probably very appropriate, CAEP and Wild Rose Community Futures. So, all right, there's your direction, and thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like to add an additional comment, or you're good?
No, I think that's everything.
That
Thank you
covers
very
it
much for your time.
Councillor Cunningham has a question.
Just with your permission, Reeve, I just wanted to ask an economic development question, and it could be more to Mr. Gannon because Wendy wouldn't have been here at the time. I spent the weekend cleaning out my office, which was really a lot of fun. I came across our council economic development survey that we did in October, and I'm just wondering, do we have a time frame when the results of that is coming back to council?
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. Great question. Our economic development manager has been working with our contractor to pull that information together. Draft will be coming to the committee whole, I believe, in June. That's when we're expecting to bring that information back for consideration. Through that consideration, we want to understand it is a draft. We're hoping for a lot of feedback, so we can bring the polished product back for council for consideration at a regular council meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. I think that's got it. And thank you, Ms. Grant, for being here and presenting these 2 options.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
All right, good.
We look forward to more. Because we're approaching the witching hour, which is lunchtime, and Mr. McKernan, I'm going to ask you the question. Do you think we could manage Huxley wastewater prior to lunch? So are you anticipating no questions?
Oh, you're getting
So I'm just wondering if we might not be better off to delay you to just right after lunch, if that's okay with you, and then we could maybe deal with some other of the items that are on our agenda prior to that, and then you would have our complete attention, and you might sneak something by because we're sleeping, because we're after lunch. So if that's okay with you, then I'm just going to shuffle our agenda, and then that gives you time to do whatever until, let's say, 1 o'clock. Okay? And thank you for your patience in waiting. I just think it's going to take us more than half an hour, and I'd rather not pause in the middle. So the next item then on our agenda, since I postponed 5.1, would be 5.2, and that is a request around Three Hills Cruise Night and a request for water truck. And welcome. One of our mics is here today.
Thank you very much. So Kneehill County has received a request from the Three Hills Cruise Committee to supply a water truck and an operator and approximately 60,000 liters of water to fill the barriers for the planned drag races at the airport. They're to take place on June 1st there and that weekend. So Kneehill County has a tank trailer capable of hauling approximately 16 cubes of water. The trailer is currently used for our dust control application. The trailer will be filled at our county shop, and then we'll drive it over there and assist the committee in filling barricades the Friday prior to the races. So the financial implications will require the use of the water truck and an operator and some water. So the estimated cost would be roughly $1,208. This would be funded through the operating budget. So the recommended motion would be that council approves the use of the water truck and an operator to supply and fill barricades for the 2024 Three Hills Cruise weekend races.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Conklin. Questions? Councillor Forbes.
And I got this from a ratepayer, so what do you do with the 60,000 liters of water after it's done?
I believe the committee, or the Three Hills Cruise Committee, just releases it into the grass at the airport.
So you're not watering trees or anything with it that could be used that way?
Not that I believe.
Because it is an awful lot of water just to be released on grass, is a question I got, especially with droughts in Alberta.
So I guess the request for us is to fill them.
Yeah.
And after that, our obligation to them is done. So we're providing the water and the truck and the operator to fill those barricades.
Correct. They do have a lot of people on the committee that also provide water, so the 60,000 liters is usually a little less. We usually take about one tank and a half out. So those committee members also provide water from their private farm trucks and stuff. So it's not all county provided water. We just don't know the exact number. They estimate 60,000 to fill all the barricades. So if no one else was able to provide a water truck, then we have that where we are able to fill them for them. That's why we request that much water.
And they prefer, of course, a controlled release at the end of their event rather than a immediate release.
Correct.
Because something bad went wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So what's the wish of council? Councillor Cunningham?
I'll make the motion that council approve the use of a water truck and operator and supply water to fill barricades for the 2024 Three Hills Cruise weekend races.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Hogan, you had a question or a comment?
I can just, I can address council after the vote too. It was just to provide some information, but it's not relevant to the vote.
Okay. Any further questions? We have the motion in front of us to approve the use of the water truck and operator and supply water to fill barricades for the 2024 Three Hills Cruise weekend races. And thank you, Councillor Cunningham. If there are no questions, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? Let's get opposed? Carried. Mr. Hogan.
Just through you, Mr. Chair, the question did come up at the last council meeting around what the total cost of this that we do in each year is. It does fluctuate year to year, but there are not a large number of these types of events that we do. We've had the request for Linden Sports Days for this one here. Linden Sports Days, I believe, is our first year doing that one. This one's been an annual one for many years. So when we're looking at the costs involved in that, it will change a bit year to year, but it's always going to be in that ballpark of several $1,000s a year, depending on if we get one of these or if there's, I think the odd time in the past, we've there's been a bit of work done for a hall or some gravel provided to a particular party, that sort of thing. So, like a public party, like a hall, those types of events. And so they're not, this is really the only one that's consistent each year, although Linden Sports Days, I would suspect, will become consistent. But, so it does fluctuate a bit, but the cost is not large.
Okay. If there's no further discussion or questions, thank you, Mr. Conkin. And we look forward to having you back. The next item on our agenda is 6.1, which is Bylaw 1901, 2024 Local Improvement Bylaw Amendments. And welcome, Ms. Nyman. Boy, I have to struggle to get that one. Thank you.
Sorry.
So, Regina, welcome, and whenever you're ready, please.
Sure. Good morning. So today I'm presenting the 2024 Local Improvements Bylaw Amendments, and we just have one this year, and the amendment is to the Sunny Slope Water Pressure Local Improvement. So this bylaw has been in place since 2012 and ends in 2026. So what this bylaw is the ability for us to put on the tax rolls $562.95 for 15 years for water risers. So this has been in place for quite a while now and ends in 2026. Anytime that there is an amendment to the original bylaw, like the original bylaw has a list of roll numbers that were allowed to go on to this 15-year program to pay through their taxes. Anytime that there is an amendment to that original bylaw, we have to bring it forward. So the only amendment I have this year is to one of the rolls. They did a subdivision and their roll now has a lot block plan. So that is the addition that I need to bring forward to have amended. It's just to include that lot block plan number. And this bylaw allows me to go forward with the Sunny Slope with the change and put it on their tax roll for this year. So I'm just kind of asking for first reading, second reading, consideration to hold third reading, and that third reading be given so that this change can be made and we can move forward with it on the tax roll.
Okay. So anytime there's an amendment to the rules that are included in this bylaw, it mandates a change.
Yeah, then we have to bring it forward to amend it. So if like if a new rule had been, like if the riser had been on a new rule, we would have to bring it forward. Usually it's just subdivisions. Okay. And sometimes people will pay off the risers. They want to pay it in advance, and then I'd have to also bring it forward at that time because we would be taking it off the bylaw.
Okay.
Yeah, so those are just the major two that you would see for this one. And that is actually the only change that happened this year, so it's just the one.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions or discussion? Deputy Reeve Whitstock.
So this was done just shortly? Like a year ago?
Last year.
And what's our current fee for that?
For the
riser?
For the riser, the master rates bylaw has it listed at 10,000 for this year, but these aren't those, this isn't new. This one was from 2012. It's just when they subdivided, that subdivision, the riser is still on the same property, but the lot block plan is added to that rule.
Oh, I see. Okay,
So
I
it's
get
just, it's the exact same thing as it's been, but because of the lot block plan.
The riser was initially there.
Yeah.
All we're doing is changing the location.
We're just putting the lot block plan on it.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
just to make it more accurate.
All right, good. Thank you very much for that explanation because the math wasn't adding up for me.
Oh,
So
sorry.
that being said, I would move that, oh, shoot, sorry. So I would move the council give first reading to bylaw 1901, that being a bylaw for the Sunny Slope Water Pressure Local Improvement Bylaw Amendment, replacing Schedule B of bylaw 1689 due to subdivision activity. And thank you very much for that explanation.
So it's just clarifying the legal description of the property in question.
That's it, yeah. Yeah, no additions or deletions, yeah.
So then we have a motion from Deputy Reeve Whitstock that council give first reading to bylaw 1901, that being a bylaw for the Sunny Slope Water Pressure Local Improvement Bylaw Amendment, replacing Schedule B of bylaw 1689 due to subdivision activity. Any further comment, question, discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Councillor Cunningham.
I'll make the motion that second reading be given to bylaw 1901.
Thank you for that, Councillor Cunningham. So we have a motion from Councillor Cunningham that we give second reading to bylaw 1901. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is also carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Christie.
I make the motion for consideration to hold third reading of. I'll start over. I'll give the motion to give consideration to hold third reading of the given bylaw in 1901.
Okay. So thank you, Councillor Christie. So we have a motion that we give consideration to hold third reading to bylaw 1901, and that requires unanimous consent from council. Any discussion? All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. So make sure the record shows that. And then we have one other motion then that we would need. Councillor Forbes.
That council provide third and final reading of bylaw 1901.
Thank you, Councillor Forbes. So we have a motion from Councillor Forbes that we provide third reading to bylaw 1901. Any last opportunity for discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is also carried unanimously. So thank you, Ms. Nyman.
Thank you.
I'll get better at that. And thank you for being here and for bringing this today, and we appreciate it. So thank you very much. Okay, the next item on our agenda is item 6.2, additionally named insured request. So Lunch with Friends Society and, okay. Yes, we are. Thank you, Teresa, for being here and for presenting today. I actually was kind of half looking for Chaisley. So.
Thank you. Yes, Chaisley was wonderful and prepared the report for us, but I'll be presenting it on her behalf. So thank you, Council. On behalf of Chaisley, I'm here to seek permission from Council to provide A&I insurance or additional named insurance for the Lunch with Friends Society. The background on this is the RMA insurance, our insurance provider, allows us to provide additional named insurance for our not-for-profit organizations that provide services within the county. And in this case, we've fulfilled the application for the organization and went to RMA, and they provided a quote, and the next step is to seek council's approval. Again, they're a non-for-profit society that's providing lunch once a week for free, and they do operate out of Three Hills, but provide services for Kneehill County. So we currently offer this service to a number of community groups, including the Swalwell Community Hall, the Hesketh Community Hall Association, Kneehill Adult Learning Society, and in 2023, the Wimborne Community Center was added. There is some implications for staffing on these because we're required to manage them on behalf. So we're the go-between for the additional named insurer in between the RMA. So we do provide that administration. So council is seeking, administration is seeking approval for a motion to add the A&I, the Lunch with Friends Society, but also as a second motion to direct administration to develop a policy and criteria for our future acceptance of A&Is, because we currently don't have that in place. And that would be helpful for us in decision making.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any questions? Councillor Forbes.
I see they're being run out of the Three Hills Community Center. So what's our insurance covering, that building or just their time in that building, or?
Yes, through the reef to Councillor Forbes. Yes, we're providing insurance for their operations within the buildings for the time they're in there. So it's not for their building, it's for the operations. So for instance, if somebody was to get sick off their lunch and come back with a lawsuit against or put in an insurance claim, then that would go through. There have been some claims through RMA. We did do some research on past claims, and there have been some across different municipalities, but none of them have increased insurance premiums at this time.
Councillor Forbes, follow up?
Yes, so since they're preparing the meals there and they're driving them to residents that live within our borders, are the vehicles, are we covering the insurance? Because I just want to make sure that the vehicle insurance, if the driver is leaving that facility to go to one, that we're not on the hook for it.
So, this
It's a
is
different
not,
group that
this is
drives
not a
it?
delivery.
Okay.
It's not delivery.
Okay.
So
Well-
this is just the
Okay,
Wednesday
so
or
Councillor
Thursday?
Penner, then
Sorry.
Councillor Cunningham.
Yeah, and you can. Sorry, you go, you know more about it, Arlie.
Councillor Cunningham?
Honestly, I don't know everything about the project, but my understanding is Lunch with Friends is hosted at the Three Hills Community Center, and everybody comes to the community center, so there's no taking the lunches elsewhere. Everybody congregates at the community center. Yeah. Yeah.
Just for clarity, because it wasn't in there and it was a question I received.
And they not only service Three Hills town residents, but residents from throughout the county, so.
So what we're saying is this is a liability insurance coverage for them, like, for their little community halls, there is the contents and the building itself, but they're just asking for the liability side of the A&I insurance.
Through the reeve to Councillor Penner, yes, that is the case. It's for the liability for their operations.
Okay, just manage the conversation a little bit here. I'm hearing 2 or 3 going on, so Mr. Hogan and then Councillor Forbes.
Through Mr. Chair, the way, like the additional named insurance the way that essentially what goes on in that program is that the organization that is the ANI is able to access the insurance package that they require. So whether that's building and contents or just liability or director's insurance, whatever, they're able to access insurance through Kneehill County. And because of course we have access to the RMA, to the broad insurance program. They're just accessing a package for their use through us. So that's the way that the ANI program works. They're paying the premiums get billed directly to them. It's just opening up an additional insurance option for them that they're making use of. We'll probably come back to that idea when we're done dealing with the specific. There's another question that staff have posed in the second motion that we'll probably talk about that more.
Okay. Councillor Forbes, you had another question.
Since it's going to be under us, and I'm always going to have these because of the food safety issues. Do every person in that kitchen have food safety on them? Or does the majority? Because I don't want them on insurance if they're going to make people sick because you don't know how to handle food safely. So this is an issue that I have because I do cater. So it's always in the back of my mind when I'm feeding people. So I just don't want this insurance, if no one has food safety, to affect us down the road.
So I guess I'm not sure, and Mr. Hogan, maybe you'll help me out, or Ms. Cochran, maybe you'll help us out. I don't know that the decision we're making, it's on us to determine whether they are meeting provincial health standards. And my assumption would be that they're not allowed to operate and do what they are doing without having that in place.
Thank you.
So somebody try to help clarify that?
Yeah, I can help. Thank you through the reef to Councillor Forbes. We don't have the authority to look at their policies and procedures, their guidelines, their certifications, but in order for them to operate and provide lunch services for folks, they would have to have a health board approval. So the Alberta Health Services would send out an inspector and provide that approval and a license for them to operate. But as an additional name insurer, we do not go and look at their we look at their bylaws and their policies, but we don't have that authority to force them to operate in a certain way. That would be a different level. And I think through the chair, thank you, that's why we really are looking for a policy and criteria on what we're doing around these so we have better direction in the future.
Councillor Cunningham, you had a question?
Just to follow up on that, and again, I'm no expert on this, but I mean, they do quite comprehensively write in the paper, and they do have an excellent Facebook page. I'm under the understanding they would for sure have those criteria, Councillor Phobes, but we could definitely check on that. But I do know that two of the people that started that were two people that were caterers, yeah. Deputy Reeve was just asking me, like, so people aren't aware, like, the program operates on donations and it's all volunteers, and they have a huge number of people that come. So it is an amazing program, and like we said, it's not just Three Hills specific, it's for everybody. And I just had one question, but I think Mr. Hogan answered it. I was just curious why they wouldn't have gone to the town of Three Hills, being that's a town of Three Hills owned facility, but I'm guessing because we have the ability through the RMA for this type of insurance. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's, specifically why they didn't approach the town, or if they did or didn't. I don't know the answer to that. They might have the ability to do that as an A&I through the town's insurance. That I don't know if they do or not. They've made the request to us, which is why it's here, because we do have that ability to do that. Yeah, I guess that's the answer to that. I will say as well that we do have when we talk about what we request in terms of the certificates that they hold or permits or stuff like that, even when it comes to, say, the kitchen or the food servicing, I would have to double check with the relevant staff members, but I don't believe we require that for the halls that we have listed as additionally named insurers. So we do have entities listed as A&Is on our policy that we don't require some of those same things from.
So generally speaking, these requests come to us because the cost of insurance outside of going as an A&I is much steeper than by getting covered under our broader policy. And so there's a savings to these groups, and if they're a volunteer organization and they're operating basically on donation, savings means more lunches, basically. Is that correct? That's usually the motivator for why people would be asking for A&I.
Yes, through the Reeve. They do get a significant discount in their insurance through the additional named insurer, which is why they seek that first, as a first option. And many municipalities do offer this service to their not-for-profit organizations.
Okay, Councillor Penner?
As a community group that uses it, I know in the past, there's a lot of paperwork to fill out initially, and then I can't remember how many years they do go back and revisit it. So I'm sure they're keeping up with the standards, the provincial standards on the questionnaires,
Yes, through the Reeve. We get the renewals for the insurance every year. We get them, and then we transport them out to our additional named insurers to pay for them, and we're the go-between. Our insurance provider does not deal with the A&Is at all. We are the go-between for that. And so we fill out the paperwork, or we seek the proper paperwork. And they do have a fairly extensive package to fill out. With their incorporation, all of their documents and records go to the RMA for review prior to being accepted.
Okay, thank you for that. And Councillor McGee.
Just a question to my peers, Council. I'm feeling like we're opening up to something I'm not comfortable opening up to until we actually do what we were suggested by administration, is to look at what we would have as a policy. I don't want to do something before there's a policy to back us up and for us to thoroughly understand how that would affect things. There are enormous number of excellent groups out there in our community. I would love to support every single one of them, but do we want to, and what does that mean? How long of a list of an A&I do we even want to consider having? Those kinds of questions are all, to me, this is part of all of those questions. And I'm not comfortable with making a motion about this until those questions have been thoroughly cared for. So I just want to have feedback before I suggest tabling, but I am considering tabling.
So perhaps I would make the first comment, and then I'll open it up to everybody. I'm assuming that Lunch with Friends Society is in the place where they need to have their insurance renewed. And they're looking at this as a way, again, to save money on their operation and to allow the donations to actually go towards food and other services. So if we table this and postpone it, and they have to come back next year, they've already bought expensive insurance in the meantime. And it's the only one that's currently in front of us as a request, and we already have 4 or 5 that I know of that are receiving the same benefit. So I just question whether, if we had 5 or 6 of them sitting here on the table right now, then I would say maybe, so because you asked for peer feedback, that's my feedback. And I'll come to you in a minute. I just want to give council an opportunity to comment in regards to Councillor McGee's, Councillor Christie.
I guess my comment is we're the conduit for them to have access to RMA insurance. Could be Alberta Utilities or Alberta Munis. I've done the same thing with the Trochu Hall. It's no cost to our administration or to us. It's just permission to go through RMA insurance. And at that point, we have no liability or cost because they have to pay the premium. It's the same as the halls pay their own premium. It's just that's the process for that RMA insurance. And they're a growing big company that, like even Amberlink challenged me that, why are you insuring the Trochu Hall through Alberta municipalities, not RMA? Because we had got into a debate of whose rate's higher or lower. But there's no cost to us. We're just the conduit for them to have access to that insurance.
Deputy Reeve Woodstock, I think the comment you just made is pertinent to the conversation. If you want to just share that with the rest of council.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just noticed that the society was incorporated on February the 5th of 24, so I'm assuming what's happened is they've checked out insurance and realized that it was above what they were hoping for, and that's why they've come forward with this.
So any other comment before I allow Ms. Cochran to inform us further? Councillor Forbes.
I am also a little bit of an agreement with you. Even though we've had 4 or 5, that's still 4 or 5 more than we had before. So I am also wanting to make sure that we have the policy in place because it appears as if these are coming. So my next question would be is if they incorporated in February, what have they been using for insurance up until now?
So now you asked a question which I will open the floor to you, Ms. Cochran, if you would please.
Thank you, Reeve King. Through the Reeve to Councillor Forbes. They're currently operating without any insurance as they're waiting for the council decision to be made. They are a newly incorporated not-for-profit, and they were waiting for council decision on how to move forward.
Thank you for that clarification. Any further discussion or comment? Councillor Cunningham.
So Councillor McGee, I totally appreciate your concerns, and I 100% think it's something we need to look into. But I think we are currently, we are doing this with other organizations. It's not new, yeah, you're correct. We talk about community, and we talk about volunteerism. From my understanding, this program came out of COVID and trying to get people back together again and to get that sense of community again. Like I said, volunteer driven, nobody's making money off this. And so I just think if it's something that we can do to help our communities come together and to help with people's mental health, which we just had a delegation in here this morning. We talk about it a lot. It's not just youth, it's adults as well. So I think anything that we can do to help, I would be happy to go ahead with this, but definitely have administration look further into a policy for that.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comment or question on the part of council? I was thinking along the same lines as you, Councillor Cunningham. We just talked about social, emotional, and mental health supports as we had FCSS and the community coach in here. It's as applicable to seniors and adults as it is to young people. And so I know maybe this isn't ideal, but I think administration is hearing pretty loud and pretty clear around policy development. So are we prepared to move forward with a motion and a decision, or do we need more discussion around this particular request? I'm looking for direction from council. Deputy Reeve Woodstock.
I just have a question, and I'm not sure who it's to, but when we do these A&Is, are these done yearly? Or do we just do them and then it just stays that way?
Ms. Cochran or Mr. Hogan?
Through the reef to Deputy Reeve Whitstock, yes, they are renewed yearly, so we get all the premiums come to us yearly, we review them, see what's gone on for the year, and then we send it out to the A&I, and then they pay them.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much for that answer, because as far as I'm concerned, I wouldn't mind doing this for this term. And then once we develop a policy, we'll find out whether or not this organization actually fits into the policy. But because they're in a bind right now, I wouldn't mind changing the motion a little bit to give them a year's worth of A&I insurance. But that's just me thinking.
So is that a motion I heard that we approve for the 2024 insurance year? The Friends, Lunch with Friends Society, and that it's reviewed at the next policy renewal?
Okay, I can make that a motion, and we can have discussion after the motion to determine whether that's the direction we want to go, but, I mean, I'm not, I would like to help them out, and that being said, if we make it for a year, that would give them the opportunity to either fit into our criteria, or we develop a criteria that makes this something that can be worked into their business plan.
I guess my only comment is by making that motion, that just facilitates additional discussion and an opportunity for us to either say that's something that we're interested in or not. So, Councillor McGee and then Councillor Pennery.
Thank you to my peers for giving me the feedback I was looking for, and I think your motion, Deputy Reeve, really addresses exactly my concerns. Please be clear, if I love what this group is doing. I would love to support them in any way we can. It's not, my query was not because of any worries about the actual group and the work they're doing. I think it's fantastic. My queries were about policy and precedent, and just because I like to be sure things are black and white safe for me. And so thank you, everyone. I feel much better with this motion.
Thank you for that. Councillor Penner, did you have a comment?
Just a small comment, like I want to learn from this too, whether Alberta Munis offers the same kind of stuff, or like I look forward to what you bring back to us. So for sure, we want to help them out. We want this program to continue because mentally it is good for these people all to get together. So.
Okay, any other further comment or discussion? We do have a motion from Deputy Reeve Whitstock that we approve the Lunch with Friends Society being added as an additionally named insured under the county's insurance policy for the 2024 year and reviewed for the 2025 year. Any further discussion or comment? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. So before you run away, we have one other obvious, came very clear in our discussion that we would like to have policy developed around this whole area. And so I would be looking for the second motion where we would ask Councillor McGee.
Yeah, just to back myself up, I would like to make the motion to develop criteria and a policy for management of additional named insured applications within Kneehill County.
Okay, thank you for that. So from Councillor McGee, we have a motion that as council, we direct administration to develop criteria and a policy for the management of additionally named insured applications within Kneehill County. Any further discussion? I think we've made our desire and direction clear. So I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is also carried unanimously. And thank you, Ms. Cochran. Appreciate you being here and presenting it for our consideration. All right, I have not heard lunch arrive yet. Okay.
I don't see any bags.
So, okay. So we'll move on in our agenda then. Somebody's gonna get a no here as we get hangry. All right, 7.1, Three Hills Thrashers Sponsorship 2024. And Ms. Vanderkool, are you taking this one?
I am. I just don't like a hangry crowd, but I guess I'll get what I get.
Have a Snickers, we'll be good.
So I bring you today a request for sponsorship to the Three Hills Thrashers Junior B Hockey Club. As outlined in the information provided, the club has reached out to us again, seeking sponsorship. The Three Hills Thrashers meets the eligibility requirements for the Community Enrichment Support Program. There was $6,000 budgeted in 2024 for this program, and we have allocated $1,472 so far. There remains $4,528 left for the remainder of the year. In the past, Kneehill County has extended support to the Friends of Thrashers program with a contribution of $500. Continuing this tradition showcases our ongoing commitment to the club and its endeavors. Council has the option today to support the recommended motion of sponsoring $500 to this program, or you can sponsor in a different amount, or you can receive this for information. Attached, you will find the Three Hills Thrashers support letter with all the listings of all the sponsorship opportunities and their amounts. I've also placed on your desk today the Community Enrichment Support Program policy as a reference. That concludes my presentation.
And thank you for that. So, council, comment, questions, direction? What's the wish? Are there any questions, discussion related to this item? Councillor Cunningham.
I'm happy to make this motion. This team has been a real success story in the area, and they do draw on players from all over the area. They do some really great volunteer work in our community as well, the young men that are part of that hockey team. So I'm happy to make the motion that council provide support to the Three Hills Thrashers Junior B Hockey Club by sponsoring $500 from the Community Enrichment Support Program.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion from Councillor Cunningham that council provide support to the Three Hills Thrasher Junior B Hockey Club by sponsoring $500 from the Community Enrichment Support Program. Any further discussion or question? Okay, I see none, so all in favor? And that is also carried unanimously. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is 7.2, Trochu and District Agricultural Society. And again, Ms. Vanderkool, whenever you're ready.
Perfect. Let's bring this up on the screen. There we go. So just like the last agenda item, I bring you another request for sponsorship, but this one is from the Trochu and District Ag Society. They are seeking sponsorship for the rope ride and race summer events. The Ag Society meets the eligibility requirements for the Community Enrichment Support Program. The financial background is the same as the last request, with $6,000 budgeted in 2024. And with the approval of the last sponsorship, we are now have $1,942 allocated in 2024, with $4,028 remaining funds. Kneehill County sponsored this event in 2022 with a contribution of $250 specifically allocated for the panel advertisement. In 2024, the panel advertisement sponsorship tier is now priced between $500 to $999. Additionally, in 2023, council allocated $17,500 through the community grant program to purchase new bleachers. Council has the option today to support the recommended motion of sponsoring $500 to this program, or you can sponsor a different amount, or you can receive this request for information. Attached, you will find the Ag Society sponsorship opportunities and their amounts, and you have a copy of the Community Enrichment Support Program policy.
Okay, thank you for that. Questions, discussion from council regarding this request from the Trochu and District Ag Society and their request for sponsorship or donation. Not seeing any questions or comments? What's the wish of council? Councillor Phobes.
I guess where I'm at is I'm looking at what we did on a huge level for them last year. I'm still willing to sponsor them this year. I just think we should sponsor at what we did last year, just because of the 17.5 we gave them to build last year. This allows someone else who is to come in and be able to apply for this grant. It shouldn't always be the same people. It's okay if they are, true story. I'm not saying it isn't. But when you give that amount of money to build something to support them, and then I know that you've upped your fees for advertisement, but I'm at the point where I'm still at the $250 as opposed to. So I would make the motion that we sponsor in the amount of $250 to assist in the costs associated with hosting the 2024 rodeo event, with funds to come from the Community Enrichment Support Program. You can agree or disagree.
So we have a motion with an amendment to the amount. Any further discussion or comment? I guess I have a comment, and I guess my comment would be is that we are talking about two different sponsorship programs and two different types of grant monies that we provide. One is specific to facility development, and that was the bleachers that they requested a capital grant towards. And this particular request is just like the Thrashers request. It's around sponsorship and donation. So for me, the clarity is they're very, very different programs, and although Trochu and District Ag Society took advantage of our capital grant program, I don't think it in any way should lessen the amount of willingness for sponsoring a specific event. However, that's council's decision, and the motion has adjusted that amount, so. Any further question, comment, discussion? Deputy Reeve Whitstock.
I guess I just have a question, because if 500 buys you a panel advertisement, does 250 buy you half a panel?
It's based on the documentation that they sent us, it would be classified as support between 200 and 499, so you would get some Facebook exposure and advertisement within the program. So you wouldn't be on one of the advertising panels on the containment, but you would be in the program.
Okay, thank you very much, because I missed that.
No, that's not a problem. Any further discussion or comment? Councillor McGee.
Sorry to say, I've never been at this event. So are you saying that our exposure is stronger as a panel because it's at the event to be seen throughout the event process?
Can I
Unless
make a
you're on
comment?
Facebook.
So, Councillor Penner, go ahead.
I say yes, and the only reason I say that is if, it doesn't matter what event, it doesn't have to be the buck and shoots or whatever, but if it's on the panel, everybody sees it, no matter if it's goat tying or whatever, you know, it is it's out there in your face. We don't know where they're going to put it in the program. Is it just in the barrel racing program or whatever? I don't know, you know what I mean? That's all, but.
Yeah, I was just gonna say to move up in the amount, the exposure change. You still have the Facebook, you still have the program advertising. Now you're sitting on one of the panels that surround the arena across from the bleachers, so people are, it's like going to a hockey game at the Thrashers and you look and you see Kneehill County, same kind of thing. The banner will be on the fencing, whatever it's called, panels, and so it would be there. That's the difference. That's the only difference between the two levels.
So, given that information, thank you. I would prefer an amendment to go back to the 500, because I would prefer the money to be utilized in a way that gets more for our benefit. If that's something Councillor Phobes would consider.
I don't know if I won't, so.
Okay.
How do I get out of it then?
Just say no.
It's
I
not
don't-
about how do you get out of it, but as council, if we feel that 250 is inadequate and you're not open to a friendly amendment, then we would vote on the motion that's on the floor. And then if that motion failed, then we'd make an additional motion that would be different than what's there. And Mr. Hogan, please help me. Am I correct in that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, you are. So if council wants to, if the motion's out there, so it's no longer owned by an individual, if council has unanimous consent that you want to withdraw that motion or amend it slightly, you can, and that's under unanimous consent. If you don't have unanimous consent, then the process that the Reeve just outlined would be the one, is you would vote on this and then put forward a different motion. That's probably cleaner because a third option available to you is that somebody moves an amendment to the motion and we're into that whole component, so.
So the way I see this is we don't have unanimous consent to change the motion. And so I think that the clean way to deal with this, as far as I'm concerned, is because Councillor Phobes has made the motion and amended it to indicate the $250, as council, we need to respect the motion that's on the floor, and I think we should vote on that. If it's defeated and we wish to do something different, so be it. If it passes, so be it. Councillor Penner.
I'll just make a comment, and don't get us wrong, I think being out there in that society, the Trochu district is not going to turn down any amount, like, this, we're still out there. You know what I mean, in the programs, so.
Okay, any further discussion or comment? Because if there is no further discussion, then I am going to ask the question on the motion that's on the floor. Are we okay to go forward?
Through Mr. Reeve, we are. We've just noticed something else with the agenda, but it's not relevant to this.
Okay. So we have a motion from Councillor Phobes that the council provide Trochu and District Ag Society sponsorship in the amount of $250 to assist in the costs associated with hosting the 2024 rodeo event, with funds to come from the Community Enrichment Support Program. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor? Opposed? And the motion is defeated. So, where do you want to go from there? Councillor McGee.
I would like to make the motion to provide Trochu District Agricultural Society sponsorship in the amount of $500 to assist with the costs associated with hosting the 2024 rodeo event, with funds to come from the Community Enrichment Program.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, any further discussion on the motion that's now on the floor where the sponsorship amount is now $500 coming from the same place to the same organization? Any further conversation, discussion? If not, we have a motion from Councillor McGee that council provide the Trochu and District Agricultural Society sponsorship in the amount of $500 to assist in the costs associated with hosting the 2024 rodeo event, with funds to come from the Community Enrichment Support Program. No further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? And the motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, so just before we have a bunch of conversation outside of council here, lunch has now arrived, so I am going to say we are on recess. If it's okay with you for us to take 42 minutes, we'll be back here at 1. So we are in recess till 1. Thank you. Okay, it's 1:01 and everyone's back in their chairs. And so I'm going to call the council meeting back to order. And we're going to go back to 5.1 in our agenda, Hamlet of Huxley Wastewater Study. And Mr. McKernan, first and foremost, welcome, but also thank you for your patience and allowing us to juggle things today. So it's much appreciated.
Oh, no
and
problem.
the floor is yours whenever you're ready.
All right. Thank you, Reeve. So this afternoon, I bring forth to council is our information on the Hamlet of Huxley wastewater study that was conducted in this past year here. So the background is Kneehill County, in conjunction with MPE, completed an assessment of the current wastewater system within the Hamlet of Huxley. This assessment included an open house to engage with the residents to explain the purpose of the study, as well as affording the residents of the hamlet the opportunity to bring forth concerns or positives of the wastewater system. Through this meeting, the consensus of the group was that other than during periods of a sustained rain, the wastewater system wasn't causing much of an issue and seemed to perform as intended. One topic that was brought forth was the potential for Kneehill County to support and organize the periodic pumping of the residents' septic tanks, instead of it being done individually by each resident. The final draft of the study was received March 2024 and consisted of the following core components: the collection of data and review of existing record drawings, equipment specifications, equipment manuals, wastewater treatment plant operational data, laboratory test results, and that sort of thing. Evaluated the size and capacity of the low-pressure water collection system, developed a model of the existing low-pressure water collection system to assess the overall capabilities of the system and any restriction to any growth within the hamlet. Develop upgrades options based on MPE's evaluation and modeling of the hamlet's existing wastewater collection system and identifying an alternative wastewater collection and treatment options, in addition to reviewing upgrade options for the existing wastewater collection system. Bentley Sewer CAD modeling software was used, and a total of 41 lot services were modeled using a standard setup for each lot, as specifics for each connection are unknown. GIS data was also provided for the elevations, and 5 different scenarios were modeled through this Sewer CAD. The completion of the wastewater assessment concluded some of the following points: a maximum of 10 pumps of 0.5 horsepower and 15 pumps at 0.375 horsepower can pump effluent into the force main at the same time for the system to operate without any issues. However, it was noted that the lower 0.375 horsepower pump possibly was not be able to overcome the required head elevation, and a concern that the effluent may not be able to be pumped into the force main, leading to an overflow in the septic tank. They recommended that there's a check valve or a backflow preventer installed in every household to prevent sewage backflow from the low-pressure force main. Also, addition of manholes in the system for flushing would be beneficial. Manholes installed complete with the flushing connections added upstream of the system and located at the east end of the system would be sufficient. From these conclusions, the report offers some recommendations to help the overall performance of the current low-pressure system. The first one is to standardize pump design. Since currently the county doesn't have a specification for pump design or any records of the pumps in operation throughout the hamlet, this recommendation consists of standardizing all the residential sewage pumps in the hamlet with the same model. The cost to supply 41 standardized pumps is estimated at about $351,600, with an additional 25% for the installation of these pumps. Third-party inspection of septic tanks. The county obtained a third-party, or for the county to obtain a third-party inspection of the condition of each pump and septic tank. This could help identify any problems that need to be addressed. A typical septic tank inspection is approximately $500 each, but could be varied depending on factors such as accessibility, plumbing of the pump, tank, etc. A more thorough inspection of the tanks, including the emptying of the tank and entering the tank, would increase that estimate to approximately $4,300 each. A typical inspection would cover location, integrity of tank and lid, approximate tank size, evidence of water infiltration, and if possible, the integrity and pump size. These items of inspection would be the ones that are relevant to the Hamlet's current system. Another conclusion would be the installation of flushing connections. In the assessment, 5 locations were identified as sites for a flushing connection. Each flushing connection would be comprised of a manhole with a flush connection. The approximate cost of each is $14,000 for a grand total of $70,000. The next conclusion would be ensure check valves are in use. It is recommended that all households have a check valve or backflow preventer installed and operational to prevent sewage from the low-pressure force main. A flushing regimen. In conjunction with the installation of the flushing points, it would be ideal for Kneehill County to develop a flushing program to remove any potential blockages within that force main. The final one, or not the final, yeah, is upgrade force main sizing. Through the modeling of the current system, a couple areas of concern were identified as a section of the system that would become overwhelmed. The upgrading of a force main in this area to 75 millimeter would improve the flow and would ease off the current system capacity. Through the sewer CAD modeling performed on the Hamlet system, it was determined that the collection system has adequate capacity to carry current average dry weather flow and peak weather flow only when a maximum of 10 pumps are running at the same time. To meet the required peak flows without any limit on the number of active pumps, the force main either needs to be upgraded in size or a lift station could be installed. Each model had a certain number of connections turned on simultaneously. There was, like I said in the beginning, 5 different scenarios with 5, 10, 15, 20, and 25 connections running at the same time. And each model showed the same 2 areas of the system increase in velocity and pressure. The 2 areas of concern with the size of the force main are Railway Avenue between Main and First Street North, First Street North between Railway Avenue and Queens Avenue. The installation of a lift station at the west end of the hamlet was explored, and the following were observations: that it may help to relieve some of the buildup in line pressure, but may not solve the concerns the model showed. The 50 millimeter force main will continue to restrict the flows in those certain areas, and it would be more cost effective to upsize the force main in the noted trouble areas. Alternately, abandoning the current low-pressure water system for a conventional gravity sewer collection system was explored. The gravity sewer collection system would consist of a 200 millimeter diameter piping, and the Class 4 cost estimate to replace the current system with a gravity collection system is $3,790,000. It should be noted that this cost estimate is for the collection system replacement, and further investigation and costs would be incurred to upgrade the current lagoon. A recommendation from the study was to have the individual septic tanks inspected to identify any potential issues contributing to the overall performance of the current wastewater system. Likewise, there seemed to be an overall interest from the community for the county to beginning a program to collectively empty the septic tanks instead of each household taking on that responsibility. With these 2 reasons in mind, administration is proposing to engage with a third party to conduct septic tank inspections within this fiscal year. Cost estimates of approximately $500 to $4,300 per septic tank to perform this service were attained. These estimates greatly vary due to the detail of the inspection required. As current information on these individual septic tanks is limited, there could be unforeseen issues that present themselves at the time of inspection, which may involve additional costs, i.e., like I mentioned before, the need to have the tank emptied and also confined space requirements if they were to have to enter those tanks for inspections. Overall estimate for this service based on the minimum is $20,500. After the completion of the septic tank investigation and confirmation that no concerns are evident that could prevent the county from adding a service level of coordinating the emptying of residential tanks, administration will present to council for your consideration a plan to conduct a new service level of emptying these tanks within the hamlet of Huxley. This could be done annually at an approximate cost of $200 per tank. So for some of the financial and staff limitations, some of the more in-depth upgrades to the system are expected to be included in future budgets. So some of the issues that were noted that could be something that we include in our future budgets. If tank inspections were to be direction from council, the funds would be recommended to come from the contingency reserve and added to the Huxley Wastewater Study Project that is still currently open. I guess some of our follow-up actions, well, I guess some of the options for council is to accept this wastewater study as presented with the addition of administration to prepare a community engagement session, or accept the Huxley wastewater as just information. So I guess some of our follow-up actions after this would be to engage with the residents, if you so choose, and also update the water and wastewater bylaw to include some aspects noted from this study.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McKernan. All right, comments, questions, discussion from council. Deputy Reeve Whitstock.
Thanks, John. I think. I do have a question, though. We're looking at 41 pumps. Are these some kind of heavy-duty, some sort of pumps that are through the roof here, or what?
No, they're a typical submersible pump. In the package there, they did show the one that they were kind of quoting and specifying. I think it was in appendix.
Yeah, I guess I never got that far, but I just got to the math part of it, and it's $8,575 per pump.
Yeah, so it's basically what they spec'd out was an Orenco pump, a one-phase 60 horsepower pump, and that's I guess the price they must have got them from that manufacturer.
Holy crap. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, sorry. Ken.
Are you done?
Mike's got a question.
Are you?
Yes.
Okay. Just before
Thanks for that, John.
So, Mr. Zier, you had a comment?
I did, thank you. So through the chair, just because the pumps are front and center right now, we just wanted to have a little conversation about that and the intent of the analysis on those pumps, as well as what we think the direction of council should be on this. So we did do a preliminary analysis on what the modeling of these pumps would be. You'll see in the recommendations that the standardization of these pumps is important in our eyes to even the distribution of the pressures across the system. I think where you may have problems is if we have lower standard pumps or lower horsepower pumps, they won't necessarily be able to overcome the head pressure that's entering the low pressure system to begin with. So the recommendation, I guess you can look at it a couple different ways. The recommendation on here is to standardize the pumps. The cost estimate of what that looks like if the county was to move forward with that is included. I don't think it's the administration's recommendation that we fund that. This is still a private system up until the point of that tank, and the tanks are included. The whole purpose of these analysis on the septic tanks is to kind of see what we're at with conditions of them. There is some risks because they are feeding into our infrastructure. If they're not maintained, we have risks on our side of the infrastructure. Right now, these tanks are located on private land, and unless council wants to look at a separate program for that, the recommendation isn't that we fund the replacement of this. More that we look at our water wastewater bylaws and perhaps standardize these pumps as we have new developments or new replacements of the existing pumps even. So just a little note on that.
Yeah, through the chair, I think WSP was just identifying something as an unknown, right? Because we don't know what everyone has for a pump. So this was just one of their recommendations so that we know and we can have that more information and more control, I guess, right?
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Forbes.
So when they did the study, did they tell you what the lifespan of the pipes currently in the ground at Trochu, what their lifespan is left on it?
Sorry, I didn't have my mic on. The lifespan of the pipes in the ground, please.
Through the chair, so yeah, they not in the report, it doesn't say specifically, but just through conversations and stuff, it is the typical lifespan of a pipe, right? It's been in the ground now since the late 90s, I think it was. So there's still another usually you have about 50 years or so, right, on a lifespan of those types of pumps, so there's still quite a bit of life in them.
Go ahead, Councillor Phillips.
Do we have a cost for a lift station? And is that something that you would be recommending?
The lift station, through the chair, the lift station was ultimately not really recommended because it wouldn't really solve our problem. It might help it, so they didn't see any benefit in pursuing it, so I don't have a cost estimate for that.
Okay.
So in the report that you gave us, they talked about upgrading the force main to 75 mm in 2 specific areas along the railroad side of it. And that's where basically all water flows downhill, collects there, and then goes out to the lagoon.
That's correct.
So that was the recommendation. They didn't really feel that the lift station was necessarily going to solve the problem or really provide any solution to the difficulty.
Through the chair, that's correct. They just thought, even if you have that lift station, you still have those smaller pipes leading into that lift station, so it would still cause that higher, pressure and stuff at that point. It wouldn't relieve any of that from rippling back up the system.
Doesn't take away the flow restrictions.
Right.
Okay. Councillor Penner?
So one of the recommendations was they identified 5 locations to install flushing connections. Would that be something we do ourselves? Someone on staff is able to do that, or it would be a company that we would be getting in to do that kind of stuff?
Through the chair, it'd probably be done through a contractor. You'd be installing manholes basically, and going in the pump, installing these flushing connections as well. So that would probably be done by a contractor.
Councillor Penner?
Community engagement is always good to know. What kind of information would you be taking to that community engagement? Would you say, just some options, or what,
Yeah, through the chair, I think what we would take that is basically the results that we found from here to maybe explain what we found from this, so they'd have a better understanding of their system. But we'd also be looking at getting some information back from them about, if it was the will of the council to maybe start up the pumping out of each individual septic tanks, maybe we take that to them as well, and maybe a potential cost to them, and see if maybe they were up for that and get their feedback on that type of thing. Yeah. And I guess also if we're going to do the inspection of the tanks, we'd also probably need them to give us permission to enter their property to be able to do that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Phobes?
So pumping the septic tanks for them, I will be very cautious on this one due to the fact that there are the residents in this county that have septic tanks that are going to want us to do the same thing. I don't want to get in the business of hauling people's sewage. So I am just a little bit concerned with that aspect of it, because everyone who buys a house in Huxley, not rents, but buys, understands the system that they're agreeing to when they purchase that property. So just a little.
I saw your hand, Mr. Jazeer, but go ahead. Oh, you didn't have anything?
Oh, no, I did. I just didn't know if I was bumping. Sorry. Thank you through the chair. Just to speak to that. So the intent is to go back with the community engagement, like Mr. McKiernan said, relay the information that we received. A lot of this is going to be seeing what community involvement is what the flavor of the community is, if they're interested in having the county look at doing this. The intent was never for the county to pay for the pumping of these tanks. It was to coordinate it in a more efficient manner, and putting the bills, the payments, sorry, the cost of these back on the utility bills for these residents. 2 benefits with that. We see ensuring that these are done in a timely manner and at the appropriate times, as well as protecting our infrastructure at the same time. A big difference with this, as opposed to the thousands of septic fields out there, this feeds into a municipal system. So it is a little bit different, and we do have more ownership of what's coming to there, a little more responsibility on making sure that infrastructure is protected.
So one of the impacts of the cleaning of septic tanks, or the lack thereof, cleaning of septic tanks is solids go off the solid side into the gray water side, and then they end up in our force mains or little tiny pipes that we have. And those blockages restrict flow, and as they restrict flow, then that backs problems further up. And so the whole concept of having a consistent cleaning program is that we are protecting our infrastructure. And I know not everybody cleans septic tanks in the same way. Like in terms of a property owner, they don't all deal with their septic systems in the same way. And so I know a number of years ago, there was a contractor who had come in, and he was actually coordinated by the residents of Huxley, and he would come in and he would pump a whole bunch of systems all at one time. And they had an arrangement at that time with a local landowner where they could spread. That disappeared, and so then the cost of those pumps and hauling sewage to like the Trochu Town Lagoon became more prohibitive, and so the number of times and the frequency and the willingness of people to pay those has changed, right? And so the pressure on our side of the system is increasing because of that. That's just, go ahead, Councilor Penner.
Just a question, do they pay in the hamlets, and I'm sure they're all different, a monthly utility fee or quarterly utility fee for the sewer?
Through the chair, yeah, our master rates bylaw do note that, and each hamlet is actually different at this time. And since the onus is placed on the residents of Huxley more than others, they are actually a lower fee at this time.
We deliver less service in Huxley than we do. Our lagoon in Huxley basically is an evaporation pond.
That's correct.
There's no release. It's kind of, I won't say it's similar to what we have in Wimborne, but it's kind of along the same idea where we're limited on our ability to release and to manage what's coming there. And so technically, theoretically, in Huxley, we're dealing with gray water.
Technically, yes.
Other questions or concerns, thoughts? Councillor Forbes?
So in your opinion, John, of all the things they listed, what would be a high priority for us as council to look at, in your opinion, of what we should be doing here?
For the operation of the system, then I would probably say that those manholes, so that we have the ability to flush, as well as upgrading the size of the line so we can accommodate those events where more water is being flushed in. We don't have those pinch points. So probably those two would be for the operational of it. For the service level, then I would probably go with, I guess, just the making sure that the tanks are inspected. Because I guess one of the things with that is it would also show, when we had that one incident where we had, the backing up and all that kind of thing, it was, maybe that could have been due to some septic tanks being damaged, so infiltration of all that rainwater maybe was getting in there, causing more pumps to be pumping it more and stuff like that. So the inspection of those would be a good idea to see where those are at, because not every homeowner is right on top of that kind of thing, right? It's there, it's, just works for them, right? Kind of thing. So, and then after that, I guess, would be if they were on board and we're looking for that service, then the pumping out of the septic tanks. That way we have that consistency.
Councillor Christie?
If you had those 5 manholes, that would give you an indication of what area of town is giving more trouble too, would it not? Would you be able to identify the source to an area, not just the whole town?
Through the chair, I don't think so, if I'm following the train of your thought there, but those would just give us the ability to be able to, in case those solids did get through, mixed in with the gray water, then we'd be able to flush that out and through, so we could maybe prevent some blockages if they were ever to happen. But we wouldn't be able to specify which areas were causing any troubles or anything off of them.
One of the problems in Huxley also in a rainfall event is high groundwater table and sump pumps in basements, and they're, more often than not, they're currently being pumped into their septic system. And so that does add to the water loading that comes in those big events. And so as you increase the number of pumps that are pumping from septic into our force mains, you increase the amount of back pressure. And in that big rain event that we had in Huxley, where there was multiple basements that were flooded and other problems that occurred, the system just couldn't take the water loading, so.
That's correct, through the chair. And I think that's what conclusion we came to, was that was a big factor, was the amount of maybe some pumps being plumbed into their septic tanks, causing a lot of pumps to be pumping at the same time. As you can see through the model, once you get to 10 pumps, that's where the problems start, right? And before that, usually 10 pumps aren't pumping at the same time. So that was a big factor. And I think that a lot of the residents maybe took that away from that event, and I think some have replumbed so that they're not going into their septic tanks. So that's just more of an education. It is in our bylaws that it can't be done, but it's more of an education to people. And we did kind of do that a little bit shortly after with our little letter to them in their utility bills, so.
Yeah, Councillor Penner, absolutely.
Is the high water table just on the north, or is it right through town?
I think it's more the majority of the hamlet, I think. Probably more in that northwest area, but I think it's throughout the hamlet.
Comment you'll often hear in Huxley is, farther up the hill you are, the less problem you have. And that's because as people uphill dump in and people down at the bottom are trying to push in, then the pressure within the system is greater at the low end. And then if you get right to railroad, I mean, that's maximum capacity, maximum pressure within the line at that point in time. So if you happen to be at the bottom and you're trying, you need capacity to push into that line. And that's where the backflow and all those other kind of system protections come into play. Other questions or discussion, comments? I find myself wanting to pass the chairmanship to the vice chair. I think from my point of view, I have major concerns with what's happening within this system in Huxley, and I don't know if necessarily all my concerns are reflected by the residents in Huxley and whether their concerns would be the same as mine. And so that's where I see we need to go back and engage with them now that we have some idea of what we might want to be doing or might consider doing, to just say to them, are these things that really have support from the community itself? And there might be support, strong support for some of them and not so much for others, but ultimately we're going to have to decide in terms of protecting the system what's going to need to be done there, and then we're going to have to work with residents to help facilitate making that happen. And I since I represent Huxley and at this table, I think it's important that we be talking to them. And so I'm very thankful to see that part in there, is that we're going back to say, this is what we found out. So.
Okay. Yeah, and if that's the way that council decides to go, there are a few dates that we kind of looked at of holding this. Community engagement, if that's the way you want to go, then we can kind of look at those dates as well, kind of thing. So.
Councillor McGee and then Councillor Penner.
If people are ready, I'll start with the first motion, that council accepts the Hamlet of Huxley wastewater study as information.
Okay, so we have a package of information coming out of the Hamlet of Huxley wastewater study, and we have a motion to accept that. Any further conversation or discussion around that? My only comment would be is we can't let this sit on a shelf and get dusty. At least not in a basement in Huxley.
You know what, and just through the chair, I think we've got to keep in mind, this is one of our hamlets, so, you know, we've got to try and work with them, and even if it's some kind of program, when the time comes, that we're doing whatever, that they can slowly pay it off or whatever, just to standardize our hamlet, but it is one of our hamlets, so we should, yeah, community engagement, we'll be talking about that right away here, so.
Okay, so we have a motion. Any further discussion to the motion, which is to accept the Hamlet of Huxley wastewater study? If not, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. So, Councillor Cunningham?
I'll move that council directs administration to coordinate a community engagement session with Huxley residents to present the findings of the wastewater study.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion to direct community engagement related to this study and to present to the residents what we've learned. And after we pass this motion, I guess, or if we don't, we'll have a conversation about when and where. Any further discussion around the motion to engage with the community of Huxley? If not, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. So, Mr. McKernan, you had some thoughts around what that engagement might look like and when it might happen. Are you prepared to share those with us?
Yeah, you bet, through the reef. So, I was thinking about having it down some, no, I'm just kidding. In the hamlet of Huxley, the hall seems to be available for, quite open for dates. So if 3 dates I kind of looked at was June 13th, June 17th, and June 26th. I tried to keep them away from council meetings, community of the whole meetings, that sort of thing, and so.
So 13th, 17th, or 26th is what you were suggesting?
Some suggestions for you. I mean, if you guys decide on something else, I'm wide open to that as well, so. And that would be in the evening, just like our last one was.
Okay. Comments from council? It sounds to me, because you've tried to avoid our other obligations, I think you're relatively successful at that, so. My son's old enough now that I don't have to show up on his birthday, so. So I think at this point, would the direction from council be that we leave it up to administration to schedule that and to get it out there? I'm glad it's before the end of June and before school's out and people start to disappear for the summer. My encouragement would be is once we settle on a date and a time, that there be multiple advertisements of that, but also that there be posters at the mail boxes on the community billboard there so that people are well aware of that. Yeah. And as always, sooner rather than later. Any other discussion or comment?
Yes.
Councillor Penner?
My only comment is, we really want that feedback from those residents and what's palatable for them, or that, you know, like, just so that we can have a good discussion about it when the time comes. Like, just to be putting some options out there, is this, you know, and if it's hardship, well, how can we work through that hardship with them, or whatever, like, a really in-depth conversation with those residents. I would like to see that, you know what I mean, just some comments, so. I'm just asking them to make sure we've got staff there in order to write those comments down so that we can deal with this sooner than later.
Yeah, I think if we did go ahead with the pumping of the tanks and that was something the residents wanted, I don't think it would be a one-time fee. It would probably be something that would be broken up over their entire utility bills, right? So it wouldn't be a big dollar amount at one time, but something over the, yeah.
Well, and I think you're going to get the ones that say, well, that home's got 4 kids in it, or 2 kids, and I've only got my husband and myself, and mine doesn't need pumping as much, you know what I mean? You're going to get all that kind of stuff that they want answers to, so, yeah.
Yeah, and we'll bring forth some kind of a program so that we'd have those answers. But if you wanted to get it into, it would probably be either a once-a-year thing or once every 2-year thing kind of thing, right? And if they had that requirement to do it more often, then that would be kind of up to them. But we would provide at least that level of service where we know that a tank is being emptied, kind of thing.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any at this point in time, so thank you, Mr. McKernan. Very much appreciate your presentation today, and we look forward to hearing about the community engagement timing and hearing back from the residents in terms of what might be or not be possible.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, the next items on our agenda are delegation. It's supposed to come at 2 o'clock yet, but we still haven't gotten that far. So we can deal with 8.1, disposition of Kneehill Regional FCSS Community Support Program Annual Report. Any comment, question? Thanks, Mr. McKernan. Ms. Vanderpool, are you handling this one? Or are we just, basically what we're looking for is that council receive for information the Kneehill Regional Family Community Support Services Annual Report. Somebody, Councillor Cunningham.
I'll move that council receive for information the Kneehill Regional Family Community Support Services Annual Report and Presentation as presented.
Okay, thank you. So that's community support coach or whatever. Anyway. Okay, so any discussion to that? The only comment I would make is it was amazing to hear, and it's really nice to see the great things that are happening within that program. Right, all those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. We are then on to council and committee reports. 9.1, Kneehill Housing, and so in our package we have a set of minutes. Who's wanting to comment? Councillor Cunningham, go ahead.
Just on the Kneehill Housing, okay. Yeah, so you have the copy of the minutes. We will have more minutes coming for you soon as they're approved by the board. I just wanted to mention that Golden Hills Lodge will be hosting their 4th annual street hockey game Saturday, May 25th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Golden Hills parking lot. Everybody is welcome. It's a barbecue by donation. It's an absolutely amazing event. Councillor Phobes and I were there last year. Councillor Phobes ended up in the penalty box for a little while, but beyond that, it was a good day. Not new. Yeah, no, not new. I encourage everyone to wear a jersey in a beautiful color of red and leave the blue ones at home. But yeah, just can't say enough about what an excellent event it is. The staff love it, the residents love it, and a lot of family and community members come. We had a business fellow from Main Street, Three Hills that came, and he was the goalie for a good part of the afternoon. So it's a great event. So everybody's welcome to attend on Saturday, May 25th from 11 till 2 p.m.
So I guess the only question I have, and take this with respect. I'm still looking for recording of e-votes that's not happening in the minutes. So in the November meeting, there was a number of e-votes that were to happen, future tense, by December. The recording of the results of those e-votes does not show up in the Kneehill Housing Corporation minutes. My experience in other organizations that I'm dealing with, when they have a electronic vote to confirm a decision of the board of directors, that shows up in the next meeting's agenda as business arising from the previous minute, and then the result of those votes are recorded in the minutes. And so that's something that I would be looking for going forward into the future, if that's something that could be adapted into what's happening at that board level.
I appreciate the clarification of what it was you're looking for. We'll look into that for you.
Because, you know, the answers to the questions that came out of that November meeting have never appeared anywhere in the minutes, and so that's kind of clarity would be appreciated. Okay, thank you. Any other comments with regard to Kneehill Housing? Okay, Councillor Phobes.
I am looking for a delegation request so that my CAO can come over and present to council at our next meeting. Please.
It's already been completed. She's on the agenda for May 28th.
Is she? Perfect. I just wanted to confirm.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comments on Kneehill Housing? If not, Mr. Christie and Community Future Wild Rose.
This is just a confirmation of the report that I gave last month. So this is an independent audit of exactly where we are, which is still very, very positive. And they're already starting the new year really active on larger loans, less loans, but larger, and appears to be very successful. We are in a level 1 of the community futures, and we're blowing those requirements out of the water, so that's really positive.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions on Community Futures Wild Rose? If not, then Deputy Reeve Whitstock, you're up with Armugg and the irrigation project that you mentioned earlier.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Red Deer River Municipal Users Group was invited to tour the irrigation project that Acadia Valley and Special Areas is currently proposing to do. It's 108,000 acres that they plan on irrigating. The water will be coming from the Red Deer River in off-stream storage facilities. Their intent is to pump 15 cubic meters per second, which is 3,300 gallons per second, out of the river and fill these reservoirs. It's a huge project. It is going to entail obviously huge pumps, and with that being said, a huge volume of electricity will be used. It's a very ambitious project. It was kind of muddy when we were there, and everybody was pretty happy about that. But they're looking to develop, it's Princess Springs, okay, Princes, like in Prince, with an S, Springs Reservoir. It's a natural lowland depression that they plan on pumping into. That's on the south side of the Red Deer, which is in Special Areas. And the other one, they'll be pumping north, and then they'll be pumping from that into a reservoir, into another reservoir. So their drop dead date on deciding whether or not they're gonna go ahead with the project is sometime in 2025. So it's quite the project. It was actually quite nice to see what they planned on doing there. And it was quite a drive to get there. But they are looking at building some dams there in the reservoir sites. The one dam will be 2 kilometers long and 30 meters high. And the other 2 dams are 500 meters long and 20 meters high. So there's going to be a lot of dirt work there done too. And they're looking at 450 kilometers of pipe, probably 5 foot. and 30 kilometers of canals. And along with that, they'll have 800 valves for irrigation users. So if it ever comes to fruition, that will definitely be an economic boom for that area.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions on that presentation? If not, then we'll go on to 9.4, and if you want to do 9.5 at the same time, Councillor Cunningham, Police Advisory Committee and Division 5 report.
Sounds good. So for Police Advisory Committee, the Three Hills Detachment, RCMP Detachment, is holding the Youth Academy from July 22nd to 26th. It's the 5-day summer academy that provides students with a variety of activities that a police cadet would experience, including fitness training, defensive tactics, emergency response, and so on. Applications must be in by tomorrow, Wednesday, May 15th, and final selections will be made Friday, May 31st. Anybody interested can call 443-5539, extension 1, and speak to the detachment there. And I just want to give a shout out to Carolyn Kung, who is retiring after 30 years with the Victim Services program. She started as an advocate and then moved on to be Victim Services Program Manager with the Three Hills Detachment. So want to wish her well in her retirement. For my Division 5 meeting, I hosted that on April 15th from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. I was happy to have a range of residents from 6 months to 90 years old, so that was really awesome. Thanks so much to the staff for being there and to my fellow councillors who were able to attend, and special thanks to Councillor Phobes for coming back from Torrington to help clean up with Mr. Hogan and Ms. Vanderkool with us, so that is much appreciated. I don't know what the final number was, Ms. Vander probably has that, but I think it was around 45 or 50, somewhere in that neighborhood in attendance, and then I had quite a few that were unable to attend that reached out via phone, so that was really good. So thanks for that. And I just wanted to give, I'm meaning to do this, but I just wanted to give a belated congratulations to the 5 women of Kneehill County and our urban neighbors who were nominated for the Mountain View Neighbors Awards. And that included our own Kneehill County, Deb Grassfield, who was nominated for a Woman of Influence with that. So I just wanted to recognize that accomplishment for Ms. Grassfield. So that's all I got.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, go ahead, and then
Just a
I'll
question.
ask.
My notes back up. No, it's all good. It's a huge thank you to Carolyn Kung for what she's done forever. Are they replacing her, or what's happening there? Are you able to?
That's a big question. So the whole program is changing. Wade, you might be able to help me out too. It's going, correct me if I'm wrong, from more of a regional to a provincial. So my understanding is there won't be necessarily anybody local here. They might be coming from outside. So that's going to be a huge change in the program. You've probably heard at RMA, people were really advocating for it to stay the way it was, because as we know, people that maybe are coming from larger centers are not really conscientious of what happens in rural communities, and are they going to have the same response time? I think there's a lot of questions that we just don't know.
I think they have hired somebody for Three Hills, have they not?
We have our meeting next month.
Yeah, so I think there's somebody in place, but that's my rumor. Don't quote me on that, but I've heard that they've hired somebody that's just out of university, but I have.
So I guess my question or comment would be related to your email inquiry around the retirement or farewell dinner for, and whether we as council wanted to send via Councillor Cunningham good wishes to Carolyn, and Councillor Christie's going as well, and just I think probably appropriate to pass on our thanks and appreciation for the years of service, and just I think we give you permission to do that on our behalf. Whichever one of you draws the short straw gets to speak. And as long as council's okay with that, I think that would be appropriate. Since you're both attending, I think that would be.
I said I wanted to attend because I hired Carolyn back in the day.
That's amazing, yeah.
Okay. All right, so that was my only comment based on your. So then we are going to Councillor McGee with Division 1 report.
Thank you. I think we covered most of the CAEP board meeting items. Just a little note that the CAO of the Red Deer Regional Hospital Airport was a huge asset to us as part of our board and has resigned to take the CAO position at Thunder Bay International Airport. So quite a huge, that's how excellent he is. So he will be greatly missed. It's the problem with these really great people is they keep finding even greater jobs because they're so great. But he's done a lot of work, especially around our policies and procedures, and so we will miss him. Our AGM is June 28th at the Disbury Golf Course. We've already spoke about the other programs that are there. I'm glad to talk to anyone more about them if they wish. So then I also attended the Marigold AGM, and then they also followed that with a regular board meeting. Thank you to Councillor Forbes for letting me reacquaint myself to this great group. They're really, really efficient. Received a really clean audit, excellent situation financially, and I thought it was interesting that the auditors did say that they use Marigold Library as the example when they are working with other boards about how to handle finances. So it's nice to know that the people we're supporting is doing such a good job of managing what we give them. The big topic of the day was, guess what? Things changed because province has changed things, and so we had set our levy rates, sent out our requisitions, and then the province municipal affairs gave a different population numbers, of which is considered best practices for us to follow instead. And so the good news for Kneehill County is we get a lower requisition, less money out from us. Not all of them were that way, and so what we're doing is we passed a motion, whichever rate is the lowest for each municipality will be now the requisitions. So we will get some money back, and the details of how that's going to be handled will be coming through administration. I don't quite know how they figured that all out, but just so you know, our requisitions will be better, and also that I think Marigold needs to be appreciated for recognizing instead of charging people more or changing what they're doing, they're giving us whichever is the best story for each personal municipality. So that I really appreciated that decision. And just so you know, then those will be the rates for 2025 for all people going forward. So, and then I really, again, have to thank everyone for the opportunity to go to the Economic Development of Alberta Experience Leaders Summit and Conference. We had 2 administrative staff there as well. This is just an outstanding learning opportunity. The only thing is they work me way too hard there. It literally is 7:30 until 9 o'clock at night. There are things to be at and participating in. We work through our lunches. We don't, we do network a bit in that, but we're primarily working and learning hard, and it's been some really good information coming out of that. The information is huge. They've been really good at many of the presenters giving their information on the website, so you're welcome to go and look at the information yourselves. And yeah, there's just too much to talk about, so I will just tell you, get on the website and learn whatever you want. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions with regard to what Councillor McGee has provided? Councillor Cunningham.
Just a quick one. So I think you kind of alluded to it, Councillor McGee, but looks like the website might be a resource, but what I'm hearing from business owners is they're still facing a lot of the same issues: staffing, cost of doing business, taxes, carbon tax, all those fun things. So do either what Community Futures or CAEP, do you guys have any resources that we could pass on to businesses that are trying to stay afloat or that want to open, or like what kind of resources, I guess, are out there for those folks?
I think it's best to contact those organizations themselves, as well as our own ag dev officers too. Yes, we had an excellent Outlook presentation about how that is the case again this year. It's a very common, like what they said, the graphs and the charts of those issues are quite massive. They also had lots of charts of how we compare to other countries in those types of things. And though Alberta is leading the way with economic development, our GDP compared to United States is still extremely low in comparison. And so the overall position is we need to find ways to help these barriers, because we need to be moving forward.
Okay, Councillor Christie.
I'll just be quick. Community Futures is designed as a non-bankable loan system because they'll take on loans that banks won't do, and they help you manage and get you bankable over a period of time. So for sure, that's where they excel. So that's a resource that's very much out there, and that's what they're looking for.
Okay, at this point, I'm going to stop any further discussion on council and committee reports. We are going to recess for 2.5 minutes to allow our gentlemen who have joined us to get prepared to present, and we're very thankful that you're here. So welcome, and we are looking forward to hearing from you. So we'll give you a few minutes to get organized. Okay. So I am going to call the council meeting back to order. It is 2:02. And our next item on our agenda, of course, is a delegation at our request from NRCB. And I want to welcome you, gentlemen. We will introduce ourselves so you know who you're dealing with here. And then if you would introduce yourselves and then take off with your presentation, that would be amazing. So actually, Councillor Penner, can I just go right to the end, to the far end and to the bad actors?
He's talking about you. Good afternoon, I'm Kevin Gannon, and I'm the Director of Community Services.
Good afternoon, Mike Zier, Director of Infrastructure.
Hi there, I'm Teresa Cochran, Director of Corporate Services.
Good afternoon, Debbie Penna. I'm Division 2 down in the Swalwell area.
Hello, I'm Faye McGee, Division 1. It's close to Highway 9, Drumheller Valley kind of borders it.
Carrie Phillips, Division 4.
And I'm Ken King. I represent the northeast part of Kneehill, so basically Trochu north and east pretty much covers my area.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thanks for coming. My name is Jerry Whitstock, and I represent the Acme-Linden area, which pretty sure you guys know where that is.
Thanks so much for coming. Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, Division 5, so I have an area to the north, south, east, and west of Three Hills.
So Wade Christie, Division 6, I'm kind of Highway 27 north, and then Trochu west. So.
And I'm Carolyn Vanico, Legislative Services Coordinator.
Probably the most important person in the room right
Yeah.
now. And I'll just remind you that we are streaming live, and so if you're speaking, if you make sure you're using a microphone, that would be greatly appreciated. So go ahead, gentlemen.
Okay, I got this on. Sounds like it's working. So
yes.
I'm Sean Royers. I'm the CEO of the Natural Resource Conservation Board. So there's two gentlemen here. I'll get them to introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Kevin Seward. I'm the Manager of Compliance for the NRCB out of Lethbridge.
And Andy Cumming, Director of Field Services Applications, also out of Lethbridge.
So I'm going to run you through, I think probably the best way to do this today is we're going to run you through a little bit of a presentation. We're going to talk a little bit about who we are, what we do, and how we relate to municipalities. And I know you have some specific questions, so the way to work with the three of us is all the easy puffball questions I'll take, all the gut-wrenching, teeth-gnashing, soul-searching questions I'll direct to these guys. So, I think maybe, where is it? Here it is. Very good. So just, let's start off with maybe a little introduction as I guess NRCB, who we are. So we were actually created back in 1991. It was under originally the Natural Resource Conservation Board Act. And that was really, at that time, and it still is, that's where we consider large public projects and whether they're in the best public interest. So these would be projects that are non-energy related. So for example, things like forestry or tourism. We'll look at a lot of water infrastructure and conveyance projects, irrigation projects. Some of the most recent one I think that we approved was the Springbank Dry Reserve project just northwest of Calgary. And that was following the floods in 2013. They needed to have some infrastructure to deal with the overflow. So that's just an example. So that's one side of our business. The other side of our business, which I'm going to talk about almost exclusively today, because this is the act that we do the most interaction with municipalities, is the Agriculture Operations Practices Act. So back in about 2000, 2002, the government of the day had made the decision that we needed to have some kind of consistency when we're citing new CFOs, because we had a bit of a patchwork of approval processes across the province. So they brought in part 2 of this legislation of the OPA at that time, and since that time, NRCB has been tasked with approving new CFO operations and all the compliance that's involved with those operations as well. We have a board, and our board operates very separately than we do, so we're the operations. If anyone, anyone who's a directly affected party, and in almost every case that includes municipalities, is unhappy with the decisions from either our approval officers or our compliance officers, they have the ability to appeal that to our board. And our board operates very much like a quasi-judicial board, similar to AUC, I think you've heard from earlier, and AER, so a similar type of process. So that gives you a little background of where we are. But by far, where we interact most with you guys is under EOPA. So there's 3 different permit types we have. We have approvals, registrations, and authorizations. And it really depends on the size of the operation, depending on which one of these you fall under. But the simplest way to think about these approvals are the ones that they trigger under legislation, but they tend to be the larger operations. And then there's registrations that tend to be smaller operations. The difference between the two is there's a bit more of a process involved if it's an approvals type operation. So we have a catch area that we consider for directly affected parties. So under an approval, we'll also consider applications for people outside that area if they can make the case that they're a directly affected party, whereas we don't do that under registration. Authorizations is really just more of a simple process for manure collection area and manure storage areas. So a permitting kind of falls into 3 broad categories. One is land use provisions, and we rely heavily on you to do that. So we look very closely at the municipal development plans, or in the IDPs in this case as well. We look at land use bylaws carefully when we're making our decisions on citing of CFOs. Then there's the technical requirements that fall under the OPA legislation itself. So it's, you know, it's fairly clear. Well, I shouldn't say it's very clear and straightforward. It isn't always, but it is relatively clear and straightforward. And then we look at permits from other agencies as well. So we get a lot of questions about water licenses, for example, and that falls under environment. So we do have that worked into our process to make sure water licenses are in place. And then another issue that comes up, and we'll probably talk about this a little later, is road use agreements. This is a common issue with all the municipalities that we're working with. And we're actually dealing with this at our Policy Advisory Committee meeting, where we have representatives from rural municipalities, livestock organizations, conservation groups as well. And we're looking at ways to try and solve this at that table right now. We're probably not the most logical place for it to end up, but we're starting the conversation. So I'm not going to go through this because that'd be painful for me and you. So all I'm trying to do here is just give you a visualization of all the touch points we have with the municipality. So part 1 comes in, and that's really when the farmer kind of says, this is my intention, and this is what I want to do. As soon as we get that part 1, we notify you. So when we know, you know. There's really no time lapse there. Part 2 is, so between part 1 and part 2, this is when the producer gets time to put more of the detail behind their application. You know, what is the buildings that are involved, the blueprints, what are the setbacks, the things they need to think about. They work very closely with our approval officers to do that, and we work with the county offices in very much an iterative manner to understand what your NDPs look like, what some of the considerations are of your bylaws. Once we get that thing completed, part 2, we have what's called a completed application, and then that gets opened up for comments, and under our legislation, municipalities are automatically considered directly affected parties. So you guys always have the opportunity to provide input to all of our applications. So the public notification, just to touch a little bit on that process. So we do notification letters, and these are to the persons who own or reside land within the notification distance that's laid out in the legislation. We still do, and we said we used to put it in local newspaper. We still do where there are local newspapers, but as you guys know, they're rapidly disappearing, right, with the new age that we're in now. And we do post this on the NSB website as well. So when we look at I think we're going to spend a little bit of time on minimum distance separation, because this is an important conversation whenever we talk to the municipalities. And when we get part 1, that's automatically when we set the MDS, the minimal distance separation that operation has to be from the nearest residence within municipality. It's based on, you know, livestock and the type of manure, whether it's liquid or solid, and that's going to affect the distance. And these are all laid out in our legislation. It's measured from the closest point of the confined feeding operation to the nearest outside wall of the neighboring residence. And we do have what's called an expansion factor. This one's going to be a little complicated because it's confused me right up for most of the time when I first arrived. But if you have a new operation that's been there for a while, you've already got the footprint that's in place, right? So if they decide to make an expansion and they're not able to meet the minimum distance separation requirement in legislation, we can adjust that by an expansion factor of 0.77, I believe is the ratio. And again, that's only if they've, more than 3 years have passed since they've had the most recent construction. So we'll talk a little bit more about that because I've kind of glossed it over. But so just to give you an idea of our categories that we have, and again, the setback is farther depending on which category you fall into. So if if the residence it's zoned as agriculture, then that's our category 1. If it's non-agriculture use, it's zone 2, so it's further away. Those that are on high recreation commercial purposes, again, further away. And the farthest is going to be country residential, rural hamlet. So I didn't talk about the distances that are involved in each case, or maybe you can.
I can fill in a little bit too. So the key thing here, and this probably gives you a better visual, is that each of those different categories assumes a sort of a different tolerance for nuisance impacts, predominantly odors. So category 1, which are your residences on agriculturally zoned lands, is the shortest distance all the way through to category 4, which again is the towns, rural hamlets, villages, that sort of thing. And that distance is obviously bigger. The key thing here, and we're going to touch on it just now as well, is that the minimum distance separation is measured to residences. It's not measured to empty lots. It's not measured to community halls. It's not measured to schools. It's not measured to anything like that. It's residences. So if you are looking to protect a country residential development that is still in its infancy and just essentially bare land right now, you need to consider things like that in your municipal development planning process. Schools, community halls, recreation facilities, that sort of thing, exactly the same thing, because our MDS is limited to residences.
So, again, Andy covered all this, but that's a point of, I guess, clarification we often run into, and because I know, and we've had a number of cases where we had a school that's adjacent to, a new storage facility, and they're surprised to find out, no, we don't have, the rule doesn't apply there. So what Andy said, it's really important, if those are areas you want to protect, then you need to, specify that in your rural planning, in your municipal development plans. So as I mentioned earlier, the applications, and this is where we tie in heavily with the municipalities in our process, they have to meet municipal development plan provisions. There's no leeway or room for our approval officers to make any decisions on it. They have to consider that. We look at the land use bylaw provisions as well, and we look at the intermunicipal development plans. So all of those, now previously the IDPs, when that was upgraded in the Municipal Government Act, our legislation still doesn't reflect that. But we had a board decision that was done back a while ago that allows us to consider IDPs. So we kind of filled that gap in there while we're waiting for our legislation to sort of catch up to where MGA is at. Land use provisions, so, and this is where I know you have some specific questions, but I think, some of the, I guess, tips or hints we would give is that for your MDPs and IDPs, they should be clearly defined. Your planning requirements in there, your setbacks, noting where they're measured from, identifying where CFOs are and are not allowed to develop. That's really helpful because that helps us to know where an appropriate place is for a CFO to be located. And just I was starting to touch on this earlier, so approval officers do not have discretion on the IDP NPP, so they must deny. It's inconsistent with your MDP IDP, so that's right in our legislation, black and white. Now, of course, the catch here is the NSB board does have the discretion to approve an application despite that inconsistency. So if we do have a directly affected party that wants to appeal that particular decision, our board will consider that. And they can override that, but they don't do that lightly. They look very closely. I know when we met with the committee, the CUJAC committee, my chair and I met, and we walked through all the considerations that the board takes into account when they're looking to override what a municipality considers. We look carefully at the bylaws, we look at the MDPs, we have lots of questions about what was the logic behind your MDP, how did you get to that, what were you trying to achieve with your planning objectives. So those are the kinds of questions that we go back and forth with the MDP. The board will, if they're considering overriding that or approving that despite any inconsistency. I shouldn't say override, it gets people riled up, so I'll say,
Approving in spite.
yeah, approve despite, yeah. Water licensing is another thing I mentioned earlier, is that we get a lot. So you've approved the CFO, do they have a water license in place? I mean, obviously they can't function if they don't. The water license is the responsibility of the Alberta Environment Protected Areas. And CFO applications, when we get them, we always refer them to EPA to make sure they're in compliance with all of their legislation. One of the changes we made in terms of our applications is we get applicants to sign a declaration that they understand that if they're going to carry forward this application, they must have a water license in place, right? So it's not, it's just a way of reminding them and making sure that they've got that consideration in. And it's a way to tie ourselves better into EPA, and that was actually a concern that came up from the municipalities that we incorporated into our application process. So I'll talk about compliance for a little bit, and we'll start with how we go about it. And it's an arrow, but really it's a ladder that we like to think about. Most of the time, we'll start at the top of that ladder where it's voluntary compliance. It's really about extension, education, information that we're giving to the farmers. And then we'll move down that if we're not seeing compliance. But having said that, we can jump into any rung of that ladder depending on the situation. So if we have, a lagoon that's leaking into an adjacent waterway, that is not a lot of room for education and negotiation. We move right to prosecution in that case. So, but that gives you an idea of how we like to work. We prefer, and we probably spend most of our time, arguably, at the very top of that arrow. So, and that's the way we prefer to work. So inspectors follow up on a number of things. We do have a complaint line. It's a 24-hour line. A lot of people are surprised to hear that, but we do have that. I don't think in a given year we see a lot of emergencies, but we do have that 24-hour line there. So our compliance staff will respond to that. Where they spend most of their time is number 2 to 4, I guess. But permit conditions, when we permit a facility, there's permitting conditions that they have to meet. So our compliance folks will follow up to make sure those are still being met. And when there's a construction involved, they have to do a construction inspection before it can be populated with any of the livestock that's there. We have a number of compliance program inspection programs as well, which we'll probably talk about a little bit more later. One is grandfathering. We're trying to make people aware. Now, this is one of the complications with this legislation is when we brought it in 2002, we had a number of operations that had permits with their municipality. So we didn't want to, in the transition process, they didn't want to completely wipe those out. They said, okay, we'll still honor the conditions that are under those municipal permits, and we'll enforce all the conditions that are under that. Over time, of course, the thinking was as people expanded and changed, they would all fall under our legislation. But we're still seeing a lot of outliers out there, folks that still have their original grandfathering, permit. And so we're trying to get a handle on a lot of those, because when those folks when they want to expand, when they seek financing mostly from the banks, then we hear from them saying, hey, do we have a grandfathering determination? And, it's really hard 22 years later to try and do that. Municipalities don't even keep records. The government doesn't keep records. The provincial government, and then you're interviewing neighbors, and people have changed, owners have changed. So it's just getting increasingly difficult to determine if someone has a grandfathering status or not. So one of our compliance programs is a bit of an education program, encouraging people to come to us, and we'll do that for you. So if you have one or not, and if you seek financing, where they have that grandfather or not. So that's one of our programs. The other one has to do with a livestock verification program. This came to us originally as some complaints, mostly in the south, for some of the dense feedlots we see down there. And so we're making sure that operations that the animals they have on site are actually consistent with what was in their permit. And so we're doing that. We're seeing some that are not. I think we've looked at about 20 so far. About 5 of those are not in compliance. And some of those cases, it's just the time of year we caught them, right? So they got, cattle and inventory changes going over. But in 2 or 3 of those cases, they said, yeah, I'm getting bigger. So, we need to look at a new permit for that. So that's another compliance program. The last one we're looking at is a liner inspection program. So some of these liners that were put in place for their catch basins and their lagoons were put in place between 2000 and 2007. They're getting old. They're at risk of cracking. So this is a province-wide, they're all province-wide programs, by the way, but this one, we're starting to look at the integrity of those things. Are they still holding? So that's some of the, and again, that was actually one of the recommendations that came out of the, I believe it was a Brownlee report for the QJAC that talked about how for the quasi-judicials that you need to be proactive in doing your, doing your compliance. So that was good timing because right about the time we got that report, hey, we were beginning to launch these programs, so it was good timing. Manure spreading is probably the biggest compliance issue that we run into. It applies to all livestock operations, whether it's a cow-calf or another operation that might fall under legislation. So our regulations outline things like manure incorporation, except if it's direct seeded or forage land base. Setbacks, it includes in there, nutrient loading, we look at that, the salinity levels that can be in place, cell testing, record keeping, all these are involved when we're looking at manure spreading. We have lots of facts and technical guides, as I'm sure lots of folks do, and you can you make yourself go cross-eyed looking at our website of all the things that we have there. But there's lots of good information there if you're looking for more information. And yeah, that brings me to the sort of formal presentation. I think we're I guess looking forward to getting into some back and forth one kind of conversations with what you guys want to talk about. So I'll end there.
Well, thank you for that. You didn't come anticipating any questions, did you?
Yeah.
First off, let me just reiterate again, we appreciate you being here, and I'm sure we have a number of questions, and so we look forward to that opportunity. So I am going to give my fellow councillors first opportunity. Is there someone with a question? Would like some clarification as to what's been presented for these gentlemen? See, I always give them first chance.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean I don't have some questions.
Yeah.
Councillor Penner, you look like you have a question on the tip of your tongue.
I'm not sure if I look forward to it or not look forward to road use agreements. They must vary hugely from, say, the Lethbridge area to special areas area, like we're not in special areas, but I mean to that area. So I can't imagine how you can put, or what kind of a road use agreement you could put in for the province-wide, as to say, or whether they work on specific areas.
Yeah, so I think as I mentioned, we're really wrestling with this. I think I explained the policy advisory group we have. So when they brought in AOPA, they realized back in 2006, we should have a group of stakeholders that advise us to make sure that we're still interpreting legislation that, according to its original intent. And that's why we have, RMA representatives on there. So Jason Snyder is your representative and Kevin Rista is the other one. So both of them sit on PAG. And, this is an issue that's come up time and time again. And both our RMA members brought this issue to the last PAG and said, okay, we need to deal with this. And this is right on the heels of the 2 reports coming out. So by the way, we're considering those reports as well. All of the recommendations out of that is being considered through PAG as well. But back to your question. So on road use agreements, road infrastructure agreements, we know what the issue is. We know what the problem is. So we've got increasingly growing operations. CFOs are becoming larger and larger in size. They're dragging heavier equipment over the road. There's a lot of wear and tear going on that. The burden of that's falling on ratepayers that are not ag ratepayers, because under the MGA Act, agriculture operations pay mill rates that were back in the 1980s, right? So there's not a lot of revenue recovery there. So what we talked about, so what are our options? What are the things we can look at? And at this point, it's just a discussion. We haven't come forward with any solid recommendations. The subcommittee we struck to look at this has got representation from the livestock industry. Jason Snyder is front and center on that one as well. There's us, and we got environment there, we got agriculture there, and we got some of the environmental nonprofit groups. Road use agreements are one of the things we're looking at, and I mention that because there's a lot of different kinds of road use agreements. We have a lot of handshake agreements going on around the province. Big CFO operations will come into agreement with the county on, okay, what does this upgrade look like and how much can I contribute to that? I think what Jason offered is, for us, I guess our suggestion was we don't want to have a patchwork of approaches all over that. I mean, that's why OPA was created, so you don't have that patchwork. We don't want to see it with our road use agreements. Is there some kind of formula that can be in place? Is there some kind of, and I grant that they're different every time, but is there some kind of guideline that we can have? And I think, Jason had committed to coming back to us with a little bit of that information on the template, so we could start there and say, okay, maybe this gives us some starting point. Because the reservation we have from the ag members is, I don't have expertise in roads. I feel pretty intimidated going head to head with my municipality and negotiating a road use agreement. Like, can't there be some kind of guidelines? So that's where we're starting, right? Having said that, though, Intensive Livestock Working Group, which is also a member of PAG, they're looking at other options as well, other type of, offset fees or some kind of, they're looking at a general taxation approach, that kind of thing. So we're looking at a few options to see how, the issue's not going away, we know that. So that's why it's a priority right now with PAG.
The only comment I would make in regards to that is I hope ultimately at the end of the conversation there is municipal input will be considered in those. It's very interesting to me that if it's ag, the expectation is ag should have a free pass, whereas if it's any other industry, they have a road use agreement with us. Yep. And some of our ag users are much heavier abusers of roads than our industrial partners in some ways. So yeah, I appreciate that it's being looked at and that those things are being considered, because it does have pretty major impacts. We just went through a situation where we're considering a development, and there was lots of talk around road use and dust and management of traffic and all of that within that application. Yeah. But had it been ag, probably wouldn't have even hit the table. Because it's ag, and so I'm very happy to hear that. So. Yeah, and I know we're starting the conversation because we just happen to have a lot of the right stakeholders at our table, but we do need to bring in probably the crops groups, because we have large grain producers that do just as much wear and tear on the roads as well. So they need to be brought into the conversation as well, and I think ultimately, I think we're starting to go as Intensive Livestock Working Group wants to work with the grain sectors and the municipalities. They'll start with RMA reps that we have, and then probably filter it out to there. So again, we're a starting point for that, but we have a vested interest in seeing this solved too, because we'd sure like to check that box when we make an approval for a CFO. Yeah. Appreciate those comments. Any other questions on the part of council?
Just before you get to other questions, it may be worthwhile just to throw out here that some municipalities are already tackling this sort of thing on their own. You've got Lethbridge County, who has designated haul routes, and they have other things in play there. Other municipalities say if you want to do, put road bans on, so a certain amount of tonnage is allowed to travel down this type of infrastructure. So we're seeing that across the provinces as well. So depending on the municipality, and that's sort of unique to each individual municipality. So it's a little bit of a two-way street right now, and this is what I think Sean is hearing at this PAG subcommittee, is that there is this little bit of a patchwork quilt starting to happen, and is there a better way to address that, and can it be more consistent?
But we have some of our lighter surface roads where we have what I would call landlocked producers, and they're not all necessarily livestock guys.
Yeah.
And so we have a process in our sort of road ban season where there's some overload limit stuff but it's based on an application and a permitting process that allows them to move traffic in and out without impeding their business, but without hopefully using our roads somewhat. So glad to hear those comments, Andy.
Yeah, and the other one that we bump into from time to time is your infrastructure. And I know that this is a major concern for many municipalities, your bridges, things like that. Down in the south, there's a lot more bridges because of the irrigation canals, but it's not limited to the south. And there's weight restrictions and maintenance and upgrades, and those are significant concerns that we do take into consideration should the municipality raise those.
Okay, thank you for that. Other questions or comments? Councillor Cunningham.
So we often hear a lot about public interest. So I'm just wondering for you folks, when you are considering an application, how do you as the NRCB define public interest if a project's in the public interest?
Yeah, and this is one of the questions that came up at PAG, and out of the, also came out of the the one QJAC report that came forward. So when we look at public interest, we go through the legislation. So legislation considers setbacks and a number of protocols you need to follow to protect both ground and surface water. So that covers that. When we look at effects on community, that's where we rely heavily on the IDP and MDP, because you guys do those consultations, and when you zone certain things, you do so for very good reason, right? So we look at that carefully. We also look at directly affected parties. We take inputs from them. So built into our process is a number of things that are already considered, public interest. And I know I'm missing a few yet.
Yeah, I think one of the key things, and for the larger type of application, we get larger CFI application, you remember there were the three, the approvals, registrations, and authorizations. For the approvals, which are the larger ones, there's an impacts on the community side of things that our approval officers have to take into consideration. And that's very broad, and they use a number of different things, including the planning documents that you have, in order to take that into consideration. In fact, there was an application that was denied. This was because of the impacts to the community, but this also happened to be one where the traffic was going to be have a significant impact, negative impact on the infrastructure. There were some bridges that would have to be upgraded and everything else. So all of that gets taken into consideration on those impacts to the community.
Yeah, we did have one case, GNS cattle up in Pigeon Lake as well. And in that particular case, I mean, the Pigeon Lake had been studied to death. I mean, and they had partnerships with the University of Alberta and Alberta Environment, and they specifically considered CFO in this study. So when we looked at that application was denied as well because of the potential impacts it could have on the community.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, Councillor Phopes.
And it was a question that was given to me, and I understand that you don't measure from schools and residents, but could you explain why you don't for the person who asked me this question? Like when you do your current minimum distance separations, you're not measured from the schools, community halls, et cetera.
Right.
So can you just explain why you don't?
I think Andy's got a little more history on the legislation.
Yeah,
that's one of those, tough questions.
It's the legislation. So it's actually specifically written into the legislation that is the minimum distance separation is a measurement to a neighboring residence from a confined feeding operation. So it is written in the legislation. It's not something that we've taken upon ourselves. It's part of the legislation.
Yeah.
But you did say, sorry, Councillor Penner, you did say earlier that if we wanted to address some of those, that we could address those within our own land use bylaws and municipal development plan, and that would be looked at in the process of making these approvals.
So you're exactly right there, Ken. And the key thing here is your municipal development plan, the way that our legislation is currently written, it could be your intermunicipal development plan as well, would include setbacks from things that you're looking to provide some protection to. Now, it could be the schools and other recreational facilities that you're mentioning now. It could be bare land areas where you are considering development, country residential, urban expansion, whatever the case may be, and you set those distances and the setbacks. The key thing that we would request that you do, and this also helps, just when we were sitting waiting, we were listening to some of the concerns that you're going with and the challenges that you're going with staff moving and everything else. So you tend to lose that, the historical reasons as to why things got put into whichever document. So we would encourage you, wherever possible, to, in your planning documents, to include some of the rationale or the reasoning for having those sort of protection areas, if I can call them that.
Yeah, and the reason for doing that, if we have a directly affected party that decides to challenge the decision, and the board is put in the position of, looking to approve despite an inconsistency, they need to understand why you did what you did. If there's a good solid logic behind that, they will always accept that, and they'll usually side with the municipality.
Councillor Penner, you had a question.
So the board, are they appointed? Or do they apply? And there's a few questions here. Are they trying to get from different parts of the industry? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Depending on how many apply, I guess. But
Yeah, so all of the board members are appointed through cabinet, so it's a cabinet appointment, but they're appointed there based on their background and expertise, so it's a competency-based board. So the three board members I have now, my chair is Peter Woloshin. So he was a former CEO of NRCB and spent his life in the ag sector. We have Rich Smith, who's a former general manager of the Alberta beef producers and has some current background in municipalities. And we have Sandy Roberts, who is a former approval officer, but also a former councilman as well with municipalities. So we tend to look for the folks that have a bit of a combination of footing in or background in agriculture, as well as municipal background, but we also look people with legal backgrounds as well. So it just really depends. So those are our board members, our three sort of, they're all part-time board members. We also have acting board members as well, because depending on the case, we need to bring in different expertise, right? And so we have folks that have background as a hydrogeologist or a background as a plant biologist, or we do have one that's expertise in legal, so it just depends. So we like to have that pool of people we can draw on as well. And all of these are appointed through cabinet approval and Premier's office, well, which is cabinet. Yeah.
And two of them are engineers. Just a plug for the engineers.
Yeah.
Depending on where you're sitting, that may or may not be a good thing.
Right. Yeah.
Go ahead, go ahead, follow up.
I think it's Kevin. Is it Kevin?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're sitting there quietly, so I'm just going to ask a question.
I'm not going to get off the hook so easy.
That's fine. Compliance, what's the number one thing you really have to deal with in compliance?
Oh, so for compliance, we've got inspectors across the province. And so, look, we have the 24-hour call line where complaints come in. So it depends on the season. As we move through the season, right now we're getting into summer, so we'll get odor complaints, we'll get manure spreading complaints, setbacks not followed. Into the summer, later summer, we'll get dust complaints. And then as we get back into fall, into manure spreading again, we'll get complaints there. And then all through it, we still have unauthorized construction. So I hate to say it, but it still happens out there. And like Sean had said, our first tool out of our toolbox is education. It's just getting to those people to say, yeah, don't build that pen. Phone us, please. Phone us first. Ask us, do I need a permit? We'll walk you through it. But yeah, that's about what the inspectors are doing on a day-by-day basis.
So since Councillor Penner opened the door and brought you into the conversation, so I see around the country, as they fill up feedlots in the fall, you see a lot of temporary pens going up. So that often exceeds beyond their licensing, and how is that either managed or directed by NRCB?
Yeah, so if cow-calf operations don't need a permit from the NRCB, so cow-calf guys can kind of do their thing. They still can't create a risk to the environment, and they still have to manage their manure. But as far as numbers, they're not bound by any numbers. So if I have 500 cow-calf pairs, I can have them in corrals, and then I can bring them in October, I can wean my calves, I can put my calves in a permanent pen, and I can feed them all winter, and that's still under my exemption as a cow-calf operation. As long as I don't buy the neighbor's calves or feed for anybody else, as long as it's all my own herd, I got 500 cows and I got 500 calves, I can do that. So you'll see some of those guys set up temporary pens to feed their calves, whether they're going to precondition them before they sell them. Some will sell them in the new year just for taxes. Some will hold them till spring. Once those calves are gone, and they have to be gone when grass is available, they can't come back. So I can't take those 500 calves, put them out on grass pasture, and then in the fall I'll bring them back and finish them off. I can't do that. That's not allowed under the exemption. The other thing we see, cow-calf operations are called a thing called seasonal feeding and bedding. So a lot of cow-calf guys will have sites where they feed their calves or cattle through the winter, and it's not in a pen, but it's in an area, and they substance feed them because grass isn't available during that time period. Some feedlot operators can also do that, and we have a seasonal feeding and bedding policy. We kept seeing that feedlots would have their feedlot, and then in the fall, when the calf run is on, they'd put up these little temporary pens and say, oh, they're just seasonal pens, I'm just overwintering. Well, we had to develop a policy on that. So if you're doing that right beside a confined feeding operation, there's a list of about 9 factors. You have to meet all 9 of those factors before you're allowed to do it. And some of those factors are, you can't feed when grass is available. It has to be portable infrastructure. That area has to be reseeded to some kind of vegetation during the summer, and there can't be any animals in there. And then we talk about you can't be finishing, there has to be run-on, run-off control, and there's a couple other, but there's 9 factors in that they have to follow for those. Problem is, I got 7 inspectors, and we got a huge province, so some of those slip through. We don't get around to everybody, we try to, but if you have concerns, by all means, anybody can phone our complaint line and say, you can be anonymous. We do not tell, even if you're not anonymous, we do not tell the people who complain. That's held confidential. You know, that being said, if you're complaining because somebody spread too close to your house, when I go to that operator, he's probably going to be able to figure it out. When I tell him he needs to stay 150 meters away from the neighbor's house, but we do not tell them who complained.
Okay, no, it's just something that we often see, fall time period, all of a sudden those feedlots have a bunch of temporary pens, and bingo bango, there's a bunch of cattle that people wonder about, and so.
Yeah. By all means, give us a call. We'll gladly send somebody out and have that conversation with the operator, see what's going on.
And again, on that issue, is there a requirement for them to be providing records in terms of the number of livestock that's within a feedlot that's licensed for a specific number? So if their license is 10,000, is there any way they're reporting on that number? So if the license is 10,000 and they manage to squeeze 12 in, is somebody actually observing, watching, or caring about what happens?
So you heard Sean talk about our proactive compliance program. So that was one of the complaints, exactly, saying, I think feedlots are overfilling, you know, so they get a 10,000 head permit, and maybe there's more than 10,000 in there. And so we developed this program, and we've identified all the feedlots across the province that have permits, have NRCB permits, and we started out, we did a stage process. Rather than send out, 150 letters, we kind of focused on the county of Lethbridge, and we sent letters to all those guys and says, you need to tell us exactly on today how many animals are in your pens, what their weights are, and by pen. So a total number plus in pen A1, there's 500, 600 pounders. In A2, there's 600, whatever it is. We made a report, all that. And then we slowly expanded it. We started in Lethbridge. We did a few in Lethbridge, then we did the rest in Lethbridge, and then we went out to all the counties. So that program has now stopped for the summer because natural nutrition, people are getting out of their animals. We will start that up again in the winter, and we will go province-wide. Those guys will get letters saying, please report your animal numbers. We have caught a few. Some guys were caught in the transition, the packers were behind. I was supposed to have 3 liners go out last week. They didn't. My buyer bought me 2 liners of calves. I'm a little over. We'll work with those operators. Yeah. Some have said, you know what, I need to be bigger. I'm coming to get a permit. Yeah. So we are working. So we work with them. They may get a compliance directive. They may get an enforcement order, but they need to get back into compliance. But we are monitoring that. It was an issue that was raised, so we are following up on that. And that program will continue for the next couple of years at least.
Okay. One of the other things I run into quite often around manure management, and particularly on the feedlot side, but sometimes in a cow-calf, where they're relatively close to a waterway, a natural waterway we call environmentally sensitive area, and you get rainfall events or snowmelt events, which carries a lot of non-water components into those waterways. How, like, what's the expectation of those facilities around that type of event?
So in the act, everybody who applies manure has to follow the setbacks, and those setbacks are based on slope. So the steeper the slope, the further back from that water body you have to be. Once you get, I think it's to a 12% slope, you can't spread on that slope anymore. So it's making people aware, stay away from that creek, stay 30 meters, stay 60 meters, stay 90 meters, whatever the slope is, but it's making people aware. Yeah. And so, yeah, same thing. We get a lot of calls. People phone and say, hey, I got a neighbor here at the spread. I think he's a little too close to the creek. Can somebody come out and have a look? And it's just going to the operator saying, hey, just so you know, this is the distance that you need to stay back. And so it's a little hard on some of the no-till guys to make them go in with a disc and work that in if they are too close. Mm-hmm. But incorporating it does help prevent, I won't say it prevent, helps slow any runoff that may go in. But we will do that, even if I have gone in and make forage guys. You got told twice not to spread so close. You did. Now you're going in, you're disking that in. So we never did get a third complaint on him, so he learned his lesson. But, but yeah, it's just let us know. If you see something, by all means, give us a call and we can send somebody out.
Okay. My last question has to do with the expansion factor. And so existing feedlot, and how does that expansion factor work for their minimum distance separation?
We're going to lob the ball between us. So the expansion factor, there are some requirements that need to be met in order for an applicant who wants to expand to be able to utilize that expansion factor. As Sean mentioned, it is a factor of 0.77, and that doesn't mean anything to the regular person. So the curve, if you have a look at the MDS curve, and no, people probably can't see this, but it's not a straight line. It's a curve, and as you get bigger and further out, so it sort of flattens out. So when you are applying an expansion factor, it essentially allows you from the time that you didn't have an expansion factor. So let's say you got a 10,000 head feedlot, it's a brand new feedlot, you put it on a facility. It could be hog operation, chicken operation, whatever. But let's go with a 10,000 head feedlot example. You build it, you construct it, you get sign off from us. Remember the post-construction inspections that Sean spoke about. When we go out there and we do the post-construction inspections, if you have constructed everything according to your permit, we will actually give you a letter saying you can now populate this or put manure into that particular facility. That date on that letter starts the clock for the 3-year requirement for enabling people to utilize the expansion factor. So after 3 years following that post-construction inspection, if that operator at this stage wishes to apply to expand their facility, the expansion factor can be utilized. It essentially allows the operation to double in size within the same minimum distance separation. Okay, so if you draw that circle, remember the slide with the circle, and let's assume that that was your initial circle that you had. And then after 3 years has gone by, you now want to expand your confined feeding operation. It essentially allows you to double the size of that operation and still remain in that circle that you had when you started. Does that make sense? Sort of? Okay, I'm trying to paint the picture because it's not necessarily that easily sort of transferred or communicated.
Yeah, I mean, I think the policy logic behind it is once you've made the footprint, additions to that footprint doesn't have the same linear impact that the initial footprint does, right? So that's the logic behind it. So Yeah.
That's the part that I think you wanted to hear, not the explanation of the technical stuff.
No, I wanted
Yeah.
both. I wanted both.
Yeah.
And part of my question is driven by our own experience here, where we had a development that took place, and then some wording changed in some of our own documents, and when they applied for expansion, it was turned down because of the change in our wording. And so something like this expansion factor wouldn't have applied to that operation based on our own document changes.
So what, the expansion factor would apply, but let's say you've got an exclusion zone that has now increased in size, or you can't get it, you can't move into that exclusion zone.
Okay, so if they were...
I don't know if I've explained that correctly.
Okay, so point A and minimum distance is X.
Right.
Due to change in the way our rules are written and the way they're going to be interpreted by NRCB, that boundary moves here. They haven't changed, but that boundary has. So the expansion then would not be allowed based on the change in that distance. Would that?
So I think the example that you're talking about is one where you had a setback which was an exclusion zone within a municipal development plan, which referred to an intermunicipal development plan exclusion zone. At the time that the municipal development plan was originally developed, there was no intermunicipal development plan. And you've now got an intermunicipal development plan, but the municipal development plan still required the setback from the boundary or the intermunicipal development plan. So essentially, you have expanded the no-go area for a confined feeding operation. Whether that's for a new one or an expansion would depend on the language in your actual document. But if that operation is within that exclusion zone and the exclusion zone does not allow for an operation to expand, then we would not allow that operation to expand.
Then
So
your expansion factor doesn't.
So, yeah, what I was going to get at then, it doesn't matter about the minimum distance separation, because we're talking about an exclusion zone that this operation is located within that says that you aren't allowed to do whatever it is. In this case, I think it was an expansion of that type of facility. So the minimum distance separation becomes a red herring in that instance.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So
Thank you.
It goes
Appreciate
back
that.
to us deferring back to your applying documents, right? So
Right.
if it's identified in the IDP that that's an exclusion zone, then the approval officer has to decline it. Yeah.
Okay, super, thank you. Deputy Reeve Woodstock.
Just one question, and that has to do with numbers. So if you have, I'll pull them out of the air. If you have a feedlot that's allowed to have 10,000 cattle in it, does it matter what the weight of those cattle is? So that number can shift from 10,000 to 11 or 12?
Yeah,
I'm just asking.
Yeah, so the Act does allow guys within livestock categories. So if we take the feedlot animals, so it would be your finishers, your feeders, your calves, you can move within those categories as long as two factors don't change. Your total manure production, and there's a thing called odor production, which the Act has calculations for. So there's a calculator, so you're right. I can put in there 10,000 beef finishers. How many feeder calves would that allow me? So a finisher is 900 pounds or greater. Feeder calves is at 450 to 900. So you can have 12,000 feeder calves until they get to 900 pounds, you know. So that's why when we, in the population verification program, I want to know the weights.
Yeah.
Because they're going to change category, and that's going to change your numbers. So on our website, and actually on Alberta Ag's website, you can type all that in. And you can play with the numbers. So you can type in 10,000 finishers, and it'll say, okay, so for 10,000 finishers, here's your total manure production, here's your odor production. And then you can go through and change all the numbers, and it chips away at those numbers, and once you get to zero, then it says that's it. That's all you can have. So there could be a combination of whatever, but we pick to do this in January and February because we know that's when the animals are probably going to be the biggest. So yeah, if I do it in September, October during the calf run, it'll all be smaller calves. but we want to watch when they make that transition and become feeners, and that's kind of where the baseline is.
Okay, that's what I suspected. It had something to do with the size of the pile.
That's exactly it.
The export pile. Okay, other questions? This is our opportunity. Councillor Christie.
I just see in the nutrient loading, you're looking at nitrogen and salinity. I'm sure that you're looking at phosphates too.
Careful. The Act does not regulate phosphate. It regulates nitrate, nitrogen. When they wrote the Act, they left out phosphorus. But as a compliance side and as a crops guy, we always tell guys, watch your phosphorus. And when guys are soil sampling, they just get the NPK, yes. They just get the full suite. And so if I pull people's records and I realize phosphorus is going up, there's a lot of people in Alberta Ag that can help them with that, what kind of crops to pull that back down. Maybe it's corn, maybe it's a legume. So we do make them aware of it, but there is no phos limits in the Act.
Okay, I'm an old hog producer, and our phosphate levels in areas got extremely high and kind of snuck up on us. When we emptied our lagoons at the final time, I had enough phosphate to do my whole farm 2 years in that lagoon system, but I couldn't spread it that thin.
Yeah.
So it was a challenge.
Yeah, phos is a challenge for sure.
There are many livestock producers who are very thankful that phosphorus is not in the legislation, because they're having difficulty managing the nitrogen side of that legislation, never mind the phosphorus side. So.
Yeah.
Since I'm in the crop ag business, and I do look at manure management plans and struggle with producers who struggle with that side of it, so.
Yeah, it is an issue.
Okay, other questions? Boy, look at that.
Maybe I'll just add one more thing.
Yep, you go
That
right ahead.
24-hour complaint line, if it's an emergency, so an emergency is what I consider any type of manure contaminated runoff going into a water course or water body. If that happens, regardless of the day, time, or night, it goes to my cell phone. So if you phone the call center and you say, hey, manure's flowing out of this field, it's going down into the creek, it's 10 o'clock, it's Sunday, I need to talk to someone, they will put you through to my cell phone. And they will keep phoning me until I answer. They'll phone my home phone, everything else. But we will respond. If it's an emergency, you will be able to talk to somebody, and somebody will respond. I've phoned lots of inspectors, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, saying, I'm sorry, you got to get in your truck and start driving. So, but yeah, we do have that. So that was one thing. Things don't happen 8 to 5, Monday to Friday. Things happen on a weekend and the holidays. So we are available. We are out there if it need be.
Thank you for that, yes.
I also wanted to throw in another little curveball, and that is underneath the registration threshold for under the Ag Operations Practices Act, any confined feeding operation that falls beneath that threshold falls under your municipal jurisdiction. So you have the ability to provide, requirements, permits, et cetera, for any of those operations that are below that threshold. I would encourage you, if you can, just to try and follow on the Ag Operation Practices Act requirements for water protection, groundwater, surface water, that sort of stuff. Because when they get bigger and they want to jump into the, under either the registration or the AOPA permitting requirement, we look at that as a greenfield site. And if they have the records to say that they have developed according to a permit that you issued them, and it's all of these standards, that saves them a ton of money and a ton of effort at that point in time. So we would encourage you to, if you have smaller operations, just to make sure that they keep all of those records, and at some point in the future when they want to expand, because that's typically what we see, and they bump into those permitting thresholds under AOPA, they at least have that information then. And if you have any questions about that, Bob and Mike have our contact information. They can reach out to us.
Okay, thank you for that. Kevin and Sean and Andy, you have been very helpful, and we certainly have appreciated your comments and your answers to our questions. And not only that, but it wasn't an emergency, but you showed up, so thank you very much. That is also very much appreciated. It's hard for us sometimes to get to where you are, and so we very much appreciated the fact that you made the effort to get to where we are. So thank you for being here, and I'm sure if we have additional questions, someone within our administration will be reaching out to talk to you, so thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Councillor Penner, you?
I do. I just want to say something. As you can tell, I'm probably, you've got animals. There's only a few of us in here that have livestock and whatnot else. It's great to hear from yourselves because we are an agricultural county and we want to encourage it. And as councillors, it's nice for us to know some of this information when we're just visiting with our neighbours and things like that, and they're talking about expansion and whatever, and when they say, well, the door's open at the NRCP, like, give them a call, they want to work with you guys. And so, yeah, I really appreciate you guys coming in and talking to us about it, so.
Thank you very much for that. And we would welcome, in fact, we do welcome, whenever anybody has a question, rather phone us before you start spending any money or doing any planning stuff. Yeah. Find out what the requirements are. We want people to be on the up and up. We want them to do things, you know, the right way right off the get-go, and not have to bang into that, oh, I have to tear this down, what do you mean? Phone us, ask us the questions. We would prefer you to be in compliance and know what the rules are and everything else, and then make your own planning decisions. So we welcome those calls.
Right, and your job's not easy, and like even for us in the industry, even just grain farmers, we'd love some manure on some of the land in our county, but then it goes back to the road use agreements. We've got to be so careful. It's you know what I mean? Because you bring water, you bring animals, you bring nutrients to that area, you know, so it's tough. People want to be fed, but in order to grow some crops on some of this land, we need some of the nutrients, and some of these feedlots or hog barns need some land to spread manure on, so they need to sign up them. And so it's a balancing act. I don't envy you guys, but thank you.
Yeah, one of the biggest things that we promote is neighbor relations. Yeah. Anytime I go out on a complaint, I talk to an operator, talk to neighbor relations. Get along with your neighbors, talk to your neighbors. They can be helpful. You're, like you say, you can get spreading lands. If you need extra land base, a lot of people would love that manure. So neighbor relationships are really important.
And I can't emphasize it enough. I've done a lot of presentations to the industry associations. When I first landed at NRCB, I started reading through all the decisions and files, and it's very clear the people who had poor relations with their neighbors are frequent flyers with us. The ones that, you know, have really good relationships, we don't see them. No. No.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Very much appreciate you being here, and don't underestimate the amount of appreciation we have for the fact that you did come and spent the time with us. We really do appreciate that, so thank you. Safe travels. How about we take a little recess? So let's take 10 minutes. So I'll give you 11 actually. Well, no, 10 really. So we're in recess to 3:15. All right, I know it's a bit early, but it's 3:10 and everyone's back, so we are going to call the meeting back to order. And we are going to go back to council and committee reports. And Deputy Reeve Whitstock, you had a question with regard to Marigold.
Just wondering what the requisition is, and wanted to throw that out there, or ask the question.
Sorry, I have to get back to you on that.
Okay. Didn't want to put you on the spot.
Yeah, I have the numbers of the population, but I don't have it quite handy. I'll have it to you by the time we close, though.
Okay, well, while we're waiting for that, we aren't going to stand on ceremony. We will continue. So the next item on our agenda would be a verbal report on Dr. R&R. And that was held last week, Wednesday, something like that. So, yeah, May 8th. Yep, last week, Wednesday. So, just so you're aware, the Dr. R&R currently is sitting at, after we pay the two doctors who are leaving their incentives, the Dr. R&R budget or finances will be sitting at $14,949.06. Our municipal funding in 2025 will be a total of $20,920 if the population numbers remain as they were this year, which would leave us with $35,414.06, and we owe $40,000 currently in doctor incentives. So we will not have, even with municipal funding next year, we will not have enough money to cover the obligations that we have to the doctors that we currently have on contract. In addition to that, the clinic is currently talking with 3 other doctors who may or may not be recruited within the next year to 18 months. And should that happen, there would be an additional $75,000 of recruitment incentives under the current agreement within the doctor recruitment and retention environment. And in addition to that, in the terms of reference for Dr. R&R, it talks about not only doctors but nurse practitioners, and the clinic is currently in conversation with 2 nurse practitioners. So all I'm doing is trying to give you the scope of the financial situation that the Dr. R&R might find themselves in here in the next period of time. And I just think it's worthwhile. 2 things are worthwhile to me to note is that there's active interest in looking at both nurse practitioners and additional doctors for the clinic, recognizing that we are losing doctors. I did ask the question specifically confirming doctors that are leaving, and I was told that there's only 2 doctors who have confirmed at this point in time that they're leaving, and that's Dr. Joseph and Dr. Abdeldouba. So those 2 have confirmed that they're leaving, and they're also the ones who are taking the $55,000 in immediate payments. So, all right. It's our policy. We have changed that policy now. We don't give the same incentive bonus, but it's still per individual recruited, 25,000. So in addition to that, even though we have that 14,949 or whatever it is, when they host a doctor or host a nurse practitioner or have an event or whatever, there's money that's sort of slipping out of that account, leaking through the cracks to fund some of those other events. So I just wanted to bring you up to speed on that. Very, very positive meeting, the last Dr. R&R. So that's my update there. Any questions? No? Good. In addition to that, I wanted to bring you up to speed on Trochu Housing. Trochu Housing had their most recent meeting yesterday afternoon. So There was a electronic vote that was taken regarding the number of lease units, life lease units within that facility, because the architect said if you're making changes, now is the time to make those changes. And so the number of life lease units within that development was reduced from 24 to 18. And so that was confirmed yesterday at the meeting. So the other beds, lodge and long-term care, they are staying the same. So now instead of being a 74 or an 80-unit facility, it's a 74-unit facility. They are approaching the 50% design stage. So they are moving forward rapidly on the design side. The intent is still to have foundational work being done this fall. September, October kind of timing is what they're looking at. They are holding a public consultation tonight, which Councillor Christie has agreed to attend on my behalf since I'm at FCSS. That's only because Shelley and Michaela were here earlier, right? So anyway, I mean, they are doing the steps required by municipal affairs around their borrowing bylaws and getting consultation with their ratepayers so that they are aware. They're planning to hold a number of other meetings. One is with the life lease holders, and there's a community advisory group that they're also going to have a meeting with, but they are moving forward and the project is ongoing, so.
The only comment I would have is that they're phasing that tender so that the foundations can be pushed ahead of the rest of it. So I'm not quite sure how they do that architecturally, but there'll be, I think, 3 phases is what they'll have. But the first one will be foundations so they can get it in the street.
Microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the only comment I would make is that the tender will be phased to accommodate the foundations, hopefully before it frees up.
Any other questions on Trochu housing? All right, if not, then the last item on the council and committee reports is 9.9, which is the Rocky View ICF IDP meeting that was attended by myself, Councillor McGee, and our CAO, Mr. Hogan. And basically, that meeting was held on Friday last week, Thursday, whatever day it was last week. Thursday, okay, we'll go with that. It was relatively a low event. It was a very friendly meeting, basically pretty much to say, yeah, there might be some wording tweaks here and there, but overall we're happy with what we have. We agree to come back in 4 years and review again. Councillor McGee, anything you'd like to add?
Well done.
So it was just more an opportunity just to sit down and say we're happy with how things are going and there's no major concerns on either side of the fence. All right. Okay, I think that covers all of those. So what, Deputy Reeve Woodstock?
Okay, I would move that council accepts the information in the council and committee reports as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. Ms. Vanderpool.
I do have an update on the Marigold Library requisition. The per capita rate is $10.96, and our population went down 121 people, so we're at 4,914. So it's just shy of $54,000 for a requisition this year. Pardon? 1096, yeah. It was 1085 the year before. It's down 1086. 1096.
Thanks, Carolyn.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion to accept the council and committee reports. All in favor? Okay, thank you. That's carried. The next item on our agenda, I'm going to go backwards to 8.2, which is the Natural Resources Conservation Board delegation. And so I guess what we probably need there more than anything, it would be just a motion to accept their presentation as information. Councillor Christie?
So moved.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion that council receive for information the presentation provided by the gentleman from the Natural Resources Conservation Board, with our thanks. Yeah, I mean, it was good information. So. Right, all those in favor? And that is also carried unanimously. See, we're just counting them off here. The next item on our agenda is council follow-up action list. And here's your opportunity to ask questions with regard to the follow-up action list. Any questions by anyone? Boy, this is easy. I thought we'd be grilling somebody, have them on the hot seat. Isn't this usually where Mr. Zier disappears? So, Councillor McGee, you had a question?
I just want to say I appreciate that there's always excellent notes for updates, and so you make our job easier for today, and therefore I'd like to move that we accept as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. All those in favor? And that is also carried unanimously. Boy, it's amazing what happens after coffee in the afternoon. So the next item on our agenda is closed session. We have two items in closed session. One is confidential. Of course, I lost my little piece of paper. Well, one is 19 and the other one is something else. Oh, there it is. Thank you. So one is section 19, which is confidential evaluations, and the other one is section 16, which is disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party. So I would entertain a motion to go into closed session to deal with both of those items. Councillor Cunningham?
I'll move us into closed session.
Okay, so we have a motion to go into closed session. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. So we will take a temporary break. Okay, thank you. We had a motion to return to open session at 4:56. We recessed to allow the return of the gallery and staff. It's now 4:57, and I'm going to call our meeting back to order. And coming out of closed session, we have one motion that needs to be made. And Councillor Forbes.
I make the motion that council approve in principle participation in the proposed stabilization program and proceed with development of formal memorandum of understanding.
Okay, thank you for that. That's quite a mouthful. So anyway, we have a motion coming out of closed session from Councillor Forbes that council approve in principle participation in the proposed stabilization program and proceed with development of a formal memorandum of understanding. Any discussion to that motion? Just waiting for it to get all the way up there. Okay, thank you, Carolyn. If there is no discussion, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. And at this point, we're at the point in time where perhaps our most favorite motion after a long day, which is motion to adjourn at 4:58. Thank you for everyone and their participation, and have a good evening.